Madam Clerk. We're joining today's Google Meet and November 1st eScribe, right?
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
Okay. So I guess we might as well get going. Okay. So we'll start with the roll call, please. Councillor Jans?
It's more bunk bed, less bunker this morning,
Okay.
Madam Chair.
And Councillor Rice?
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Cartmel?
Good morning.
Councillor Salvador?
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford? She's not online. Okay. And Councillor Hamilton?
Good morning.
And Councillor Tang?
Good morning. I'm here.
And Councillor Henderson? No? Not Henderson, Stevenson. I'll get that out of my head. I'm sorry. Okay. Councillor Principe?
Good morning.
And Councillor Knack?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette, too.
And Councillor Paquette?
Good morning.
Good morning. All right, I think we're just going to continue on from where we left off yesterday.
I believe that's administration's intention, yes.
Okay. And so this is with transit service.
Correct, Councillor.
Okay.
So thank you again for hearing our presentation yesterday. As Ms. Houghton McDonald explained yesterday, we're really excited to work together and rebuild the growth of ridership in transit as we recover from the pandemic. So briefly to recap, we touched on our current state and the different ways we're applying our levers of pricing, service delivery, and health and safety, as well as security, as we navigate the next stages of welcoming back riders to our system. So in order to focus the conversation this morning and to allow time for other presentations scheduled today, we'd like to focus the discussion on our recovery, recognizing that we have opportunities early next year to discuss the BNR and growth of the service. As well, we would want to encourage you, if you do have specific concerns regarding transit in your wards, that you please forward them over to Ms. Houghton McDonald. She and her team will be happy to meet with you to look at specifics and look at where there are options to make adjustments to service, provided that they're within scope of budget and the existing service policies.
Yeah,
So
if I can stress that point, because the what do we call it? The route scheduling. What is that term we use?
Bus network redesign.
Bus network redesign. We have a lot of questions on it. There will be a report coming back to us. So I'm referring to council colleagues here, and there's a provision for you to talk to administration on that. So if you could just focus on non-bus route redesign questions today, and that will help us speed up the meeting process too. Good. Thank you.
That was all, Your Worship.
Well, Michael is not here yet, right? So. Oh, is he? Oh, okay, good. Michael, Councillor Jans.
Good morning. Yes. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. I sent you a text. It must not have gone through.
Oh, I've been running behind, so I'll check it. Thanks.
Madam Clerk, should I return the chair to Mayor Sohi?
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Jans.
Thank you. Thank you again for the presentation. I had a couple of questions. One, I've heard from some of our partners in the sector that the PATH program paperwork and other paperwork associated with getting transit can be a barrier. I'm wondering if at some point we could have a conversation about that, about having how do we remove red tape where it comes to some of the most vulnerable and those helping them in terms of supporting them. I was also interested in hearing, and these may be for a future presentation, but around end of trip facilities. I've spoken with my colleagues about this. I have an electric bike. I love my electric bike. One of the barriers to me for riding it, to say this State LRT or Southgate Mall, is the lack of a bike cage. I know Calgary Parking what do they call it? The corporation there. Well, the Calgary Parking Authority. I know they have cages, and I know you can buy a monthly membership to a bike cage. I think things like that. I really think we need to explore in terms of transit integration, and more than explore, we need to fast track, especially when we're trying to work on the first mile, last mile problem. Um, I'm also interested in hearing a little bit more, and again, this could be at a future time, about more initiatives around safety on the LRT. The University to Century Park stretch has been con- a growing source of ire in the community because of the connection, and I've heard this from different law enforcement groups as well, that the LRT is becoming a source of crime in the community, or a pathway for crime, easy in, easy out. And as such, they feel a growing burden of action needs to be on transit in terms of what they're doing to protect or impede would-be troublemakers along the transit line. So I have a number of other questions, but I'll just leave those there. And I realize these are major, big conversations, but we hopefully we can talk about it another time. And finally, one grape. We talk about our gripes all the time, but I will say the 5-minute service improvement along the in the transit redesign, for those fortunate enough to be on the line, it is a fantastic change. I missed a bus yesterday, had another bus in 5 minutes. So there are areas where certainly it is a marked improvement.
Thank you, Councillor. I really appreciate your thoughtful questions and comments. I'll go quickly for you. So in terms of the PATH program, absolutely happy to talk about further removing barriers. So we actually have a review underway right now from an anti-racism lens. That's exactly what it's about, is removing any barriers that are preventing access. So certainly happy to talk that through a bit more. I also have an e-bike. I completely understand what you're saying. And the team is actually already working on some research to look at expanding on the current pilot that we have and look at different mechanisms for different styles of bikes, albeit it could be cargo bikes, et cetera, recognizing the diverse needs that we have to do exactly what you described. So provide those safe, secure storage opportunities to encourage more integration with active modes. In terms of safety and security, I completely hear what you're saying, and that's certainly something we've been working on a lot. Obviously open to feedback, and I think further improvements are definitely possible. We've implemented a lot of great work, I think, but there's certainly room to do more, so I appreciate that comment. I'll take it back. We have an oversight committee of administration along with EPS, and I think as a group, this is the type of feedback we can turn into action, and we'll follow up with you in terms of responding to what you described.
Thank you, Councillor Jens. Councillor Cartmel?
Thank you for the presentation today, and appreciating your comments, Mr. Sibrick, about not talking about route modifications. I just have a couple questions about on-demand, and purely through the lens of increasing ridership and maybe, right away. In Ward Pahasaman, we've got several on-demand sort of sectors, but they seem to all go to LRT stations. And in some instances, they're driving right past the Ledger Transit Center, which is where a lot of people would like to get off. So we would have more on-demand users if we stopped at that stop. I'm wondering if that's a change we could make relatively soon.
Thank you, Councillor. I absolutely agree. I think our intent was always to bring people to those hubs. So I'm going to take that back to the team, and we'll see how quickly we can get that changed.
Particularly for neighborhoods in the south end, south of the Henday, there's youth that are trying to get to the high schools that are around the Ledger Transit Center. They can't use transit right now because on-demand takes them to Century Park, and that's not where they want to go. So that was one piece. And the other is that in the more mature neighborhoods, the on-demand buses seem idle a lot of the time. And notwithstanding your comments that we're getting more and more, it seems that particularly seniors, but residents in those mature neighborhoods aren't taking up the on-demand component of that. So is there a possibility of having some of those on-demand resources do a bit more fixed route traveling, at even a loop once an hour kind of a thing, that we could return to some sort of a temporary route or a special route to see if we can't get a bit more uptake of those vehicles.
I really appreciate that feedback. So that's some of the analysis the team is undertaking now to look for opportunities. You know, respecting that conventional fixed route service is provided in-house. The on-demand design is a little bit differently, but I totally hear what you're saying about continuous improvement opportunities. How do we encourage more usage? So again, I'll take that feedback back, and then we'll follow up with you.
Yeah, and I understand that, you know, the split that we've tried to respect there, but in the world of if we pilot a fixed route using a small bus, do we get more efficiency, more, you know, cost per rider efficiency in terms of a metric that we might pilot and then, if prove out, provide?
That's very fair. And we've heard from other counselors as well in terms of the needs of seniors. Perhaps it's a little bit different. And taking to transit hubs, maybe we need to consider adding another couple of other major destinations to that as well. So I think all of this can kind of get woven together and come back with some feedback.
Great, thank you, appreciate that.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Tang? Oh, sorry, Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. And I want to say that I did like your comment, community needs transit, but transit needs community as well. So I respect that, and I'll try to relay that as well, okay? I do have a lot of concerns, as many do. I'm the councillor for Testawinawak, and we have absolutely zero on-demand in our entire ward. So that's very concerning. We've had a lot of permanently closed bus stops. My question is, when you're looking into the rerouting and the changes, will those permanently closed bus stops still be closed, or is there a possibility that they will come back again?
Thank you, Councillor, and I appreciate you sharing that feedback. Ms. Feldman is on the line with me, and she was the director overseeing the implementation as well as the policy work. So maybe I can ask Ms. Feldman to respond to that question.
Yes, thank you so much for that question. I think as the city manager said at the beginning, it would be, and Mayor Sohi, hearing about some of those specific concerns you have within your wards, if it's particular neighborhoods or areas, would be very helpful as we can look at those and report back on them when we come back early in the new year. The overall intent of the bus network redesign was to use, you know, the current resources we have as efficiently as possible, and based on all the feedback we'd heard from really extensive public engagement. But we know that there's always room for improvement, and there might be areas where we can make adjustments to better serve community needs. So we're really open to hearing, and it helps us very much when we hear specifics of neighborhoods where you're hearing concerns. I don't know, Ms. McDonald, if you'd like to add anything to that.
I would just say that, you know, we hear the feedback. I think in terms of the bus stops themselves, it was based on the design of the policy. So the walking distances were one of the key attributes or components of those discussions and decisions. So, you know, again, we hear you. We'll take the feedback back and see if there's room for consideration around addressing those service needs. And to reinforce what Sarah described, getting a better understanding from your constituents and your perspectives about which neighborhoods need some additional support. We want to be able to provide solutions and just look forward to hearing more details about that.
Would it be possible to have some on-demand service coming soon to our community?
So I think that some of the work that we'll do is we're going to talk to our partners who deliver the service for us to understand their capacity for growth. It would require some support from council in terms of funding the increase in service. We had some design guidelines that informed which neighborhoods received the service in this this kind of initial launch, but certainly open to the feedback, want to hear about where those pockets of needs may be, and then we can do an informed kind of follow-up with all of the details of what it would take to make that happen.
Okay, thank you. And I just wanted to say that yesterday when I was driving into work, down 167 Avenue, where one of the routes where all the bus stops were permanently closed, there was actually driving right by me was a not-in-service bus. So I found it ironic that it's driving down the street where all the bus stops have been closed. So I thought, well, maybe if it's not in service and it's going towards Eau Claire, maybe they could just pick up people along the way.
Thank you for that feedback. We do have a lot of deadheading as buses are reaching their destinations to start service, so my guess is that's what was transpiring in that instance, but I appreciate the feedback. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Tang?
Good morning. Thank you so much for the presentation yesterday. I find transit fascinating, and as you may know already, it's a high on my priority, of course. And I've been waiting for that presentation so that I want to follow up with a list of things for you. So just to warn you, it is coming. For the bus network redesign, that report is coming back this quarter.
So we have 3 follow-ups related to the bus network redesign. We're trying to present them together as a cohesive story. Right now, tentatively, it looks like beginning of February is when we would be bringing all of those reports forward. It also includes assessment of the on-demand service as well.
Okay, that's great. That was part of my other question. Okay, so I guess I have a question a bit about process and sort of that partnership with community members and riders, operators, et cetera. Can you talk a little bit about how you use tools like human-centered design and journey mapping to design better ridership experience? That is incredibly important to me. I know as a pregnant woman, as a mother with a stroller, I've experienced a lot of barriers, and I can totally relate to people when they say, I don't enjoy riding the bus for all these reasons. I guess I'm just wondering, what does that process look like? Is it one time? Is it ongoing? And how do those stories and experience translate into action? And how quickly can you kind of try things out?
I really appreciate that question, Councillor, and it gives us a good opportunity to shed some light. So, few layers to it. We've absolutely done customer journey mapping, and we take that process, which includes interviews, it includes workshops as well, development of personas, and then identification of key issues in the transit journey from those respective perspectives. And that leads to specific targeted actions. Sometimes there are really quick things we can implement to address concerns. Others take a bit longer, depending on the root cause of what the issues are. We do monthly ongoing research with our riders. So we have a third party that assists us, and we're doing intercept surveys, meaning as you're in your journey, we want to hear from you and get feedback. We also do satisfaction research, which is more about after the fact. How did things go? Where are your areas of higher satisfaction and areas where we need to improve? All of this gets woven into action planning from our branch. Our annual service plan is really the anchor of identifying the bigger projects that we're doing, and it's a direct result of all of the feedback and metrics and everything that we're analyzing. So it's a continuous cycle for us, recognizing we also have partners in the form of advisory groups. So we have the Edmonton Transit Service Advisory Board. They're fantastic, and they're really about representing the voice of the rider, and we meet with them monthly. Again, they're doing specific work that they bring forward to usually the Urban Planning Committee of Council, and then we provide a response as well, and we're working kind of side by side with them. We also have the DATS advisory group, another important source of feedback from the DATS riders' perspective, working very closely with administration as well, and numerous others that are also sharing their advice and requests with us. Completely open to feedback. This is how we make transit better. We need to hear from constituents, we need to hear from users, non-users, and obviously hear from yourselves as well to continue making it better for everybody.
That's great. I think ride-alongs are so important, and I've been kind of thinking too, how can I play a role in because I plan on taking transit and to get to work. How can I play a role in helping to collect some of those stories even when I'm on the bus? But anyways, I'll just put that out there. So I guess a question about fare and affordability of every year I think we talk about the cost of single fare. I'm just wondering, in terms of affordability, have we ever had a conversation, instead of looking at increasing price of single fare, extending the time of the use of that single fare, for example, 24 hours, instead of a 2-hour window of transfer, for example?
Thank you for that. So we haven't had a direct conversation with council about that. Happy to do it. There would be a revenue impact. So the fare policy has a targeted cost recovery ratio for administration to work towards. So we would have to revisit the policy itself, and we'd have to also present you with obviously evidence to support different options that you may want to consider. And then ultimately we follow the direction of council and we'll do so. There was a report this morning that was comparing fare pricing across the country, and we're actually one of the lowest fares in the country, which I was really proud of. When I think about our user group, how diverse they are, I think about the work we've done to support people who need support. Seeing that nationally was really encouraging, I think, in terms of how it's positioned.
Thank you. I know I'm out of time. I'll come back for a second round, but I guess I will just end there to say I appreciate the cost impact, but I wonder if we can even test the idea of if we can extend that longer period, will we actually attract more people to ride? Because I know for myself, single fare, sometimes the barrier is, it's so expensive for such a short window. Anyways, so I just put that out there. Thank you.
The only other thing I'd add really quickly is we do have a day pass product, which is unlimited travel. So we could also revisit the price point of that day pass product, which might help address what you were describing.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Salvador?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you so much for the presentation. I really enjoyed that. So I have 3 questions. The first is around the Ride Transit program. So I'm just wondering how the income thresholds are determined and if there's flexibility there, if there was a desire to expand eligibility, for example. And then I can come back to the other ones.
Thank you, Councillor. So the low income cutoff is established by the federal government, and it's very common for both government and non-government when referring to those thresholds to use that as our standard. So that's what the City of Edmonton uses for the Leisure Access Program as well as the Ride Transit Program.
And are there opportunities for flexibility there, or are we kind of just like that's the standard?
I think we could take that back and discuss it and then follow up with you on that in terms of opportunities. So the current low-income cutoff considers family size, and it's scaled up to, as an example, a family of 7 members. So we could present you with the structure, what it looks like, and then again discuss if there's opportunities to look a bit differently at it.
Okay, thank you. And then the second question was around really focusing on that ridership recovery piece. So I'm wondering if there's been any analysis around, is it a matter of changing work patterns? Is it, folks still being uncomfortable with being in that space? I think there was an insight survey about this. Could you speak to that?
Certainly. So we're actually testing it monthly with Edmontonians. We've done the insight surveys, and we're trying to do a deeper dive with people to understand. It's a bit mixed. Some people, their needs truly have changed, and it's temporary. So temporarily, they're saying, my travel patterns have changed, and I'm not using transit as much. We have a small pocket of people who are saying, I don't know if I'm going to need transit, which I think reflects what you were describing. And then there's another group that have been using transit all along. So, hovering just under 60% of normal levels, they are people who are frequent transit users. So it will vary. We're monitoring it really closely. And if we see a significant change, happy again to bring forward kind of recommendations about what we're seeing and what comes next.
Okay, thank you. And then final question was just around the Bent Arrow partnership that you were mentioning. So I assume that's kind of in a pilot phase. It sounds like it's fairly new. Just wondering, I guess, when we're going to hear back about that, what some of the results were, and I guess opportunities for expansion if it's looking like it's something positive for us.
Thank you so much, and I love hearing that. So it is pilot in the sense that it was funded through a COVID fund, so responding to the unique kind of situation we're in related to COVID. Having said that, the needs are broad, and I think we've all recognized this is a really exciting pilot, and I think we are going to see the results that we're all hoping for and can then bring forward a recommendation about next steps. So the plan is we increase the number of teams next summer, and then by next fall, so before the 4-year budget decisions are made, we'll be able to deliver some recommendations about what we think makes sense for next steps.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. I think a leisure access program had some provisions where if you are a little bit above the poverty cutoff, that you get some subsidy.
So we have that for both programs. So up to 25% above the low-income cutoffs, you
Yeah.
still get a discount.
I see, that applicable to transit as well? Okay,
Absolutely.
got it.
Yeah, thank you.
Good, thanks. Councillor Rice?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before my question, I do want to express my appreciation and to administration side. And for this council school, and then this is today is Thursday, tomorrow will be last day. I do want to say thank you so much for all the information you prepared, and then to brought lots of like wonderful presentation to us. So that is my first point. I think specifically for ETS, I do believe it's so important for our city. And specifically, this is one indicator and for our city, for people to look at the city or to attract people, come to our city to live. And so that's very important for us. I know every councillor, and then specific from ward perspective, we have lots of questions. And then for me today, I want to focus on two questions. The first one is a Capital 9 ART extension at South Extension project. Because that project announced in first week of August, if my memory is correct, and the federal government announced $400 million for the phase 1 of the project. And so this project actually has includes 2 stations and 1 station specifically right beside cross 111th Street and Twin Brooks. So that Twin Brooks station actually brought lots of public voice and complaint, and I heard on my campaign trail. And then specifically, there are two major concerns regarding that. And one concern is about accessibility for the community and in and out. And due to 119th Street closed to the Handy, that is a larger sense we have to work with provincial infrastructure, and because that is a provincial asset. And then because that one closed, and for this Twin Brooks community, they only have like two entrance actually for the loop perspective, only 1 entrance in and out. So that is a concern. So the kind of concern is about the community safety issues, and because for this project plan, we don't have the parking lots included. And then if there's station there and how that impact and the safety and bring lots of people to the community, and also lots of cars parking in the community as well. So that is the first question. I would like to know more and in terms of project management perspective, including budgeting and including schedule and including scale. And for more details regarding that extension project.
Thank you so much, Councillor. I really appreciate that feedback. My colleagues in LRT Expansion and Renewal have a very extensive briefing process, engagement process with the community, and I think the best option is to schedule for you a briefing from them to give you all of the details that you've identified. Hearing from the community, I think, is really important, and they certainly have an extensive process to really listen and understand those concerns and then arrive at some solutions together.
Oh, that's perfect.
So we'll make sure that follow-up happens.
Okay, I will follow up that. And then, so the second question I have is about unofficial public transit center at the entrance of 2 communities specifically and under my writing. And I would like to set up a meeting and with ETS. I don't know which area I need contact, and because that is a huge concern, and even community did a petition, and for this type of issues, and we can talk about more detail. I do believe, and then as a residential area, we should not have so many buses and stop there, and then for the like the people give me number and 30 minutes, like 60 buses. And then so that is a huge impact for the residential area in the community.
Thank you, Councillor. I think this is an active file that we're currently talking to constituents about. Happy to sit down with you, review our analysis and try and find some solutions that work for your constituents and your office. So feel free to set something up with me, and I'll make sure the right people are with me to work through that and let you know, hopefully a positive outcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. So I'm having trouble focusing on recovery without talking about the network redesign. But I'll do my best here, because I do think to increase our ridership, we need to improve the network. One thing that I am just wondering about is the surplus shelters from the closing of bus stops and the benches and that. Have they been repurposed? Are they recycled, destroyed?
Thank you, Councillor. That's a great question. We're in the process of redeploying. So when we need to do replacements, we're making sure to reuse the assets that we have. So we have a team that's currently managing that transition to make sure that they get put to use.
Okay. And if there were any communities or community leagues that wanted to repurpose them for something, is that a possibility that they could contact?
I would say put them in touch with us, and then
Okay.
we can explore with them what their needs are and try and help address whatever their needs are.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you. And then my other feedback that I was receiving out on the door was in regards to the Millgate Transit Center, that it's kind of just sort of out in the middle of nowhere. So if you are waiting a half an hour for a bus, what is there to do? What's the safety concerns? And I'm just wondering if you have any stats on safety at that transit center?
Thank you, Councillor. I don't have the stats at my fingertips, but happy to follow up. Millgate is a bit of an interim, I'll say, facility, in the sense that when the Valley Line Southeast is operational, we'll see a bit of transition there. So again, happy to meet with you, and we can brief you on what the plan is, and I can pull those statistics as well.
Okay, well, I'm glad to hear that, because there are some areas that are getting their service over to Millgate when the Bonnie Doon Transit Center will be much more convenient. So those things are being planned for.
Absolutely.
Valley,
We share
okay.
concerns about Millgate. It requires some rehab, so
Okay.
we agree.
Good news, good news. And then, so because we're not getting reports back until February, you won't be requiring any adjustments or increases in the budget deliberations that we'll be doing in the next couple of weeks?
So what we've been focused on is trying to make adjustments with an existing budget. So I think any requests for new support, a new budget, we'll make that when the report comes forward, and then that can be woven into the next cycle of budget requests. So we're really working closely with our finance partners. If something changes, I'll absolutely make sure that we're weaving it into the fall adjustment process, but I think we'll be okay. And we can bring it forward with the next one.
Excellent, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, that was going to be my first question as well. I think one of the challenges with the bus network redesign is that you were asked to create a better system, but with the same resources. So, I think what I've been hearing from my colleagues and what we heard on the doorstep is that Edmontonians truly do value transit and want to see that investment. So really appreciate that the February reports will have some suggestions around the next budget cycle, the 4-year budget cycle. Well, and speaking to this is a bit of a higher level question, but just wondering if you have processes in place right now. So I think a challenge with the value proposition of transit is that we often see investment in it as sunk costs. So it's going to cost X more to have this better of a service, and it won't be a cost recovery. Do we have mechanisms to sort of model out how an improvement in service may shift modes and then may allow us to defer some of the capital upgrades that we need to be doing in other transportation infrastructure? For example, not having to widen roads, looking at what those cost offsets are through improvements and improved investment in ETS.
Thank you, Councillor. I think we've scratched the surface. We did do an evaluation leading to our 2019 ridership report, where we talked about outcomes of transit and tried to work with our economist, as an example, to flag economic outcomes, those types of components, but not to the extent that you're describing in terms of it could reduce costs in another area. We haven't gotten quite that far. But that's something I think I could talk to my colleagues about and reflect on and see how we might approach that.
Great, I appreciate that. I think taking that more holistic look, and again, especially given that it's sort of an operational versus capital budget, but I think that helps inform our decisions so that we're really understanding the full impact of those choices. I'm hesitant to ask my next question because I think it is a bit of it's not the end state we want to get to, but curious around the work that's been happening around park and ride strategies. So recognizing that we absolutely want that last mile issue addressed, we want people to take active transit all the way through their ride. It does seem that some locations, if expanded park and ride facilities were provided, that it would really support increased ridership in the interim as we do necessary retrofits to those neighborhoods to make transit more accessible without a vehicle. So just curious, I know there had been some reports in previous years, just wondering where that work is currently at.
Thank you for the question. So there was some work done by our colleagues in urban planning, and I think it's a good opportunity for us to revisit some of those, I'll say, strategies and actions, and work again with our LRT expansion and renewal branch, and just try and connect it all together and bring it back. I appreciate what you're saying.
Councillor Stevenson, if this was a desire of council to look at this would be in a policy. There is a park and ride policy that we would have to amend. And the policy does say that outside of the core of the city, we wouldn't have park and ride. There's areas where we would only consider park and ride based on some analysis that was done probably about 10 years ago. So that would be one policy that potentially could be looked at again.
Great, thank you. And, again, we of course have to approach it carefully so that it doesn't end up being a permanent. But again, particularly as we're working to rebound transit ridership, it seems like an opportunity. Just a quick, and sorry, these are all sort of the complexities of working within the city systems, but the piece around accessibility, I think what came out for me really strongly, speaking to seniors. So, as we've increased frequency, we've decreased proximity, and a real challenge for them, even those that were able to walk the further distance to the bus stop, was in the wintertime and the snow clearance there. So wondering what kind of conversations are happening between the departments to address that issue.
So, Councillor, thank you for the question. And I guess just a bit of an overview is that the group that does the snow and winter maintenance is all part of the same department. So we try and be as integrated as we can. Now, the conversations around how we can improve accessibility for transit certainly tie into our maintenance programs. And you'll see in a couple weeks here when we present how we do sidewalk maintenance and how we're trying to be more equitable on that. But things like snow and ice control certainly have an impact on that. And what we've been trying to do in our latest amendment with the snow and ice control policy is look at where we can improve levels of service within the existing policy and program budget. So I think what we'll need to do is we are planning on reporting back in at the end of the winter with recommendations for enhancements to the policy with the focus on how we are addressing things like active modes and on an equitable basis some of the more vulnerable sectors of the population. So we know that the two are connected and right now I think the sort of constraint is what we have in terms of our policy and the supporting funding.
Great, thanks so much for the answers.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rutherford?
So I'm going to keep my questions really focused on ridership. Again, I have already asked my staff to set up a meeting, so I'm looking forward to that offer and having that conversation, just so I can get a bit more context there. So first of all, I want to again jump off of, I keep just being inspired by Councillor Salvador's questions. And I want to clarify something, because is it LICO before or after tax? Because there's a significant difference there. And those are both measures that are used. So is it after tax or before tax?
Oh, that is such a great question. I don't have the answer in front of me, but I'm going to text my team and see if they can help.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. And I would also add that when we're looking at this with GBA Plus, which again, my other colleague has kind of, elevated the importance of that, we need to be thinking about, the fact that a lot of people don't realize that for poverty, there isn't a standardized measure across Canada, actually. LICO is used, but it's actually well below poverty. If people are in LICO, they're actually, absolutely the most poor of our society, whereas market basket measure, for example, is something that would be a more comprehensive look at the cost of living, or even looking at, the living wage calculations and those kind of things. LICO is significantly below living wage, as an example. So I do think that, I hope, like my colleague mentioned, that there's an opportunity to discuss that, understanding that it could have implications, but I still think it's worth exploring. So if we have to do a motion about that or something, I'm happy to explore that further. I am actively taking transit right now to work. I've been taking transit. It's exciting to be back because I wasn't taking transit during the pandemic. I wanted to ask a question about your percentage, where you said that you're back up to, was it 50-something% ridership?
The latest, so last week it was 56%.
So what is that in comparison? 56% compared to what?
So it's 56% of our normal level, which would be 87 million rides per year. And then
Okay.
there's a calculation, and we compare the same weeks to each other. So we're using 2019 data as the last kind of normal pre-pandemic time where we had normal ridership.
Okay, because I would say, just anecdotally, from using transit this past few weeks, number 5 I used to take, and I would expect actually the number 5 to be more packed because of the fact that the number 3 was discontinued. And like, for example, yesterday or the day before, I took the number 5 home, and there was only one other person that got on and off the bus the entire time I was on that ride. Whereas before, the number 5 used to be completely packed. And I recognize that the downtown is an area. So can we have some of the breakdown of where the user ridership is still pretty consistent and where maybe the ridership is still below that, even that threshold? Like, I would just be curious about that breakdown by some of the major routes and destinations.
Thank you. So that's exactly our plan for transparency through the annual service plan.
Okay.
So we monitor performance against the metrics, and we'll show how we're performing on those various routes, absolutely.
So you're not surprised by my comments on the
Not
number
so-
5?
I love your comments.
Yeah, and it's a great route, like, please don't get me wrong, and it's convenient and all of those things. But yeah,
I used to drive it.
Pardon?
I used to drive number
You used to
5.
drive the number 5?
Yeah, when
Yeah.
It was, particularly when it was a trolley route, it was the hardest route to drive.
The trolley.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that was my only questions, and just if we could get some of that data, I would be very curious about breaking that down a little bit further and seeing where we have some strength. And again, from a GBA Plus perspective, I'd be wondering if we do collect any race-based data on that usership and where that is coming from as well.
Thank you. That's a very interesting question. So right now, we're very, very limited in terms of the demographic data available. When we move to the ARC system, if people are creating accounts, if they choose to share,
Yes.
we're trying to figure out what the right questions are that we could ask, going through our privacy and records area, of course. But it's very limited. I'm going to be very honest about that. We don't
That's
have a lot of that data.
I appreciate the honesty. I'd much rather have that answer and
I
yeah,
think
so
our-
appreciate that.
The planned equity analysis that will take place next year will look at multiple different research methods to try and dive a bit deeper into where are the gaps, who's impacted, who's been using, and hopefully give us more of that data.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation last afternoon, Ms. Houghton McDonald. I just have one question, and it's about the, I think the Transit Watch, the Safe City integration. And that is that most of the underground LRT system has limited to no cellular connectivity. So I'm wondering how you're working to improve that for so that those programs can be, I think, more useful in that environment.
Thank you so much, Councillor. So I'm very happy to say we actually have an active project right now, working with a provider to provide that connectivity. So our teams on the technical services side are working really closely with our partner to make that happen. So I don't have an exact time frame of when it would be kind of rolled out, but I can follow up with that information.
Great, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for the presentation yesterday and for all the responses today. The main follow-up question I have, actually, no, sorry, two, because I feel like the ghost of Councillor Henderson entered the room when we started talking about fair policy again. So I just wanted to double check how much emphasis we're going to put on fair policy over and above anything else. So, and the reason I ask that is because we have had conversations about this where it felt like as a city, we put almost our entire focus on that instead of ridership growth, instead of other factors. And we went through the audit work and I thought we got to a point, and I just want to check in with you as to how we balance that against what I think is more important, which is what is our ridership? What is our overall ridership? How are we going to do that work?
Thank you, Councillor. If you're asking for my professional kind of expertise, I would agree and say we've invested heavily in the fair policy related work. And perhaps it's time that we need to focus on those service related levers. During the presentation, we shared some of the research and talked about, the best investments that can generate positive ridership gains. Service-related improvements, not just adding more service, but looking at the components of service and that rider journey that a few councillors have touched on so far. So safety and security, looking at our amenities, looking at the type of fleet that we have, looking at the type of service that we have. And there's some really exciting motions that we're working on and we'll follow up on things like looking at bus rapid transit, looking at how the on-demand service is performing and could we do more. Those types of things can generate really great returns on ridership.
Thanks. And so I guess the question is, are you restricted by the way the fair policy is currently written? And my worry is that we're going to be so, because that policy continues to exist, that it might stop us from doing other work. I would much rather have 25% cost recovery, but 40% ridership in the city than 40% cost recovery and 13% ridership, which is what we currently have outside of the pandemic world.
Thank you, Councillor. So the research is really, really clear that by lowering prices, you may generate more rides from existing users, but you do not affect mode shift. Investing in service is where you really move the dial in terms of mode shift. But the theory also has been proven you need to support those who need access to transit, which is that balance I think that we've struck with the policy and the related programming. And we need to do work in terms of process improvements, as I said, on the low-income programs, absolutely. But that balance of helping those who need the most help and then build a great service and people are going to want to use it. That's where you get mode shift.
Well, and that's why I keep coming, because having a lower cost recovery does not mean necessarily dropping prices, which I don't necessarily think is the right approach. You might have a lower cost recovery because you have invested more in the system to provide a better experience. And I just want to make sure you've got that flexibility and that that the way the policy is currently written does it allow for that? How hard and fast is going to be that 40% number ish, or what takes priority? Because my hope is that growing ridership takes priority, and I'm still not sure we have that is actually the case.
Thank you. I absolutely agree. So growing ridership is our number one priority. It's what our annual service plan will be focused on in conversations with council as well. I would not consider the fare policy a constraint. I think, council approves and owns the policy with us. Should we need to revisit the metric that's in there, we're happy to have that conversation, but I think we could accomplish a lot with what's already outlined. And we need to see what it looks like coming out of this pandemic. We anticipate, as I said, close to 80% recovered by the end of next year, but it's going to take until probably the end of 2023. So let's see how things go for the next 18 to 24 months. And if needed, we can certainly revisit that, that kind of threshold that's been set for cost recovery with you.
Perfect. I'll have one or two more questions, but I think I'll just come back for a second round. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Just to follow up on Councillor Jans and Councillor Stevenson's comments about the last mile and access to transit stations, as we are restructuring our system, we want more people to use it, but we also require more people to walk further to a bus stop or to the main routes particularly. So as we plan our neighborhoods and or renew our existing neighborhoods, how much emphasis we put on that connectivity? Because I notice sometimes, particularly in newer neighborhoods where houses back onto the main street, but there's no access to the main street from those houses because there's a big fence going blocks and blocks and blocks. When you can easily have an access, you can walk back to the main street and have access to a transit station or a stop.
I'll start, and perhaps Ms. McCabe wants to also assist, or Ms. Feldman. I think first kilometer, last kilometer solution, the intent was to support more active modes to connect into transit. So that's what we're actively working on, and you'll hear some follow-up reports. We also have our on-demand service as a component of that first kilometer, last kilometer. But perhaps Ms. McCabe or Ms. Feldman, would you like to also respond?
Mayor Sohi, with respect to design of new neighborhoods, we have a policy that's designing new neighborhoods that perhaps should be looked at. I would suggest is one that has to be looked at as we're implementing the city plan. But right now, what our current practice is we do work with developers to try and get those connections, direct connections out of the neighborhood to minimize walking distance. And the team could provide more tomorrow in that policy to home discussion with council, the orientation session on that. We'll talk about subdivision design and how we look at connections to transit. I'll make sure that's covered in the notes tomorrow.
Okay, so the more integration of land use and transportation, transit, making it easier for people to. Some issues around safety, as I think some of these issues will be dealt with as the ridership grows and we come out of the pandemic. But we hear concerns about our fellow Edmontonians who experience houselessness and they have no place to go. So either they end up on a bus to keep them warm, or they end up at the LRT station or a transit station, right? That does cause some safety issues or perceptions of safety and just disorderliness people witness. So what approach are we taking? Yes, we have to have compassion, absolutely, and we lack services and shelters and supportive housing. But what are the interim things that can be done that do create that sense of safety for passengers as we want to recover more people coming back to transit?
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I think this is probably the most complex part of the job that I've been working on for the past several months. So we have a cross-functional team of us that meet regularly to try and problem solve and introduce solutions. So there's multiple layers to the solutions so far. Much more we can probably do and learn and adapt. So we have physical security available to do the proactive patrolling, monitoring, supporting, answering questions, reporting to our control center. So security guards have been doubled up in a lot of locations to provide more coverage and physically be present. That's one part. The second part is the support of the pilot with the Bent Arrow Healing Society and our Transit Peace Officer. So proactively providing that compassionate outreach and support, connecting people who are in need to supportive resources. It might be finding sheltering space, it could be nutrition, it could be clothing, those types of supports. That's another important layer. Another layer, working with the EPS, is how do we just have proactive patrols? Because a lot of times, and I want to be very clear, houseless Edmontonians are also the target of safety and security issues within these public spaces. And that just breaks my heart to think of that happening to people who are in that position. So we're trying to find the right balance of making sure they are protected and have the dignity and support from us. I understand they have the need for warm space. And as the weather gets colder, they will absolutely be in our transit spaces. How do we break down barriers and perceptions that because they are physically there, that presents a security threat? And that's probably the biggest challenge we have, is making sure that Edmontonians can feel safe and also respect that there will be a diverse variety of different people in these public spaces. And that's the current conversations we're having, is how do we find that right balance and make sure everybody's protected, feels safe, and can use transit, because that's the ultimate goal.
Thank you. I'll move the second round.
Second?
Can we go to a vote?
The vote should be coming shortly.
I'm a
I
yes,
voted
Madam
affirmative.
Clerk.
And I'm a yes.
I vote affirmative.
Sorry,
I'll-
I was
I'll
out
vote
of the
affirmative as
meeting
well.
for November 1st, so I vote yes too.
Okay, thank you. So I believe I've heard Councillors Hamilton, Jans, Wright, and Rutherford verbally vote yes.
Me as well, I can't access. for some
Marsohi.
reason, Yeah.
And we have 13 votes, Madam Chair.
Display the vote, please. Thank you. We'll move on to second round. And
Yes. And if you could keep the chair,
Okay.
Counselor Wright, I have to go. So you'll be chairing for a while.
Okay.
Thanks,
you.
you.
And my list of speakers. Ah, thank you very much. Councillor Tang.
Point of order, Madam Chair. I'm actually on the first round.
Oh, my apologies. Okay, Councillor Paquette, please, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And mine is very brief. I'm just wondering, I've been piecemealing some information in the councillor chat. I'm just wondering if we can get in our inboxes maybe the reports leading up to the bus network redesign vote, so that everyone is sort of on the same page, and maybe some of the things that happened a little bit after. And that way, a lot of the questions that folks are asking can be answered. And when the report comes out later, an updated report, everyone's sort of up to speed. Is that possible to get in our inboxes today?
Counselor, we can definitely put together a summary of the activities that led up to the implementation of the bus network redesign, including engagement actions as well as the interactions with council.
Yeah, okay, that would be really helpful, because some of the questions, which I totally appreciate, like for example, regarding coverage of the on-demand service. There's a reason for that, and it would be helpful for councillors to know this. And for the rationale for the bus network redesign and why we're here today. So that would be really helpful. Thank you. And that's it.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Tang?
Thank you so much. I have a question about the regional work. When do we get a presentation about the regional transit?
Thank you, Councillor. So we're currently working with the Commission staff to get a handle on what they're proposing for the first phase. They don't quite have that ready yet, but we are anticipating early in the new year. Going to have a lot of transit days, but that's another report that we'll bring forward with an outline of what they're asking for, and then our recommended approach back for you to consider.
Okay, great. Actually, that's my big one. I was curious about, I don't know what the next milestone is, but I'm glad to hear we'll be hearing from them. Thank you.
And Councillor Cartmel?
Thank you. Sorry, just a quick question then. It was my understanding that the federal government was providing some support for revenue loss as a result of COVID, coming out of the sort of their COVID response. First of all, is that correct? Do I have that correct, that they were providing support? And is that support going to continue, or can you provide some insight on that?
Thank you, Councillor. So they absolutely supported us in 2020. There's a lot of advocacy work underway right now from FCM, as well as the Canadian Urban Transit Association, municipalities encouraging ongoing support for 2021 losses, but there's no confirmation yet that we've received or will receive that support from them. I'm also involved in advocacy through CUDA with the provincial government as well, and seeing if there's an appetite to match. Should we get something from the federal government, would they also be interested in matching? So more to come on that one.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that point, Councillor, that this is a really important question, so thank you for asking it. We do need support for this coming year, this year and next year. This is a high priority, so we're advocating on two fronts. There's a political advocacy that the mayor will lead and is leading for the city of Edmonton as part of the FCM structure, and as Carrie said, it is the number one priority for FCM for federal support coming out of COVID. There's also an administrative advocacy where myself and all the big city CAOs across the country are advocating on the same front. And I think the other thing that's important is that all of the big cities got together on the political side with FCM and on the administrative side with CAOs, and we all agreed to 3 priorities for federal support coming out of COVID, and they're exactly the same 3 priorities for every big city across the country. The first is offset of transit revenue, which we think is going to be federally the need there is a $3 to $6 billion package federally for the whole country. The second item is downtown vibrancy and supports to get vibrancy downtown. And in different cities, it's different issues. In Calgary, it's certainly an office space issue, and here it's more just getting people back downtown. And then the third priority was tourism. And that was really important, especially a couple of months ago, because we were advocating to get the Edmonton International Airport open to international travel, which has since been done. So that advocacy has worked on some of those fronts. So I think this is the number one advocacy point that the city of Edmonton needs to do to put in front of the federal government in the coming weeks and days.
So circling back a bit to our budget conversation, which was either yesterday or the day before, I lost track. We talked about, our administration more correctly informed council that our COVID response should not impact the tax levy. In other words, property taxes should not go up through COVID recovery. And I think we managed that in 2020 in part by having the federal government effectively replace the revenue that we lost on transit. So from a 2021 perspective, are we assuming we're going to get that support from the federal government or not?
No, we are not, and we can cover it. The problem is to cover that, we can't do a bunch of other things that are less priority. So if we were able to get the federal support, it would give us much greater flexibility on the second priorities and other priorities like downtown vibrancy and bus cleaners and all the other things we're trying to work on.
So without that support, we're looking at some more difficult decisions in sort of keeping our budgets in balance or in check, however we want to say that.
And with that support, still some difficult decisions, but it'll ease that quite a bit for that one-time year if we get it.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Super crucial.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Rice?
Thank you. So I heard growing ridership is our priority. And so from that perspective, so I have 2 points I would like to explain here. So the first one is from service continuous improvement. And we talked about the traffic safety, and then also I want to bring a larger piece into this continuous improvement for services. I remember the first year I moved to Edmonton, and I experienced very good hard touch experience. I was come out from grocery store, and then a bus just stopped right beside me and then helped me. And even that bus shoes is not in service, And then, but right now, that story I still remember. And I think that is one reason I want to give back to our city. And so, but right now, I heard lots of concern about specifically in the winter time and for our riders. And then, so for some bus stop, and they have like 30 minutes waiting period. And when they arrived, like for example, 1 second late, the bus driver is already saw people and running to the bus, but they still drove away. I think for this, we actually impact so many citizens. And I don't know how we can address this type of thing, bring more this empathy and to the services and to increase our ridership. So that is one thing I would like to bring this into this conversation. So it's not the question, and I just want to bring this and say how we can improve our services continually.
Thank you so much. We have ongoing continuous training, and that's exactly the type of training we provide. We also have lots of written guides, so we'll follow up. I appreciate what you just shared. Thank you.
Yeah. So the second one is operating cost effectiveness. And because we heard lots of public complaining about the look at our ART in certain time and look at our buses in certain time past our houses, and it's empty. And it's empty. We understand, and it's because of their time, and for them pink hours and non-pink hours. And then still, and is there any way we can look at the balanced approach and between the growing ridership and also look at our operating cost effectiveness? And by that way, and then ensure every dollar we spend in our public transit, and so will be satisfied, will satisfy our public tax dollar payers. And I know it's difficult, it's a challenge, and I think it's worth for us to look at that balanced approach.
Thank you so much. I agree. We do that to an extent, probably room for improvement, to your point. I share your interest in making sure that we are spending wisely. There's a balance to be had about providing the service to encourage use. And you're right, there's different boarding levels at different times of day. Part of the annual service plan and evaluation of our performance against our metrics and what we want to see for boardings is part of that conversation as well. And that's where we can make some adjustments and move some resourcing around to address pockets that have more need. We have routes that will have higher levels of usage, absolutely. All major urban centers do. And other routes that have a bit lower, but they are connecting people to essential things. So you just have to find that balance.
Yes, thank you. Where I can find that evaluation metrics?
We will share that with you. So it's our service standards policy and associated procedures has a lot of the metrics. The annual service plan that gets presented in February will have the actual performance information in the, as an appendix with the detailed measures for you to see how everything is performing.
Okay, that's perfect. So I would like to see that metrics, and then maybe like help me understand more details.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Councillor,
thank you.
just to add as well, in terms of there's the amount of ridership you have on a particular route that determines our cost effectiveness, but we also look at the actual expenditures that it takes to run the service, from maintenance to life cycle management to all of those different other supports, and we try and apply any efficiency opportunities we can. So, we look at things like how often, how frequent we're maintaining the vehicles, what's that level of service that gives us the proper safety and convenience for riders, but still allows us to do it in the most efficient way. So there's the provision of the service, but there's also how we actually deliver the service, and we try and do that in the most economical way.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And next we have up Councillor Knack, please.
Thank you very much. Just a few more questions related to how we activate our transit centers. So I wanted to get a sense of how much integration or collaboration there is between ETS and groups like our corporate properties team on looking for creative ways to lease out land at transit centers. We talk a lot about safety, and one of the best ways to do it is by getting people there. And This has been a frustration of mine for a while. So I'm wondering if how we can make sure that we're actually actively providing, opportunities for businesses to maybe set up at our transit centers so that we have activity.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to ask Ms. Feldman to jump in. She's been having lots of conversations about this recently.
Yes, thank you so much, Councillor, for the question. We do work closely with the real estate branch on our formal commercial spaces that we have in some of our transit centers, but we share your, I think, desire to see those spaces filled with tenants. And I think as we come out of the pandemic and a key part also, I think, of downtown vibrancy for those stations downtown that have kiosks is starting to look at strategies to attract businesses back into those spaces. And so it's on our radar as well. There have been challenges, of course, in the past with attracting and retaining tenants for those spaces, but it is a key part, I think, of our overall approach to safety and security and activating our spaces. I'll also say we've been doing some creative things as well outside of the formal commercial to do more pop-ups and invite artists and others into our spaces. So you may have seen in September, we had street performers in our downtown station, and we'll be doing that again in the winter, having street performers come back. So we want to do those creative engagements as well, not just the formal commercial side.
So I guess, and this is important for both the downtown, but honestly, I'm interested in across the city. And so what I'm wondering about is that, is there any reason why we shouldn't go? Let's take the existing commercial spaces for starters and say we're going to lease it out for $1 a year, as long as it goes to a local business that's guaranteed to operate during these operating hours. Is there any reason we wouldn't want to do that in existing commercial spaces? And then for end of the line, I'm thinking about Lewis Farms Transit Center. I'm thinking about the, all the various transit centers that exist across the city. Why we wouldn't just go out and say, hey, we're going to lease out the space. It's going to be extremely cheap, but these are the expectations we have in terms of operations and maybe at the end of the line, a mixed use development.
Yeah, those are great. I think great thoughts. We'll need to, I think comes into our objectives for those spaces in terms of, are we aiming to generate non-fare revenue, or are we just aiming to make sure we're revenue neutral, meaning that we cover our costs? And we do have some costs to maintain those spaces. Some of them also need some capital improvements to bring them up to a space where they could be used for a restaurant, for example. And so there might be some investment required to do that, but if it comes down to the objective, if the objective is the financial objective around what we want to achieve.
And again, I guess for me, to go back to that, my first round of questions, I feel like I'm not as worried about making money at leasing a land at a transit center if it means we have a destination to which people can go, and then there are more eyes on the transit center, and then there's more motivation. If we can actually if there's a spot that needs servicing and we can lease it for 99 years at $1, but they have to service it, they have to program it, they have to follow certain requirements, and maybe adding in childcare so people can go to the transit center, make sure that there's a location where children can go, making sure that they have the amenities and services that we want. That helps us accomplish much broader city building and I think ridership goals, which in turn ideally have a financial incentive in the longer term. So I want to know if that, I guess so for me, I want to make sure those conversations are happening right now, because it's been talked about a lot, but I don't know if I've actually seen like a clear action plan on it.
Yeah, I think that's great feedback, and I think we'll take that away, as something we can work on how we action more of that going forward. So I really appreciate those thoughts.
Okay, great.
If I can just quickly add, Councillor, it's also a great opportunity for our partners like Pattison, who has our advertising contract, sponsorship activations. There's a lot of creative ideas, I think, that we can build upon your suggestions and as Sarah said, do that detailed planning work and come back.
Okay, great. We can follow up offline and just make sure we've got a clear check, if there's anything council needs to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, Councillor Knack actually touched on exactly what I wanted to come around to, is really that amenity and that customer experience in the transit center. And, I think it really goes beyond, thinking about some of our existing spaces in the downtown core, but just sort of our philosophical approach to the design of transit centers. And it seems that we often prioritize operational efficiency in terms of the movement of buses rather than the user experience there. So, interested in, building on that idea of, creating some commercial spaces, but maybe going even further around co-locating housing, co-locating other community facilities, a community league, for example. I guess to put that into a question is, how many transit centers are coming up for renewal or might be available for this type of rethink?
Thank you so much. I don't have the exact metric in front of me, but we are starting our planning process for the next 4-year budget cycle. Absolutely going through the list and can flag those opportunities. The vision that you're describing is completely in sync with what administration is thinking and working on. I'm excited for you to hear about the city plan and the transit components. It's exactly what you've described. I'm not sure if Ms. McCabe wants to add anything to that, but I feel like we are definitely in support of what you're describing.
I think this is another one of those policy areas where we would recommend to council that we have to figure out which policy it is for activation of transit centers and then amend the policy and bring back actually how we would activate that. I think it's got strong alignment to city plan, but there would definitely be financial trade-offs in terms of the land or the real estate file. We would just have to bring that information to council and bring you the right policy. So as part of that policy review that we're doing, we can give you an idea of which policies would need to be amended and if that was the desire of council to look at that further.
Great, that's really exciting, thank you. And I know, we were talking a bit about sort of commercial spaces, but thinking about opportunities for partnerships with social enterprise as well, and maybe meeting some of our other community needs like food security, having pickups there as well. But yeah, really exciting to hear that you're exploring that. We look forward to seeing policies coming forward that we can build on. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Salvador.
Thank you. So just a bit of a, I guess, longer term question. Because obviously, permanent, stable, predictable funding is one of the biggest challenges we face with transit. But I'm curious about the announcement that was made earlier this year around that federal investment in transit. I think 2026 is when that's going to be starting. But I'm curious, when would we start to have conversations around programming that funding to not only meet our transit needs, but contribute to our climate goals as well?
Wonderful question. Thank you, Councillor. So a couple of things. One, we have a follow-up report coming early in the new year about sustainable, predictable funding for transit. We also have a bus rapid transit motion that also talks about the permanent transit funding. We will have a report coming forward about our next garage facility for growth to finally start to talk about growth to the service, which I think we're all interested in exploring and understanding better. So it's definitely imminent. I think the next 4-year budget cycle we'll certainly be talking in a bit more granular detail about opportunities related to both the permanent transit fund as well as the zero emission fund that was announced. There's lots of layers and partnership opportunities with Canada Infrastructure Bank as an example. We were able to leverage some of their funding through a loan to support us in getting the additional 20 electric buses as well as one other example.
Great. Thank you very much.
And that's it for questions. All right. Shall we move on to I'd like to first thank you for your presentation and information. And then I think we're moving on to, is it public auction or?
Relationships and listening, so Catherine Owen will lead that.
Okay.
We'll just take a couple of minutes to reset.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Just give my colleagues another 30 seconds to come in. All right, in the interest of time, I think we'll just move forward and on with our presentation on serving Edmontonians through relationships and listening. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if you wouldn't mind doing a quick roll call just to confirm that we do.
Still have quorum?
Yes.
Okay, that we haven't lost anybody online. All right. All right, Councillor Jans? Okay, Councillor Rice?
Here.
Councillor Cartmel?
Hi there.
Councillor Salvador?
Yes, hello.
Hello. Councillor
Hello.
Rutherford?
Hello.
And did I just hear Councillor Jans? Perfect, thank you. And Councillor Hamilton?
Yep, I'm here.
And Councillor Tang?
Here.
Councillor Paquette?
Hello.
Hello. Councillor Stevenson?
Good morning.
Councillor Principe?
Present.
Councillor Knack?
Good morning, and sorry, just, I actually do agree with Councillor Paquette. I think Councillor Wright, your microphone is coming across very quiet, and it's not you sitting close, you're sitting very close. I just think it's your volume is quite a bit lower than everyone else's mic right now.
Okay, so I'll have to check with IT to,
Yeah, not for now to solve, but it's something for later.
okay, and I'll just speak up, thank you. All right, we're ready to roll? Thank you.
Great. Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. It's a pleasure to be in front of you again. I'm joined this morning by the three branch managers of Communications and Engagement, Mary Sturgeon, branch manager of Reputation and Brand, Rob Klatchuk, branch manager of Relationships and Customer Access, and Ryan Barkway, branch manager of Research, Communication and Engagement. Next slide, please. Today we will work through three specific topics that speak about the city's relationships with fellow city-building organizations, other orders of government, and Edmontonians. And to tie it all together, we've added some opening remarks about our city brand work, which, as you well know, is how we show up as a city and how we are perceived by Edmontonians. Next slide, please. Before we begin, I wanted to reassure you that what you presented to us on Monday, listening to and learning from your constituents, was extremely helpful to us and is very much aligned to what we will present today. There are three things we heard from you in that session and in your onboarding activities thus far. First, we work with and for all Edmontonians. We must approach all aspects of our service work with empathy and compassion. Our service as a department is for 972,000 people, and we're constantly looking for ways to reach diverse audiences and attract diverse voices. We're in the service business, and that has to be meaningful and as personal as it can be. Second, we're always looking to evaluate the effectiveness of our work. The seasonality and repeatability of work done in close partnership with Edmontonians allows us this rare opportunity to listen to them about how we're doing. Through this self-reflection and long-term attachment to work, we recognize that we must constantly improve and seek out excellence to deliver value to Edmontonians. You called it in your listening and learning session on Monday, iterative work, and we agree. Finally, you are serious as a council about respect and relationships. You have deep relationships in the community, in social media, and with traditional media. Knowing that you will be speaking about and championing and at times advocating for 73 distinct services, we must, as a department, provide you with tools and information that can aid you in your roles as sense makers, ambassadors, and decision makers. And now, over to Mary Sturgeon for a brief introduction to our city brand work.
Thanks, Catherine, and good morning, Council. I'm very pleased to be with you here today to discuss the City of Edmonton's corporate and place brand. Next slide, please. Brands and branding are sometimes misunderstood. However, they're very important and have tremendous value. A brand is what an organization, a product, a company is known for. It's the beliefs that people have in their minds when they think about a product, service, or organization. For us at the City of Edmonton organization, it's what people feel and experience when they call 311, get their notice of assessment in the mail, renew their pet license, or get approval on a development permit. For Edmonton, our brand is what people believe, perceive, or understand when they think about this place. A place to live, launch an idea, invest in, and grow a business. To maintain a strong brand, we have to work on it every day and be consistent so that we're reinforcing a positive brand perception in the hearts and minds of those we serve. So brands are much more than a logo or a tagline. In fact, those are just expressions of a brand. They're not the brand itself. Next slide. A strong brand builds trust among those you serve and those who may be thinking about accessing your services. Within competitive markets, strong brands also build loyalty and affinity. It's important for our operations within the community and rec facilities branch, for example, where people have options around their recreation activities. A strong brand builds relationship capital. This gives an organization permission to try new things and helps when things don't go as planned. A strong brand also sets service expectations, ensuring there's a consistent user experience regardless of how a person may interact with the city organization. A strong brand has value as well. A strong place brand in particular supports economic development and can create the conditions for business retention and investment, attracting and retaining people, and helping ideas get to market. Next slide. When it comes to confirming our corporate brand attributes, we were guided by our corporate promise, our cultural commitments, and by talking to city staff and members of the public. What we heard is that the city is and should continue to have ambition to be collaborative, community-focused, efficient, open, and progressive. Our place brand attributes of open, inventive, cooperative, and risk-taking were guided by community conversations dating back to 2012 and 2013 through the Make Something Edmonton initiative. We validated those more recently through research and the engagement that was done by the city plan team and the 6 guiding values that Edmontonians told us they wanted to see in that plan and their city. Next, I want to show a brief video to show really an example of a brand expression. I believe this video beautifully brings together the attributes of the big and small C cities, Edmonton the municipality, and Edmonton the place. Videos and other marketing materials like this help people understand the kind of organization the city is, what we believe in, how we work for Edmontonians, and the kind of city Edmonton the place is. It's a place where people bring others around a problem or opportunity and kick an idea into a play to address it. You can go ahead and play the video, please.
We are located out here at the Old Man Creek Nursery, which is a city-owned nursery. And now City Farms, this is its inception year, so this is our first year of doing this project. We broke ground for the first time this May. We have planted up approximately 10 acres worth of land, and the mandate of this is to be able to take fresh produce to organizations like the Food Bank, akin, the Food Run program, and be able to have community baskets put together with locally produced vegetables that are given away to the community.
Well, it means a lot more to me growing this food, knowing that it's going to a good cause. And I think that I'm a lot more invested into this project than I would be in my own personal garden. Just knowing that it's going to be putting smiles on people's faces and making an impact.
We are growing potatoes, we are growing beets, carrots, we are also growing pumpkins, we are growing corn, we have sunflowers, essentially just for a little color and to bring in some pollinators. We had volunteer days where we had different teams come out from different quadrants of horticulture and assist within the plantings. So we had several mass planting days in which we had 12, 15 different people come out to assist in the labor. And then after the bulk of that planting was done, the majority of the weeding and maintenance and just general day-to-day occurrences that have gone on have been conducted by our landscape apprentice people. These gentlemen have been working extremely hard to tend the crops and to keep the weeds down and to keep us moving forward to a nice harvest season, especially in a year like this with COVID and everything. I personally think it's just a wonderful thing that we can actually reinforce our community members and people that might be in a tough spot, be it financially or occupation-wise or what have you, that we can actually bolster our local community by providing a very essential service in my mind through our city horticultural department and our team efforts to basically give back to our residents of Edmonton.
We have received a ton of beautiful produce from the Edmonton Nursery, and so this helps us to offset the cost of food purchasing so that we can actually extend our program, because we anticipate that because of the hardships that have been magnified by COVID, this will need to be a longer-term program. Since the pandemic, we've increased from 100 families accessing the program per week to about 400. And so, of course, this has meant that there's a significant increase in the volume of food required to ensure that families are receiving enough food for their growing children as well as aging seniors. So it's important financially, but also socially, to reveal the invisible struggle of food insecurity.
It's a huge positive boost for myself, for the people working out here, because we have a very worthwhile cause that we're doing this for. And so, to be honest, for me, like, yes, it's physical work, but when it's harvest day, like, we're out here playing, harvesting carrots, harvesting beets, having a great time, knowing that this produce is going to people who need it.
You might also be interested to know, Council, that our first team activity post-pandemic or post-lockdown for ELT was harvesting at the farm, and I discovered that my pharma DNA is alive and well. I'm built for picking vegetables, I've discovered. It was a great morning.
Thanks, Katrin. Brand is really essential to relationship building and city building. It establishes a common ground we can collectively work from, the kind of city or even region we want to be today and tomorrow. Connect Edmonton recognizes the role of partners and the people of Edmonton to co-create what we all want this place to be and become. People work together here, and that's how we get things done. This is the essence of Edmonton. I'll now turn it back to Katrin and my colleagues, who will talk more about the collaboration in action and why it works so well to get us where we and Edmontonians envision.
Thanks, Mary. What should be interesting about the next 3 items is that chapter by chapter we'll move from behind-the-scenes work that we do to very visible citizen-facing work. I'm hoping that it will be obvious how the spirit and rigor of our brand is subtly guiding everything that we do. Our goal for this first topic is to give you a broad overview of how an aligned and coordinated approach to relationships and partnerships helps achieve the goals of Connect Edmonton and the city plan. Next slide, thanks. To start, we cannot achieve our goals alone. We do not have all the ideas, we do not have all the answers, or the ability to build our city of the future without fellow city builders. In various relationships and partnerships, the city works with an astounding 4,000 or so organizations to do a variety of things, deliver programs and services, realize new opportunities, and ultimately enable a better life for all Edmontonians. All departments have relationships and partnerships that they work with to deliver work on behalf of Edmontonians. And with many departments sharing some of these relationships and partnerships, our small external relations and partnership team provides a central point of coordination to ensure that we're approaching our city building partners in a strategic and consistent way. Over the next 90 days, many city departments will be bringing forward recommendations for your approval that will be developed in collaboration with and consideration of our city building partners. However, it's unlikely that you'll hear directly from our external relations and partnership team. What they do is provide an enabling back-of-house service that supports other departments in this important work. And to provide a more detailed overview of the approach to this work, here's Rob Klatchuk.
Thank you, Catherine. The City of Edmonton's Relationship and Partnership Framework is administration's guiding document for strategic, aligned, and impactful relationship and partnership work. The framework provides a way to ensure our work is evaluated. This emphasizes that we need to consider relevance, effectiveness, and efficiency in the application of the limited resources available to our municipality. The ecosystem of city building relationships, partnerships, and stakeholders is large and by definition complex. In your role as councillors, you have or will likely have touch points with many of the sectors shown on the screen. Although the relationship and partnership framework is a tool to support administration as it supports you, we want to be more transparent and clear about the language you will hear administration use in council reports and presentations. Next slide. We're being intentional about our choice of words so that we maintain our discipline in how we manage these diverse interactions. Although applying labels to an interaction seems counterintuitive, it enables us to facilitate a consistent user experience for the city building person or group. What is important to note is that by better understanding the level of interaction, we better understand our role and contributions. It's important to note that when a person or organization could initially be in one category, as shown on the screen, the nature of their involvement can shift left to right and back again on the continuum. Sometimes a person or an organization can be all of these three things at once. This occurs when there are many distinct touch points with various city programs and services. To bring this to life, here are a few examples that might be of interest to you. First is the approach we piloted with our post-secondary institutions. You may ask, why post-secondary institutions? Well, they have a significant presence in Edmonton. Some of them are like small cities to themselves. We work together to advance major initiatives like the expansion of our transit system and the implementation of the technologies like the ARC card. Promoting health and academic institutions as anchors for innovation, entrepreneurship, and creativity is also part of the city plan. Right now, we are doing this work with the University of Alberta, NAIT, Norquest College, and MacEwan University. 3 institutions will be joining within the coming weeks. They are King's University, Yellowhead Tribal College, and Concordia University of Edmonton. Our conversations are guided by the 4 pillars shown on the screen, and as you can see, the language we use is very closely aligned to the corporate and place brands Mary just reviewed. These 4 strategic themes have greatly assisted us in having consistent and aligned city-building conversations. After the work with the post-secondaries, we expanded our support to include specific external stakeholders that have many ongoing and complex touch points into the administration. As the first example of this program, our team is supporting citizen services and financial and corporate services in identifying opportunities and addressing challenges for our flagship arts organizations. This group includes membership by the Edmonton Arts Council, the Citadel, the Winspear Centre, and the Art Gallery of Alberta. The initial focus of our work together involved understanding shared challenges and shared visions for how these organizations can inspire, support, and benefit from a vibrant downtown. Recent conversations have focused on navigating the impacts of the pandemic and creating a welcoming downtown space to reattract patrons to their venues and the civic precinct. The first two examples I reviewed focused on primary relationship management, where the relationship and partnerships team takes the lead. The last case study ties into the brand work Mary discussed. With the recent presentation of the City of Edmonton's Government Relations Plan, and you'll hear more about this in the future from our Intergovernmental Affairs team, there was a significant discussion of how all the various municipal stakeholders could work together to be ambassadors for Edmonton, a Team Edmonton approach. All departments have relationships and partnerships they use to deliver work on behalf of Edmontonians. And with many departments sharing some of these connections, our small external relationship and partnership team provides a centralized service. This ensures we are approaching our city-building partners in a coordinated and strategic way. We are creating a message library or a platform to support various leaders, influencers, change makers, and city builders to achieve the goals of Connect Edmonton. As we mature this work, we will continue to keep you updated.
Thanks, Rob. Our team is eager to support your work as an ambassador for the City of Edmonton. Similar to the support we provide the city manager, we can help you if you have an upcoming meeting with an external organization and would like more information on who they are and how they're currently working with administration. We can assist with providing additional information, such as key messages, if you wish, that reflect our shared on-brand approach. The onboarding guide you recently received has the email address you can use to initiate contact with the team. Now on to the next topic, intergovernmental context and initiatives. It's going to be a fair bit of information, but on an ongoing basis, Council will receive regular, just-in-time briefings as this important portfolio is quite dynamic, as you can appreciate, and continues to evolve with our shifting context. Before we start, I want to reinforce that the Mayor and Councillors are the politicians. As an administration, we deeply respect the courageous move you've made to enter or continue political life. In addition to seeing our intergovernmental affairs function as an enabler to our colleagues in other departments, we consider ourselves an enabling service for Council, which is the decision-making and advocacy body. Connect Edmonton places great emphasis on the reality that our municipal borders are porous. We are not a city-state called Edmonton. We are part of an ecosystem called the region. The pandemic has made this even more vivid. There is a strong need to align our rules, protocols, and approaches to make things simple for our regional residents. We thrive or falter as one group. Many of the day-to-day services provided by the City of Edmonton and the other 12 municipalities in the region are dependent on funding from other orders of government, require collaboration between various government ministries and community partners, rely on new legislative tools to be successful, and or involve coordinated efforts between the city and other municipalities or municipal associations, which we will discuss further. While we have a long track record of collaborating with one another and with other orders of government, this pandemic and these challenging economic times have reminded us how critical it is to align our collective efforts to support the advancement of our shared interests for the benefit of Edmontonians. Rob Klatchuk leads the Small Centralized Intergovernmental Affairs Unit. At a high level, this small group leads the research, analysis, advocacy, and coordination functions for our work with the Government of Alberta, the Government of Canada, and the related forums in which we act as the city's advocate. In the Urban Planning and Economy Department, there is another small group led by Jeff Chase, who does complementary and coordinated work, but with the regional portfolio. With their specialized skills in land use planning and economic development, that team is well positioned to ensure the work of the department is done in lockstep with the regional partners. Finally, in the Financial and Corporate Services Department, there's another team who does our corporate grants administration. You talked about this yesterday. Under Stacey's leadership, they identify grants that fund city building projects and programs that keep us in compliance with the strict reporting requirements from other orders of government. Here's the arc of the next 90 days of intergovernmental and regional work. Important to note is that this portfolio is particularly dynamic, as I've said, and we may need to revisit these council touchpoints as the work evolves. Intergovernmental affairs will also provide updates on significant topics as they emerge, such as introduction letters to the newly announced federal cabinet or breaking news on a matter of important policy. We are focused on getting you this just-in-time information to allow you to be effective in your roles as Edmonton's ambassadors to the regional, provincial, and federal orders of government and other intergovernmental organizations. This group, I should say, has deep and effective relationships with their administrative counterparts in other orders of government. Next slide, thanks. You likely heard from your constituents that they expect the city to work together with the other orders of government. Understanding the national and provincial context helps identify how the city engages in this type of collaborative work. Edmonton has approximately 1/4 of the provincial population, but is only one of approximately 350 other municipalities. All are vying and competing for provincial attention and support. And at the national level, there are thousands of other municipalities. As you can see on the screen here, Edmontonians have little representation in the governing parties of either the provincial or federal governments. As you know better than most, this can make it more challenging to build government awareness in support of our city's needs. In this geopolitical context, the City of Edmonton must continue to be strategic and collaborative in its ongoing advocacy and city-building efforts. It's essential to build relationships with government officials and leverage partnerships with other municipalities and municipal associations. Rob is now going to provide you with more information about that work.
Thanks again, Katrin. As we seek to advance the City of Edmonton's interests, there are some legislative parameters that we have to work within. As you've covered in other sessions, the Municipal Government Act, or MGA, establishes the city and the scope of its authority. While municipalities have lots of autonomy to manage their own affairs and make decisions to best meet the needs of their communities, we're ultimately under control of the Government of Alberta and its legislation. In addition to the MGA, there are charters for Edmonton and Calgary, a regulation for our Regional Growth Management Board, and many other pieces of legislation affecting the city, from safety codes to emergency management and supporting local festivals. This means that when legislative changes, it can have big consequences for the city. Fortunately, the MGA recognized the importance of the province working together with Alberta's municipalities in a spirit of partnership. Still, it's often up to the city to initiate this partnership and to start the work with our provincial government leaders when we want to influence decisions. In your role as elected officials, our Intergovernmental Affairs team will work to support you as you build or expand your relationships with your counterparts at the federal and provincial governments. The executive leadership team has built strong relationships with their administrative counterparts at the province, and we are hopeful that by coordinating and aligning our administrative and political advocacy efforts, we will achieve Council's vision for a healthy, prosperous, and resilient Edmonton and region. Catherine mentioned a few times that the intergovernmental portfolio is dynamic. Just prior to your election, the federal election returned a minority Liberal government. Despite similar pre- and post-election party numbers, there are some important things to note about the newer federal government. As a minority government, the Liberals will likely be working closely with the NDP or Bloc to pass bills, and as such, we would anticipate to see more left-leaning decisions and policies. Next, with the election of Randy Boissonnault in Edmonton Centre and his subsequent appointment to cabinet, Alberta is now represented in the federal cabinet. He and George Chahal in Calgary Skyview provide two new direct voices in the federal caucus, which were not previously available. Third, the popular vote by party has shifted in different provinces. For example, the Conservative Party had lower votes in Alberta, but gained votes in other provinces. Although the People's Party did not win any seats, they did capture more than 5% of the popular votes. Put together, this tells us that though there wasn't a significant change in seat distribution, there are other dynamics at play that will influence decision-making and which require an agile intergovernmental response. Finally, although the federal speech from the throne is still coming, we do anticipate continued receptiveness to the issues of interest to the City of Edmonton. Should the city's priorities change, however, there may need to be some effort to alert federal colleagues of the new perspective in a timely manner. In addition to the geopolitical type elements we've just gone over, the city's intergovernmental landscape continues to shift considerably, with governments at all levels pivoting to recover phase as a result of the pandemic. There have been major federal and provincial investments to promote recovery. However, the current fiscal challenges that all orders of government are facing will require us to look for solutions together. They will require us to be smart, collaborative, and agile with our strategies going forward. We will need to choose when to act independently and when to leverage the influence of other municipalities and ensure coordinated messages across all mechanisms. Intergovernmental Affairs will work with colleagues across the city to support Council in this work. Of note, the work is consistent with the change lever of partnership and advocacy in the city plan, which recognizes the critical role of relationships with other governments. A coordinated approach to intergovernmental work helps influence and foster relationships with other orders of government and municipal stakeholders to advance the city's interests and long-term strategic goals. Put simply, there are three key objectives of the city's intergovernmental approach. Build awareness and understanding of the city's strategic interests through mutually beneficial relationships. Use advocacy channels and opportunities to influence policy and funding decisions, and promote stronger collaboration with our municipal neighbors for a more successful region. Council will be supportive in its advocacy efforts with an awareness of all the relevant touchpoints and the just-in-time information needed to be successful. By working in this aligned and coordinated way, the City of Edmonton will be continue to be an effective advocate and partner in the regional, provincial, and federal spaces. As of today, this screen is showing the city's key advocacy focus areas so far this year. These advocacy areas can be regional, provincial, federal, or even with the big cities. From an administrative perspective, it is often difficult to predict where the future government, legislative, and policy decisions may occur that will require additional intergovernmental support. However, the list on the screen, listed in no particular order, should give you a sense of the range of potential federal and provincial advocacy efforts that can occur at any one time or be ongoing. We fully recognize that these major focus areas could be refined or adjusted depending on your work together as a council. We'd like to share a little more background on municipal associations. These groups are key to amplifying the municipal perspectives and are often an important part of our intergovernmental strategies. This information is intended to supplement what you have received and will receive from other sessions. First, from a nationwide perspective, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, or FCM, brings together nearly 2,000 municipalities representing more than 90% of Canadians. FCM advocates at the federal level and makes decisions through a board of directors comprised of elected municipal officials and affiliate members. The board meets quarterly to develop policy positions on key national municipal issues. The next annual FCM conference will be held in Regina, Saskatchewan on June 2nd through 5th, 2022. The Big City Mayors Caucus, or BCMC, is FCM's caucus of mayors of the 22 largest Canadian municipalities and includes cities such as Toronto, Montreal, Vancouver, Edmonton, and Calgary. FCM staff provide direct support for all BCMC events and activities. At the provincial level, the Alberta Urban Municipalities Association, or AUMA, represents Alberta's 265 or so urban municipalities from cities to summer villages, where over 85% of Albertans live. AUMA provides both advocacy and business services to its members. The city has a long-standing relationship with AUMA, and as one of the largest municipalities in the membership, the city is automatically allocated 2 of the 15 elected official seats on AUMA's board of directors. The city also typically has representation on most committees. This year, AUMA's annual convention is in Edmonton from November 17th through 19th. It provides the largest provincial opportunity for elected officials and municipal staff to network, attend sessions, and meet provincial ministers and vote on resolutions. Elected officials are encouraged to attend and will be supported by administrative staff. Registration is open and details can be found on the AUMA website. Now over to Stephanie McCabe to speak about the region.
Thank you, Rob. And as Katrin referenced, there's a small team in urban planning and economy led by Jeff Chase, who work with the regional partners both in formal and informal ways. They are the 12 other municipalities that make up the Edmonton metropolitan region, many Indigenous governments and communities, and areas such as the airport and Edmonton Garrison Base, which are administered by the federal government. It's been recognized that there is collective power when we work with 1.3 million residents. Moving our communities forward in alignment has been a long-standing opportunity. It was recognized back in 2018 by the Metro Mayors Alliance Advisory Panel, who worked together to produce a report titled Be Ready or Be Left Behind. In summarizing quite a comprehensive report, there were 3 main recommendations that came out of it. First, we need to hunt as a pack for economic development. Second, that we should approach land use planning as one entity. And third, that we should deliver transit as a regional service. So skipping over many steps and years, there's now in the region, first, Edmonton Global. Second, the Edmonton Metropolitan Region Board for Land Use Planning and a Regional Transit Services Commission. So this will set an important foundation for the next cohort of regional councils to continue to breathe life into this important work. So with regards to economic development, you had a separate briefing on Edmonton Global last Friday, which Edmonton Global was created to focus on foreign direct investment. And what that is getting investment to our region. So I'll just emphasize a few points here. Our ability to align ourselves as a region has the potential to build our region into an engine for economic growth and diversification. We have tremendous resources and people. Our land and employment opportunities are great here. And each of our regional partners brings their own unique function to that regional table. And coordination amongst the partners to leverage our collective strengths does make this region strong. Our ability to succeed as a city in isolation doesn't occur without thinking about our neighbors. And these relationships are intertwined with other orders of government as we share a joint responsibility for global competitiveness for our region. Over the past year, and given the city's size and national profile, Edmonton has frequently acted as a convener and amplifier of the regional work at the regional tables. Another example of this is the Collaborative Economic Development Work, sometimes referred to as CED, an initiative through which the 13 municipalities in the Edmonton metropolitan region have agreed to come together with a shared goal that after a company decides to invest here in Edmonton, that we're going to make it easier for them to invest in Edmonton through the business supports that are being provided. You're going to learn more about the body of work said in the coming months. There'll be a regional update that'll be coming to you. Next is land use planning. And as mentioned before, that's done through the Edmonton Metropolitan Region Board, where Edmonton and 12 other municipalities are legislated through the provincial government to work together to coordinate land use and planning spanning nearly 9,500 square kilometers. The city is represented at the board, committees, and task force, and there's also by the EMRB elected officials, and you'll be supported by our administration for that work. The primary functions of the Edmonton Metropolitan Region Board, sorry for the acronym, are to implement a regional growth plan and the Edmonton Metro Region Servicing Plan. And really that is to focus on smart and sustainable growth, contiguous development, density targets, and integrated land use. There's currently a 5-year review of the growth plan underway, and we will bring you updates as needed through that process. Another recent governance structure that has been formed is the Edmonton Metro Transit Commission, which Carrie referenced this morning. It's really in its initial startup phase. And many of the partners involved in the Edmonton Transit Commission are also City of Edmonton partners in the ARC Pass, which is the electronic fare payment pass. Will make it easier to get on and off transit and more convenient to use transit in the greater region. We'll be providing updates on the Edmonton Metro Transit services as we get further along in those conversations as referenced by Carrie this morning. Back to you, Rob.
Thank you. Circling back, we approach all of our work in the context of our city brand and story. We want to provide you with support that takes a whole team approach to advancing the city's interests. We are heavily leaning into our city plan for the language that may be helpful to council as it does its important work. Our city plan prompts the question, what is our advocacy story so that Edmonton can be a healthy, urban, and climate resilient city of 2 million people who participate in the success of a prosperous region? Any documents that are prepared for you will always keep 2 points in mind. What do we bring to the table, and what do we need to enable a better life for Edmontonians? The specifics of our messaging will evolve as the city's priorities shift in response to changes in our fiscal, economic, social, and political environments, and ultimately as directed by City Council. To detail some of the support Council will receive, councillors will be prepared with the materials needed to support political advocacy and relationship building that is aligned to the city's strategic approach. Depending on the topic and the assignments of individual councillors, we will make sure each representative has the briefings needed to participate in various intergovernmental and regional boards and commissions. Inside of administration, all of the various intergovernmental submissions will be coordinated, and in partnership with the other departments, we will bring forward various reports on the submissions that require council's endorsement. Finally, we will monitor and analyze policy, legislative and funding changes, and provide timely updates to your offices with how the various announcements could impact city building and governance work. There are many touch points where we will be able to seek your direction and assess how we can support you in your roles. For example, each year, our city will have the opportunity to share submissions as input into the provincial and federal governmental annual budget and business planning development processes. These pre-budget submissions provide an opportunity to highlight Edmonton's strategic priorities and focus on areas where the city can continue to work together with the provincial and federal governments to advance our shared goals. We will be bringing forward a future council report on this topic through our future intergovernmental updates. The content on the screen reflects a few touch points that we know as of today, but we will adjust as dates are clarified and other emergent work requires your attention.
Thank you, Rob. We hope that you can see this work is integrated with an ambition of excellence and able to constantly adapt to shifting priorities. We look forward to continuing to support you in your intergovernmental advocacy and relationship building activities. And now for our final topic of the morning. Thank you for being patient with us. Listening and learning through public engagement and research. As you learned earlier this week, the direction of Connect Edmonton and the actions of City Plan were informed by thousands of Edmontonians using robust public engagement and research processes. From those processes, we learned so much about what Edmontonians value and what a better life means for them now and into the future. Now that both plans are approved, the focus of public engagement and research shifts to City Plan implementation and supporting the design and delivery of many programs, services, and projects discussed in the corporate business plan. Public engagement, listening, learning, and leading is incorporated into many of our major projects and some of our most significant policy work. Ryan and I will be leading this part of the presentation today, but it's pertinent to note that when you hear about public engagement and research in your upcoming committee and council meetings, it will likely be brought through ELT and our branch manager colleagues as they bring forward recommendations for your approval. Through a new section in council reports called Community Insights, administration will describe how various ways of listening and engaging influence the recommendations that are being brought before you. Important to note is that public engagement and research are only two of the many ways in which we listen as an organization. They aren't better or worse than any other ways, they're just appropriate in particular circumstances. With that in mind, there are no specific public engagement and research-related council reports planned for the first 90 days of your term. Expanding on my comment that public engagement and research are only two of the ways we listen, this slide shows the many ways that we can seek out the perspectives of Edmontonians. Every employee, in one way or another, is a listener and can take what they've heard to find excellent ways to deliver municipal services. Most of our employees also live in Edmonton, so seeking their perspectives is a very important way to understand how we can enable a better life for them and their families while we're thinking of the 972,000 others. I think it's important to note that there is no hierarchy of ways to listen. Depending on the decision we need to make or are requesting council to make, we can make use of any of this listening arsenal to help us understand how to meet the needs of Edmontonians using the resources we have available as a municipality. And listening is not something that is ever perfected or ever over. It's iterative and ongoing. Over to you, Ryan.
Thanks, Katrin, and good morning, everyone. As we near the end of our session, we want to provide a high-level overview of the city's public engagement policy and practices, beginning with a formal definition. Public engagement is a process that creates opportunities for people to contribute to decision-making by City Council and administration about the city's policies, programs, projects, and services, and communicates how public input is collected and used. There are several words here that are crucial components of formal public engagement, as it's a process that is tied to decision-making. The City of Edmonton has always conducted some form of engagement, but has been more intentional about formalizing it over the past 2 decades, including establishing bodies to guide the process and development of a new public engagement policy, Policy 593A. The city has a small but very committed public engagement team that serves as a central point of coordination to ensure excellent service delivery for the corporation and for Edmontonians, as well as alignment to council direction. Currently, the team provides advice and expertise on digital and in-person public engagement to over 90 active projects. Despite the relatively small size of the team, they do exceptional work. In fact, the City of Edmonton has a best-in-class public engagement program that was named both the 2018 Organization of the Year by the International Association for Public Participation of Canada, IAP2 Canada, as well as IAP2 International. These are top honors in our industry, but certainly this is no reason to rest on our laurels and where we've been. The vision and guiding principles are the elements that help to guide, define, and evaluate public engagement practice. The 5 guiding principles are further defined in the policy, but generally speaking, public engagement is a shared responsibility that requires support from and is carried out by many. Engagement is more meaningful when we hear diverse perspectives obtained through intentional relationship building and perspective seeking. Being proactive, timely, and transparent means we engage early, allow people to have time to engage, and tell people how we arrived at decisions with transparency as well as respect for confidentiality. We also find strategies to reach diverse communities and remove barriers to engaging to be more inclusive and accessible. And finally, innovation and continually. In addition, the city has developed the public engagement spectrum to articulate the level of public involvement or role in the decision-making process. Advise, where the public plays a consultant-type role. Refine, we see the public helping the city adapt and adjust policies, programs, and services. Create, where the public collaborates with the city in a way to develop and build solutions together. And finally, decide, where the public makes decisions on behalf of the city. The spectrum highlights the city's commitment to using public input and feedback, provides a consistent signal for the public to understand their role in the engagement process, and demonstrates how their input will shape the process and be incorporated into a decision. As we move along the spectrum, there's an increasing level of public influence on city decisions. There are some decisions that involve helping the city decide between one of 2 options, and others where Edmontonians help to co-create a project from the early stages. Different projects use one or more different roles at different times, depending on what roles are most suitable to support the project outcomes. There really is no one-size formula for public engagement. You might notice that communicate is not a part of this spectrum. That's because the city communicates at each and every stage of public engagement work. The city also provides strategic research and planning advice. The corporate research team manages the Edmonton Insight Community, which is an online panel comprising 13,000 Edmonton residents. The corporate research team provides support and guidance in the fields of customer experience, user experience, and citizen perception. The team also provides design support for questionnaires, focus groups, one-on-one interviews, and intercept surveys. Depending on the nature and scale of the research, the team also has a list of pre-qualified service providers who can be leveraged for focus group research, telephone surveys, or advanced analytics. So turning now to how the city formally reports the results of public engagement and research. The first type of reporting is through a What We Heard or similarly named document. This is where we provide a summary of the public engagement process and the perspectives provided by the community. What We Heard reports are usually attached to the specific project or service that inspired the work and are published on edmonton.ca. The second type of reporting is through a council report, by which administration indicates how the results of the public engagement process influenced or were considered in decision-making. Previously, this section in council reports was called public engagement. However, the section was renamed Community Insights to provide a more inclusive way to describe how listening to Edmontonians through formal public engagement and beyond has shaped the report's recommendation. Edmontonians are eager to be our partners in enabling a better life for themselves and their communities. When Edmontonians show up to share their voice, either in person or virtually, we want them to know how and why their perspectives will be used. We consistently say what we're going to do, and we consistently follow through. Getting people to be honest with us takes trust. Trust that we have been working very hard to earn. Continued rigor and continuous improvement helps maintain that trust and inspire further participation from interested Edmontonians. We need their perspectives, and we're eager to learn from Edmontonians, learn from them, and incorporate their wisdom into the recommendations we put forward to you for decision. Katrin.
Fundamentally, the city makes better decisions when we consider the perspectives of the community. Public engagement and research are two ways that the administration does this. Depending on the project, program, or service, there are many other listening tools, as I've mentioned. And those also include council meetings, public hearings, intergovernmental and external relationship and partnership activities, the various city agencies, boards, and committees, as well as connecting directly with community leagues, neighborhood associations, and Edmonton's local businesses. Working collaboratively with these groups, as well as with the Coalition for the Advancement of Public Engagement, that's another acronym for you, CAPE, who was formerly known as the Guiding Coalition for Public Engagement. This is a key part of continuous improvement and enhancing transparency and accountability with respect to a public engagement culture and practice at the City of Edmonton. We're committed to continuing to evolve our internationally recognized public engagement and research. As you continue your terms, you'll continue to see us approach public engagement in more contemporary and inclusive ways, because we know there's much more we can do to ensure that our practice anticipates and reflects the evolving preferences and needs of Edmontonians. And as this practice evolves and the public's capacity to participate grows, our practices need to adapt and change. The pandemic inspired administration to think quickly about how to maintain our practices without being able to do in-person public engagement, for example. This adaptability and resilience underscores the importance of engagement as a process and living practice. Currently, there's a significant emphasis placed on digital engagement, not only due to the gathering restrictions, but to keep pace with evolving citizen expectations to provide more convenient, user-friendly options. Diversity and inclusion also continues to be a focus area for the city. This year, we'll be working very hard on removing barriers to participation, attracting new and diverse opinions and voices for feedback on city projects through the evolution of tools and techniques, and connecting public engagement with the implementation of the Indigenous framework that you learned about yesterday. For example, projects such as Oracle, which was part of the Recover project, deployed a local listening methodology to hear from people who otherwise can be hard to reach through a regular engagement practice. And that project asked those folks about what happiness, well-being, and safety means to them. We continue to learn from these experiences and apply them to identify and remove biases, address colonization, racism, and systemic barriers in our engagement and research practices, and to help us engage with people in more humble, authentic ways about topics that are personally meaningful to them. By being intentional about expanding how and with whom we engage, the city provides opportunities for an increasing number and more diverse set of voices to contribute to this decision-making process. As I've mentioned, listening is an evolving commitment, and listening makes us better. Thank you very much for your time. I know we've just gone through a lot of slides. It's been a pleasure spending this time with you, and we're here, all of us, to answer any questions or receive any of your feedback. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We'll go to questions now. And Councillor Rutherford.
Good to see you, Rob. I have a few questions. I think I'll probably need 2 rounds. The first one is around intergovernmental relations. So if we have a meeting with other orders of government elected officials, is there sort of any process that we should be going to flag that? And or how do we work as a council to make sure when we have those opportunities, we're leveraging them to the best advancement of Edmonton?
I'll let Rob describe the specifics of how to route things, but in general, what we're aiming for as an organization is no ad hoc approach to topics that are very significant. The old adage of singing from the same song sheet is what compels us to know where you're going. It's not by any means a way of trying to monitor or control your activities, but rather to consolidate. Rob, just on the specifics of routing information.
In your briefing package, we gave an email address for us so that is one way to do it. And we're going to be rolling out shortly the message platform. And what we're really trying to ensure is that everyone's speaking, as Catherine just said, from the same thing. So most of that message platform should work for any audience because it's really city building messages, and as you as advocates and city builders would be using that. So that's really the primary mechanism, but we're there to help, and it'll evolve a little bit based on your feedback of how it's working too.
Great, thank you. A question I had around the regional collaboration is how is the city working to address the variance in capacity regionally from other various municipalities? So as an example, we have very specialized folks within the city because we have a larger municipality with the ability to specialize more, whereas let's say Stony Plain or Parkland County has 1 or 2 people that are very generalist in community well-being. As an example, how are we balancing that with the regional partnerships?
So I'll ask Ms. McCabe to weigh in on this, but I think it really does speak to the leadership role that Edmonton has typically taken here. It's a matter of capacity in a lot of cases. So our convening and amplification on key issues is largely due to that, as well as our ambition for an effective region. Stephanie?
Councillor Rutherford, there's many conversations at the EMRB table and the Edmonton Global table about this issue specifically, and it is very much an issue for the regional municipalities when we work with them. So the board has discussions about how to resource, if they're going to choose to resource with consulting or with people from the tables. They also have conversations about, does everybody need to be at that table? And so I know it's keenly on the minds of many of the regional municipalities, and also on our mind as well as we look to what we advance. So there's a delicate balance there that we don't want to take over the regional work because we have perhaps just more staff in general. And so we want to be aware of that the things that we do create at the region table are created by the region for the region. And so we are very aware of that when we work with them.
But I think it's safe to say, just from my understanding, that capacity does play a role in how effective we can or cannot collaborate.
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. I'll save the other questions for the second round. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tang?
Thank you so much. Having previously worked very closely with your department, I really appreciate the broad overview and kind of see a lot of things that I didn't know previously. I will probably need 2 rounds as well. I'll start just building on some of the intergovernmental questions that Councillor Rutherford had. I'm curious if you can expand on the intermunicipal framework with St. Albert. How did that come about? What triggered it? Do we have this kind of framework with other municipalities, say Beaumont? There's a number of, I guess, War-Gatineau borders, Beaumont. There's a number of, things that I would love to explore. How can I start that process? Do we go through you? And is there an existing process that I don't want to be stepping out of my line? So yeah, lots of questions around that.
Councillor Tang, there is an existing process with St. Albert right now. We will be bringing a report forward, I think actually this quarter, on the intermunicipal framework. ICF is the acronym for how we work with St. Albert. I can't remember if it's this quarter or quarter one, I apologize. And Q1 is what the team has just messaged me. And I do believe that we have had discussions about other intermunicipal frameworks, but I can't, the team would have to help me with what other groups, I'm not sure if there's somebody online who can help me with that as I pause for a moment. Other groups that we've had ICFs with, intermunicipal frameworks with.
Yeah, I can chime in there. Thanks very much, Stephanie. We will be returning in Q1 next year with an update on that framework, and we can include any other sort of pending future things that might be coming your way. But as of right now, there are none.
I think an important thing is that we've sought to use an intermunicipal framework with St. Albert because they're a willing partner. They came to us. And so if there was a desire for our council to lean in with some of the other surrounding municipalities to look at that opportunity and there was a willing partner on the other side of the table, then that's when that opportunity presents itself. So I'd be happy to talk more, perhaps offline with you if there's something that you've got a vision for that, and we can talk about what the mechanisms are about how we could make that happen.
That's great, thank you. For one of your slides about supporting you as a council, and it was a government relations one, I know, Ms. McCabe, you talked about our relationships with the First Nations, and I know yesterday Ms. Miller went in depth with some of the complexity there. I guess I'm just curious why, for example, they're not identified as one of those clusters, recognizing that we do have some of those relations?
We actually do think of that work as intergovernmental work, and we work very closely with the IRO. That's a very symbiotic relationship. We also take guidance from Ms. Miller on an ongoing basis on how to engage First Nations governments. Am I getting at your question?
Yeah, I guess I just more in terms of presentation of that information. I'm just looking at this particular slide, and I just think it's good to, I guess, be more, to place that sort of top of mind.
Explicit.
Yeah, exactly.
And overt about that.
That's right.
Happy to add it.
And I have lots of questions moving into public engagement area. I'm very pleased you brought up the Oracle example. In fact, the first week I was actually on site, and I thought it was quite phenomenal what they're doing in terms of mapping data related to well-being from the ground up, and not only the process but also the incorporation of technology, creating a dashboard. So I will just say here that I'm very keen to follow more how your team will help scale some of those methods.
I spent the morning there too and was similarly blown away. Not only is it innovative, but it is so heartfelt that I think we've got lots that we could incorporate.
That's great. And I guess just related to some of this work, as you know, this is a project that's very close to my heart, having been the project manager, and this is where I first met you, Ms. Owen, in your previous capacity. Tools like door knocking, for example, we used it during the project at the time, and I was happy to see it incorporated in other public engagement. I guess I'm just wondering, how do you leverage those kinds of tools? And, in talking to my council colleagues, many councillors go out, periodically to door knock. How do we incorporate or amalgamate some of those data and information back to you?
Yeah, I think the concept of local listening doesn't restrict itself to Oracle, for example. I think there's lots of ways in which local listening can be animated. And one of the reasons why we decided to put our public engagement function within research, engagement, and communications branch is to ensure that there's a continuum between the stories we tell, the things we listen to, and how we connect ward information to citywide information. So happy to speak with you further and speak with council further in general about how to deploy your listening into our work. It's very much alive for us, this issue.
That's great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, really building on Councillor Tang's question around our relationship in the regional context with Enoch Cree Nation. I was particularly wondering about their involvement in the Metro Transit Service Commission as well. I know that there had been some pilots and some conversations about transit integration with their community, and wondering where that's at.
Ms. McCabe,
Councillor Stevenson, I have to follow up on that. I do know that we have a project underway right now with Parkland County and the Enoch Cree Nation on a boundary communications protocol. I'm not sure where where the communications on regional transit have landed. I do know we've had a few conversations with the Enoch Cree Nation on servicing as well, so not just for transit, but I could follow up offline with you if you'd like that, or to all of council actually.
Yeah, that sounds great. I'm seeing some nodding, so I think that's really helpful context for us, and just recognizing them as one of our, a really important regional partner, recognizing that the mechanics of working with them are a bit different given the federal jurisdiction and structure, but, wanting to, as Councillor Tang mentioned, just being really explicit and focused on that relationship as well. My other question is going back to the first section around brand and relationship building. So I really appreciate that focus as a team that you have around relationship building, and just how that enables basically all of our work to be effective. And over the past week and a half, I've really enjoyed the conversations that we've had with administration and a lot of the candor in the room. I really appreciate that individually when we ask questions and things aren't ideal, we get that really clear response. I find through my experience, and again, this is just how I've interacted with the city from the outside, is I feel that voice of candor isn't always there as a city voice, as an organizational voice. And so recognizing some of the challenges that we face being under intense public scrutiny at all times, just interested in your thoughts around communicating some of that bad news and taking ownership for some of the areas of improvement that we have.
It's no accident that our recently adopted leadership competencies, which we consider apply to everybody, whatever role they play in the organization, is courage. Because it takes fortitude to be able to say, we did that wrong and we're going to fix it. And it's human nature to dodge, I think, when the going gets tough. I think we are just self-protective creatures. It's ongoing cultural work to build capacity in our organization for having the kind of community conversations that do not feel superficial, that are authentic and candid, and are grounded in we're working together on this. Long gone are the days when a municipality could be monolithic and right about everything. It's just not right for our times, if it ever was. So we're working on that as part of a cultural shift in our organization. We talk a lot about responses being on brand or off brand. And I know that sounds a bit corporate to some, but it's shorthand for, are you showing up as the Edmonton we really want to be?
Yeah, and that's a great point. And for me, on brand is being honest about mistakes and being really transparent that we don't always get it right and that we need to improve. And so I appreciate that work is ongoing, and I hope that we as council can support you in that as well by ensuring that we're not penalizing administration when those things come to light, or sort of jumping on that bandwagon of critique. And instead, just celebrating and recognizing that courage in coming forward with those items. So thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Do we need to move to round two?
I like to, if I'm the only one.
That's okay. I can second.
Okay, I will like to move to a second round.
Second.
Can we vote?
The vote is just being sent out now.
I'll see if I can access it on either of my technology.
I'm not
I'm a
a,
yes.
I'm a yes as well.
Thank you. I heard yes votes from Councillor Jans, and I missed the other councillor. Apologies.
That was Councillor Paquette. My e-scribe timed out.
Thank you. And the vote has been sent out now. We're just missing your vote, Madam Chair.
Vote in affirmative.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have all the votes.
And we have them displayed. Oops. Thank you. So Councillor Tang, I believe you were next up. Thank
Yeah,
you.
sorry, I can't actually click on the request to speak. Anyways, I spent a lot of time on, I want to spend a bit of time on the public engagement piece. Certainly, it's been a very big part of my life, and I think even election-wise, one of the number one thing we keep hearing about from people is that we're not heard. And I think, that might be true for a number of my colleagues here. I guess to Councillor Stevenson's point around, our ability to own up to the mistakes and be honest about that, I guess I want to share that some of the best experiences I have heard people talk about is when there is often, whatever the project is, there is a program staff who shows up to community meetings, and even when the decision isn't what the outcome that communities wanted, they're there to answer questions and explain why. And people actually really appreciate that. And I don't think it happens all the time, but I think that piece of following up afterwards through various modes, not just email or social media, but when someone's there as a face to something, it makes a huge difference. And I guess part of, so I have a series of questions just about the mechanics, which I know, we're not, maybe it's diving too much into the weeds, but in my experience working with your team, it's the role of the public engagement teams to advise and develop plans for public engagement, which is then contracted to consultants to implement. I'm wondering if that has changed at all, and what are your thoughts in terms of building that public engagement capacity within program areas? Everyone's doing engagement, ongoing conversations all the time. I guess one thing I found was challenging is it feels very prescriptive and planned rather than, encouraging some of those organic relationship building. And when it comes to working with program areas, who holds the relationship? I think I know what the answer is, but I would like to hear from you. And finally, the third piece to that is how do you work and collaborate with other agencies' outreach efforts? For example, on community well-being and safety, I know the police services have their own public engagement outreach efforts, and so without asking people to constantly reshare stories or feedback, that can be actually quite re-traumatizing. How do we coordinate that effort?
Okay, numerous questions there, and I'll tackle them one at a time if I may. You're absolutely right that historically there has been a fairly programmatic way of advising around public engagement, and then the implementation would often be passed along. That's partly due to the smallness of the team. What we are working on now, and I've been with the city 3 years and evolving our engagement practice in a pretty active way because 25 years of my professional life has been spent in rooms with people, sometimes shouting at me, sometimes being collaborative, depending on the topic. So this is very near and dear to my heart as well. What we're working on now is building capacity across the organization for the kind of symbiotic relationship between the public engagement advisors and the project managers and whoever might be brought in to augment the implementation from a consulting perspective. So for example, it is very, very important to me that a subcontracted communications and engagement group who's been hired by an engineering firm shows up like our city. Doesn't show up like them, doesn't show up like the engineering firm, but shows up like us, because nobody makes the distinction between who exactly they're talking to, nor should they. So we are actively working with the project managers to ensure that the brand, tone, flavor, relationship basis of how those subcontracted folks work is aligned with how we want to show up. So that's answer to one of your questions, I think. In terms of the other question, how do we align our work with other agencies so that outreach isn't duplicative and, as you say, re-traumatizing to tell a group your story of poverty or your story of addiction or your story of homelessness over and over again can be extraordinarily painful. I think we've got more work to do there. I think we need to align our work with REACH in a more deliberate way. I think we have to align our work with the various agencies and commissions and committees, such as the Anti-Racism Committee, so that when we are in the public domain, again, we show up as an ecosystem of people who care, as opposed to individual agencies or boards, because the person telling their story doesn't know, nor should they care really, about which of our entities they are speaking to.
That's great, thank you. I had a small question in there around capacity building. For example, IPAC is, I think that training is available to staff, but predominantly it's public engagement groups that do it. And I guess I'm just thinking more for program staff, without asking people to take on more responsibility, but just in terms of how they do work.
I'll share a personal bias with you, and that is that to teach people the process of engagement isn't actually as effective as teaching people how to be great listeners and great relationship builders by doing engagement in a particular way. So I'm more inclined for us to customize the capacity building to be Edmonton-centric, anchored in best practice, of course, but how is it that we in Edmonton show up to have conversations with community about everything from sidewalks to poverty elimination?
Yeah, that's great. I think I had something else in there, but I forget. But thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. There's no other questions. I think before we recess for lunch, I don't know, did you have any follow-up or summary that you wanted to for your presentation?
Just thanks. Okay. It's this part of orientation is good for us too, because it's self-reflective, so thank you.
Thank you. So before we do recess for lunch then, our city clerk has some information to share with us about reconvening back for the afternoon.
Thank you so much, Deputy Mayor, and apologies for the interruption. I know you're going to get a little bit of an extra lunch break today because we're going to adjourn a little bit earlier. When you do reconvene at 1:30, we're going to ask that everybody does so virtually. And so we'd ask if, without going into too many specifics, but there's been a teeny tiny water issue. And so we're just going to have to just do some quick repairs. Nothing to be alarmed about, but just we're going to actually ask if everybody would kindly join again virtually online. The city clerks, we're going to stay here in City Hall and we'll make sure that everything is fairly seamless. But if you wouldn't mind terribly adjourning now, I believe, into camera so that when we come back at 1:30, we can resume part of the discussion that had happened earlier. So all of you should have the calendar invitation in your council calendar, and if we need to send that out, we will. Property management is going to be sending a quick memo to all of your offices and to all of the tenants here in City Hall. That's going to be going out quite shortly, but I just didn't want to risk the opportunity of you not seeing your emails, and so the water has not yet been shut off, but it will be shut off shortly here at City Hall, and so we would just think you'd be more comfortable if you were participating remotely this afternoon.
Sorry, just to
from home, please, not at City Hall.
Oh, from home.
Yeah,
okay.
We'd like, just if there's no water, it's just, yeah, I think you might be more comfortable in your homes.
Aileen, I'm just wondering, I don't have it in my calendar yet for, is it a separate calendar invitation?
No, it's the same meeting, it's
Oh,
the same virtual
just
meeting invitation
November
that
1.
I'm actually in right now, but if we need to resend it out, that's no problem. And so you've got a bit of time, and if anybody has issues with getting home in time and we need to start the meeting a little bit later, just send me a wee note and I'm sure we can make that work. So apologies, but we just got this information.
Sorry, is that for our executive assistants and our office board staff as well? Okay.
There's not going to be any water physically flowing through the pipes. So without going into too much detail, I think it would probably be better if everybody went home.
Okay.
And so everybody's going to be leaving. The city manager's going to stay here and our office is going to stay here. We can, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for your flexibility.
Do we need to make a motion to move in camera?
That would be super. Thank you.
Second?
Oh, can somebody else make the motion?
Sorry.
I'll make the motion.
And second.
And all in favor, verbally maybe?
Yeah, in favor.
Yes.
Yes, affirmative.
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 Thank
Yes.
you. Thank you, Councillor Knack. And we're good to go, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, now we are in public. We go to our next item, which is the, oh, I lost it. Planning for the future, Edmonton's social landscape.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Rob Smythe here from the Citizen Services Department. And joining me for this presentation and to help answer questions, Jackie Ford, Branch Manager of the Social Development Branch. Information in our deck this afternoon highlights some of the social trends that provides the city with a better understanding of the conditions affecting citizens and communities that in turn directly impact our work. The social landscape can often be seen as an indicator of how our city plan and Connect Edmonton strategies are working in order to shape Edmonton and citizens' experiences. While not always directly related, plans and strategies do address some areas discussed in this presentation, and work is intricately connected to areas of the city, such as the work discussed in the affordable housing and homelessness presentations that will be presented to council later this afternoon, and also as well as the work that will be highlighted in the Community Safety and Wellbeing Task Force recommendations that will be discussed and presented to council, I believe, tomorrow. On the next slide, Citizen Services certainly leads and facilitates much of the work in the administration that addresses the social challenges in our city. There are, however, a number of touch points with all other departments in our corporation on specific projects or program initiatives. On the next slide then, our presentation this afternoon will provide council with an overview of Edmonton's current social landscape. This data helps us to better understand the opportunities and challenges our city faces as we work to achieve our Connect Edmonton vision. To create a healthy city, we must consider the physical, social, and economic well-being of all our citizens. And certainly, as council discussed yesterday, we also need to be inclusive, compassionate by supporting equity and diversity. So the information that we'll share in this presentation will touch on the current state of many of these areas. As council is well aware, work is being done in the administration and in the community to address a variety of social challenges in our city, and there will be more to do in the future. For details about some of the specific programs and action items that are already underway, you can certainly reference the orientation materials that have been provided to council. And very importantly, the success of these efforts in this line of business especially continue to depend on not just on the city, but other orders of government, businesses, community organizations, partners, and stakeholders working together to enable better lives for all Edmontonians. So now to get to the content of our slide deck then. Edmonton is an increasingly diverse city. Visible minorities represent 46% of our population. This is a growth of 16% from 2011. And as we know, diversity is one of our strengths. Edmonton's cultural richness contributes to our vibrancy, creativity, and resilience as a city. The next slide. Edmonton's Indigenous communities are also an important and growing part of Edmonton's diverse fabric. Our city has the second largest Indigenous population in Canada, next to Winnipeg. It is important to note that this population reflects many different nations with many different perspectives, goals, and aspirations. As an example, not all Indigenous populations are part of a treaty. On the next slide, Edmonton also has one of the youngest populations among major Canadian cities. 69% of our population is under 50 years of age. Going through these slides, on the next slide, in regards to economic well-being, combined household median income in our city has fallen over the past 5 years. Individuals are now making 3% less in Edmonton than they were a decade ago. During this time, the gender wage gap has tightened to 87 cents to basically the male dollar. But as we speculate, the impacts of COVID-19 may in fact widen this particular gap. And then on the next slide, Stats Canada defines low income if the income of a household is below 50% of the median of all similar households. And as shown on the slide, the number of low income households in our city has increased each year since 2015. So the key message here is that today, approximately 13% of all people in Edmonton are living below the low income or poverty line. And certainly acknowledge Councillor Rutherford's comment this morning about LICO, the low income cutoff, and other measures of low income, such as the market basket measure. Moving now to the most in need in our community. Each year, housing programs continue to help a greater number of Edmontonians recover from homelessness. However, that progress is being outpaced by an even larger number of people falling into homelessness each year. Majority of people experiencing homelessness are Indigenous, and an increase in homelessness is being observed among young male residents. There are many factors that can cause an individual to fall into homelessness, such as job loss, mental health issues, addiction, and/or generational trauma. In addition to housing programs, efforts to address the complex root cause of homelessness are critical, as there still remains a lack of appropriate supports for this population. According to Homeward Trust, there are more than 2,800 Edmontonians with no permanent home. Of those, just over 1,600 were provisionally housed, staying with friends, or couch surfing. Another 759 of those spent the night unsheltered, staying in places such as our parks, in the river valley, or empty lots. The remaining 447 people spent the night at a homeless shelter. Indigenous people account for 60% of those experiencing homelessness in Edmonton, despite making up only 5% of our population. So certainly later this afternoon, Council will have an extensive presentation regarding Edmonton's affordable housing and homelessness response. Additionally, middle of November, November 16, exec committee meeting, we will be bringing a report forward on our city's winter pandemic response plan. So Council will be fully briefed at that time. On the next slide then, related to the motion Council passed earlier this week, in 2020, race, skin color, ethnicity, and gender continue to be the most prevalent areas of discrimination that Edmontonians have witnessed or experienced. A Statistics Canada study found that discrimination has risen during the pandemic, particularly against people from East and Southeast Asia. And on the next slide, in 2020, the Edmonton Police Service reported an 18% increase in calls for service related to domestic violence compared to 2019. In total, Edmonton Police responded to over 9,000 domestic violence calls. And in reviewing with our EPS colleagues, the impact of COVID-19 is likely contributed to this increase. And as has been reported in the media, drug poisoning are quickly becoming one of the leading causes of death in Edmonton after a surge last year. In 2020, 495 people died of drug poisoning. Alberta Health Services has released 2021 data for the first half of this year, showing 260 deaths related to drug poisoning, which is a 40% increase compared to the first half of last year. This crisis is putting considerable pressure on many government and community organizations, including our emergency services and responders in fire rescue services, who are impacted by increasing demand for medical calls. mental health. While Edmontonians' personal actions during restrictions during the pandemic likely saved many lives from COVID, it may have come at a cost of mental health strain. For example, the Canadian Mental Health Association found that 45% of Edmontonians reported a significant deterioration in their mental health since the onset of the pandemic. For many, it also became more challenging to access mental health supports and services during the pandemic. City-specific studies and research are still ongoing to understand the depth and nature of these impacts on mental health. The Government of Alberta has formed a panel to put forward research and recommendations to the government later this fall. That report will focus on pandemic-related mental health issues with children and teens. Perceptions of safety. Approximately 62% of Edmontonians have positive perceptions of our city's safety, while 30% are neutral and 8% have negative perceptions. This measurement continues to be a key factor for our Connect Edmonton vision. So between 2019 and 2020, there was an increase in the number of Edmontonians expressing a negative perception of Edmonton's safety. Now, this isn't surprising, particularly among women when alone at night. Sense of community is the last slide. It's encouraging to see that most Edmontonians, 73%, feel a sense of connection and belonging to Edmonton, which is another key indicator in our Connect Edmonton vision. And this has remained consistent with previous years. So this particular piece of data does support our belief that Edmontonians are compassionate people who do look after each other. And just before we go to questions, just one or two more comments. It's certainly important to look at these trends to identify the opportunities and challenges that we may face in achieving the Connect Edmonton vision. Ultimately, when more people in our city are safe, are healthy, and are able to maintain a good standard of living, everyone in Edmonton benefits. The work that is currently being done to address many of the social issues shown in these slides can be referenced in your orientation material. As we move forward as a city, there remains much work to be done as we work together to enable a better life for all Edmontonians. So with that very rapid overview of some of the larger social trends out there, we can certainly go to questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Rob. I'll go to the list of speakers. Bear with me, this is the first time I'm doing virtually, so I'm back and forth. I don't see the list of speakers, Madam Clerk. Oh, here we go. Got it. Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thank you. And thanks so much for the presentation. Yeah, I mean, some really startling trends to see. I was so surprised to see the falling median income, which is definitely concerning. So thank you for that comprehensive overview. You know, I just wanted to follow up on one really specific question around, you were speaking about homelessness in our community and the conversation about sort of growing numbers of people falling into homelessness. And I worry sometimes that we also end up double counting people who are not being well served by our system and are coming around again and again and again. So just wondering if the counting does take account of that in terms of looking at folks who've maybe been in Housing First programs and then are coming back into Housing First programs, not necessarily as new individuals, but just re-experiencing the cycle of homelessness.
Yes, thanks for the question, Councillor. I'll start off and then we'll pass it over to Jackie. In the last couple of years, Homeward Trust has really gotten their arms around that question, and they have what they refer to as the by names list. So and that list then is shared with a variety of different agencies. So people become human, and they have with their names. So that's basically becomes a tracking mechanism, so that we're not double counting, and it's not just a number, but it does humanize the system. And certainly there are a number of tables, so to speak, where agencies are in the same room working together. Jackie, anything to add to that?
No, thanks, Rob, and thanks for the question. That list is really comprehensive. It is actual people's names, as Rob said. And not to preempt our presentation this afternoon, but we have a significant amount of time this afternoon to talk about homelessness. We wanted to put it on this slide deck because it is a growing trend. But if we can get into those issues, but because people do cycle in and out of episodic and chronic homelessness quite frequently. But Edmonton, I'll just give a plug to our social service agencies, Homeward Trust in particular, is one of the leaders in the country on maintaining that list and keeping it accurate.
Great, thank you for that. Yeah, really looking forward to digging into that a bit further this afternoon. And just going back to the falling median income, is that trend consistent across Canada or other large urban centers, or are we sort of seeing it as something unique happening in Edmonton?
Councillor, we can get back to you with a more clear answer. The one comment that, and it's only speculative at this point from my perspective, but as the oil industry has been challenged over the last number of years, a lot of the higher paying jobs have left our city and our region. Therefore, that median number is reduced. So that's one comment I would make, but we can certainly do some more research basically and try to answer that more clearly.
Great, thank you. And not to create a bunch of additional work. I think it's just helping to understand sort of what are some of the local factors that we can maybe influence, and then what is maybe a broader trend that we aren't as able to readily influence.
Good, thanks for that. Sure.
Yeah, and thanks. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Tang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know this is the overview piece, and we're going to get into more of the details in later presentations. And I think in some ways, some of the data you presented is not surprising. In fact, I would say, the stories of struggle is keenly felt at the doors, ending our day-to-day lives. One thing I guess that's been coming up for me too is around the huge role that our provincial government plays in social and community services. And I think sometimes I worry, I think many of us do, that the funding is not commensurate to the growth of the issues that, COVID or not, that has been continuing. I guess that's just something I will be looking at. It's not necessarily a question, but certainly something I'll be looking out for in all these presentations as well. And I don't know what the answer is, but I just want to highlight that, these impacts are felt on our streets. But, it's not always the city's role, and, how we interact, not only with our agencies, but our other governments is so important. And I'm constantly reminded of that when I door knock and I talk to Edmontonians, they remind me of that. So I guess I just want to flag it. If you have any comments around that, happy to hear.
No, sort of point. I think you're extremely accurate. We have connected with administration to administration, and having to deal with the impacts of what's on our doorstep. But I think you characterize it very, very accurately. And I think it's really a kind of a multi-pronged approach in terms of elected officials to elected officials and administration to administration to more than tell that story, but to put that information, in front of that level of government. Certainly, we have set up pre-COVID or initial parts of COVID, set up a table where we have Alberta Health Services, Community and Family Services at the table with us and EPS, largely COVID related, but certainly addresses many of these challenges that we've gone over. But you're absolutely right in terms of for example, the funding for shelters is the responsibility basically of the provincial government, and so that's in front of us for sure.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you, and thanks for that presentation.
obviously very, very concerning, but as Councillor Tang suggested, not necessarily surprising, just given conversations that have been had on the doors. In my experience, Edmontonians are absolutely, incredibly concerned about these indicators as well. So just two questions. In your metrics and data for homelessness, is that including youth homelessness as well? Because I find that that's often a gap. So just curious around that. And then second question is just around perceptions of safety. So I noticed that when you talked about the data for sense of connection and belonging, that is consistent with previous years. I didn't, and maybe I didn't catch it, but perceptions of safety, is that also consistent with previous years? Have we seen a change in that regard?
Maybe we'll let Jackie weigh in on the youth homelessness question first, Jackie, and then I can jump in on the safety one.
Sure, and thank you, Councillor. I am going to make sure I give you the right information. So I'm going to make sure I have the answer for the session that we do on the housing and homelessness. I just don't want to give you the wrong information, but you will have an answer this afternoon.
Good. And then on the safety side, Councillor, the perceptions of safety are not as positive as they were. So there's a declining trend there for sure, as I hope I communicated when I went through the deck. So, certainly that information is from our WAVE committee that advises council. So they've certainly brought that to the table, especially from a gender perspective. But you're also correct in the final slide that I walked through about people's sense of belonging, is that has been fairly consistent from 2019 to 2020. So I mean, that is kind of holding its own in terms of people's connectedness. But I mean, COVID obviously may significantly impact that. But certainly the perceptions of safety are, and I know Edmonton Police have a very rich, file of data around perceptions and reality and crime. They certainly drill into that quite extensively.
And Councillor, I'll just add, Andre here, that Jackie's going to get you the details on youth homelessness. And the other factor closely related is the number of youth living in poverty in our city. And pre-COVID, it was in the order of 30,000. I'm not sure where it is now, but we'll try to get that number because that's a significant related factor. They may be in a home with a family, but they're still living in poverty, which is a really equally shocking number.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for that. And looking forward to seeing some greater detail and granularity on the youth side of things. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Rice.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. And thank you very much, Rob, and provide all this quantified data and for the details percentage. So by looking at all the data here, so I noticed two things. The first one is about our visible minorities. And so there is 46%. My question related to this, and because it's not only about the data, is how we leverage the data to improve our city's programs and services and for our citizens. So my question is about, for this 46% of visible minorities, and do we have the other data set to demonstrate how our program and services to match this information?
Yeah, really challenging questions to respond on the fly here a little bit, Councillor. Certainly absorbing it a little bit. Certainly in terms of, as a first step, we certainly try to communicate this information into our programming areas. So then we encourage people that are delivering the service to use this information and reflect. Try to reflect as best they can a changing community in their services, from language to, I think, as Ms. Armstrong talked about yesterday, in terms of our hiring practices, and really try to evolve our programs to serve a changing community. It's not an exact science, but we certainly try to understand those communities. So certainly, I mean, I always don't want to get way into the weeds with an example, but as I look at our recreation area, for example, you go back a generation, it was purely organized hockey and swimming, for example. But as we acknowledge a changing community, other activities that were maybe come from other parts of the world are now trying to be introduced in lots of our rec centers, and in a less structured way. So we're showing much more drop in, trying to encourage people from all backgrounds to come and use the rec center. So for another example is there's a number of gentlemen from one of the visible minority faith groups that come and they just set up tables and this is I think at Meadows, and they just set up their and they just socialize and are actively engaged in some of those activities. So really trying to facilitate a much more inclusive, diverse range of opportunities, and that's on the recreation side only, just by one example.
Okay, thank you very much. I do love the data, and because the data actually provides the evidence and for us how to inform our program and services design for our citizens. I think from that perspective, to reflect, we have discussed earlier about the diversity and inclusion, also anti-racism strategy development. I would like this information to be reflected, and then how we can be the more services or programs to reflect this data. So that is my first question. And the second question I have is regarding the homeless. And based on data you provided here, and we have nearly 3,000 homelessness and in our city right now. And so if that is the correct number, and my question is regarding the funding. And it's my understanding, and this is a shared responsibility between provincial government and our city. And then how much funding we have, and specifically, and then for city at the city level to support this nearly 3,000 population.
Just to clarify, Councillor, that number 2,800, almost 3,000, as you say, are people with no permanent home. It could be people staying in shelters, people sleeping rough, sleeping outside. Could be people couch surfing, staying with friends. So it's the larger number. But certainly the city directly does not support shelters. It's purely a provincial responsibility, and that's where their funding goes. Basically, we deal with the impacts of people that are having to or choosing to sleep outside. So our peace officers, in terms of our encampment response, working with community agencies, our city operations people that then clean up the camps after people leave, and so on. So it's really dealing with the impacts, not providing the actual service. And I'd just like to amplify for council as well, just to follow up Councillor Rice and Councillor Tang. Certainly there are many organizations and different governments involved in many of these files. So certainly our community organizations in our city are very proactive and providing excellent service. They may be challenged with resources, but we have very, very strong community organizations in our city to support many of the challenges that we've walked council through this morning or this afternoon.
Thank you. I think my time is out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. I don't see other names on the list. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair?
Yes, I can. As soon as I find my mic to unmute, there we go.
Okay, good. Thank you so much. So, Edmonton is a hub for a lot of social services for regional partners, for Northern Alberta, and even for Northern Canada, I would say, going into Northwest Territories, right? So do we have data? It wouldn't be as refined, but do we have indications of how many people will be coming into Edmonton from those communities using services, then staying back here and be part of the community, and they become Edmontonians when they move here, like I did, right? But there are added pressures on our social safety network. Have we done that kind of analysis on the increased number of houselessness that we're experiencing?
Jackie, are you okay to take that one, Jackie? And maybe I can jump in after.
I'll give it a try, Mayor. We don't have definitive numbers that will say X number of people came to Edmonton because there's more or the kinds of service that those folks would need, as whether they're new Canadians or from our regional, the region. Anecdotally, we do know that it does happen, that there are some communities where, particularly in houselessness, where there's just not any supports in some northern parts of our province in the Northwest Territories for folks experiencing homelessness. So it would be a natural, logical, they're going to go find a space where there are services. I cannot say with any definitive numbers or percentages how many of that there is. That information may be contained in the data that the shelters collect, but we don't, from the city's perspective, we just don't know.
Okay, so we have seen almost 40% increase in houselessness. How's Calgary's numbers? How much have they seen increase in numbers?
I'm sorry to defer again, but we can get those numbers this afternoon.
It'll be helpful because the reason we're asking is that this come up with the premier and my meeting with him. He wanted to better understand the source, like why Edmonton's houselessness population has increased over the last 2 years, and what are some of the reasons are. I think it'll be good information for us to share with them to put together a stronger advocacy, and also, and the unique position that the geographical location of Edmonton, and another factor, the correctional facilities that are here in the city that do contribute to social issues as well, right? So it'll be helpful for us to understand that, because we cannot solve these issues on our own. The issues of poverty, mental health, addictions, drug poisoning, and houselessness we're seeing. We do need absolutely stronger partnerships with the province and the federal government. So I think the more data we can collect to make a stronger advocacy case will be helpful for us.
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. Absolutely. Yep.
Good. Okay, so I see nobody's for second round. So I'll take the chair back, Councillor Rice.
Thank you. I'll return the chair.
Good. Well, thank you so much for your work. I know I had a chance to meet with some of you in one-on-one meetings. So really appreciate the work you're doing and how you're supporting the work to tackle these very pressing issues. So keep it up. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. Okay. Now we go to our next meeting, which is what is our next item? Economic landscape? Is that what it is?
Yes,
for the
it's
future.
the economic landscape, and we have a brief presentation.
Okay.
So hello again, Mayor and members of Council. We're here today to present to you information on Edmonton's economic landscape and on the city's economic development work, including our economic action plan, our 10-year roadmap, to building a prosperous and sustainable economy. I'm here today with my colleague Stephanie McCabe, along with Felicia Muthiarty, the city's corporate economist, and Jeff Chase, the branch manager of Economic Investment Services. I'll turn it over to Ms. Muthiarty to begin.
Thank you so much, Stacy. Just a point of clarification. Would we be able to pull up the combined slides for both the economic landscape presentation as well as the economic action plan, please?
Felicia's, sorry, I'm not sure who's in clerks.
We're just working on it as we speak. Thank you.
Awesome. I wasn't sure if it was clear that it's the wrong slide deck. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Somebody wants to tell a joke while we're waiting for the presentation? No, don't. Please don't. We're in public. Just kidding.
No, I was wondering if our corporate economist could introduce herself. I would love to know how long you've been with the city and what your background is.
Oh yes, absolutely. It's truly a pleasure. So my name is Felicia Muthiarty. I'm the corporate economist for the city. I've been with the city for the past 4 years, and my background is in economics. I have both a bachelor and a master's degree in economics, and truly love the study of the subject area.
Cool. Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you as well. Okay, so I think we have the presentation deck. This is perfect. Thank you. Okay, so I'll just get started. Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, it is truly a pleasure to be with you today. And first and foremost, I'd like to congratulate you on your election success. So my segment today will be on Edmonton's economic landscape to continue the focus on planning for the future. So this part of the presentation is intended to provide you, our governors, with a high-level overview of selected key areas of our economy. Before jumping into these areas, I'd like to first speak to the corporate economics function. The function provides City Council, the broader corporation, stakeholders, and the public with economic analysis and guidance on current and future economic conditions in both Edmonton as well as the region. We release trend analysis and insights on key areas of our economy, including the labor market, consumer inflation, and construction activity. I'll speak more to these areas as I progress through my presentation. Now, this work supports City Council decision-making through reporting through Connect Edmonton, and is taken into consideration when designing long-term strategic plans, including the city plan, which you'll hear about tomorrow, and the economic action plan, which you'll hear about in just a moment. This work also supports the budget and the corporate business plan. And with respect to the economic action plan and the city's economic development work, the work helps to implement the strategic goals in Connect Edmonton, specifically urban places and regional prosperity, as well as climate resilience. And the city plans high-level goal to accommodate 2 million people, with a focus on economic diversification and job creation. Next slide, please. The corporate economics function resides in the Financial and Corporate Services Department, specifically the Deputy City Manager's Office. The work of this function informs the work of other areas across the corporation, although to varying extents. We work closely with our partners in the Urban Planning and Economy Department, primarily when it comes to information sharing and providing support when designing corporate plans. With respect to our economic development and economic action plan work, most of what Jeff will speak about later is led through the Urban Planning and Economy Department, but this is done in collaboration and through an integrated process that includes infrastructure, city operations, and citizen services, all of which have a role to play in advancing and supporting the local economy. Next slide, please. So looking ahead, what can you expect from the corporate economics function? Besides regularly released reporting, we're also planning the public release of our fall long-term forecast update within the next month. Our forecast includes a wide range of indicators, including gross domestic product, so economic output, employment, unemployment, consumer inflation, and housing starts over the next 30 years. We'll update the forecast twice a year. In the next 60 days, we'll be anticipating the release of annual data, which we'll then use to report on Edmonton's economic performance in 2021. If you look even further ahead to the next 90 days, we'll be preparing an assessment of the economic environment in consideration of our next forecast update. As well, we'll start preparing annual calculations for corporate inflation rate projections, like the Municipal Price Index. Next slide, please. So let's kick things off with the labor market. Simply put, this refers to the demand and supply for labor and is an important part of any economy. For example, when more Edmontonians are employed, there's more support for consumption, including big ticket items like housing and cars. For businesses, ample and an appropriate labor supply is a key factor contributing to activity, including business startups and expansion. So we track labor market developments through Statistics Canada's Labor Force Survey. Data are released monthly and only at the regional level. So that is the Edmonton Census Metropolitan Area, or the CMA. However, Edmonton itself has historically accounted for around 70% of regional employment. On this chart, we have regional employment levels, and that's expressed as the red line and charted on the left axis. We also have the regional unemployment rate, which is expressed as the blue line and charted against the right axis. Edmonton's regional labor market, much like many other jurisdictions around the world, was hit hard by the economic impacts of the pandemic, largely due to provincial public health restrictions that were intended to limit the virus's spread, but also impacted household and business activity. Losses peaked in June 2020, and our unemployment rate peaked at 15.8%, which was the highest rate since comparable data were released in 2006. Now, the good news is that since reaching peak loss, the regional labor market has been recovering, and it's been gaining much more momentum than initially expected. This past August, regional employment, so we can think about that as labor demand that's been met by supply, it surpassed our pre-pandemic reference point and continued to see gains in September. Our regional unemployment rate also moved lower and was 8.2%, significantly narrowing the difference between where it was in June 2020 and where we were pre-pandemic. Next slide, please. Another economic indicator that we track is inflation, which is the rate at which prices are changing but for consumers. We calculate inflation based on changes in Statistics Canada's Consumer Price Index, also known as a CPI. Now, the CPI is the most widely used indicator of price changes, although the index itself is only representative of what a typical consumer purchases. So you think along the lines of food, shelter, and transportation and the like. Overall inflationary pressures differ, though, based on consumption. So price pressures faced by a business can be different compared to what is experienced by a typical consumer, solely based on their expenditure mix. CPI data are released monthly for the Edmonton region, and year-over-year changes are referred to as annualized rates of inflation. We assume that consumer inflation in the region also applies to Edmonton. Here we have the year-over-year change in annual average CPI readings. The blue bars refer to actual data, and the gray bars refer to forecast figures from our spring 2021 forecast. Now, since 2012, annual inflation hasn't been much of an exciting story, and that is a good thing. But there was an exception in 2018 where you can see a spike, and that was largely due to much higher gasoline prices, bringing the inflation rate higher. Fast forward to now, the pandemic happened, and the pandemic not only impacted our regional labor market, but it also caused distortions in consumption behavior. For example, public health restrictions limited where people could spend their money. As well, it also limited their need for transportation, which impacted the demand for gasoline. As a result, this caused some pretty big swings in monthly CPI readings. At present, the pandemic is still impacting inflation. However, it has more to do with supply chain disruptions and much higher prices for energy components like gasoline and natural gas. Regarding supply chain disruptions, more and more economies have been opening up, which has meant the return of consumer demand. For some jurisdictions, the access to services still has some restrictions, and that's actually pushed up the demand for goods even more. Only supply chains for some of these goods, or even the materials necessary to produce these goods, weren't prepared, not to mention the transportation of these goods to where they were in demand. This has meant not only limited availability of some goods, but higher prices and longer timelines for delivery. In our spring forecast, we were predicting inflation to average about 2.2% this year, and then 2.1% in 2022. While actual rates have been much higher, which means we've had to revise our expectations higher, at least for the next little while. More on this will be released in our fall forecast update. But I will tell you this, The most notable change since the spring forecast has been that these supply chain disruptions have been more persistent than expected and will likely mean elevated inflation rates over the near term. But we expect these pressures to start unwinding in 2022. Next slide, please. So we'll turn our sights to construction activity, and here we have Statistics Canada's building permit values for the Edmonton region. Edmonton permit values are included in the total, but these regional figures are adjusted for seasonal factors, so we can compare performance across quarters. Now, data are released monthly, but are expressed here as quarterly totals, and they're separated between residential, which includes single dwellings and multiple dwellings, and multifamily dwellings includes semi-detached homes, rows, and apartments. And we also have non-residential, which comprises commercial, industrial, and governmental and institutional construction intentions. Now, the value of building permits provides us with a glimpse into the performance of the building construction sectors, but they do not always result in immediate construction. We track permit values because they can be a signal of future conditions. For non-residential permits, they can be a signal of future growth or reduced activity, depending on where we're seeing changes. For residential permits, they can be a gauge of consumer confidence and financial health. On this chart, we can see that there was a sizable dip in Q2 2020, followed by a relatively strong rebound towards the tail end of that year. Non-residential permit values have been slower to recover, and that's likely more reflective of there still being so much economic uncertainty. It's important to note that we're seeing more support coming from residential permits, particularly for single-family homes, although permit values in recent quarters have suggested some moderation. Now, when a home breaks ground and the foundation is poured to a certain level, the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation counts it as a housing start. Now, housing starts are projected to decrease this year. I like to note that apartment starts in 2020 far exceeded our expectations. So our 2021 projections of starts coming down largely reflect our expectations for reduced apartment construction. However, single dwelling construction is anticipated to hold on to its relative strength, at least over the near term. Beyond that, there are signals that support may start to moderate for single dwelling construction. Next slide, please. One signal has been the recent moderation in single dwelling permit values, as I mentioned. Another signal has been price pressures. Here we have two measures. We have the New Housing Price Index in blue, which is for a new single family home. And we also have the Terranet National Bank House Price Index in red, which measures price changes for existing single family homes. Now, I'd like to note that these indexes cover the Edmonton region. So, as an aside, it's important to note that this chart refers to prices for single dwellings, which only represent a segment of the housing market. As well, you often hear that compared to other jurisdictions like Toronto, Ottawa, and Vancouver, that Edmonton is considered to be more affordable, and that is true. But turning our sights to the chart, we can see that we've seen some pretty strong price growth over the last year. Now, we think of these price pressures as being mostly a product of greater demand. Interest rates came down in 2020, and that helped to support demand even during a pandemic. For some, working from home meant noticing a need for more space, which supported the demand for single-family homes, but only for those who could afford it. Looking ahead, we expect price growth to moderate. For existing single-family homes, more listings coming onto the market is helping to achieve that. For new single-family homes, we expect there to still be some upward price pressures coming from higher input material prices due to supply chain disruptions and also transportation bottlenecks. And we see that as being more applicable in the near to short term. As well, mortgage rates are expected to rise, which means on balance, greater carrying costs for new mortgages. All of this indicates to us that construction activity may actually start seeing less support coming from single dwellings. Next slide, please. So we'll shift our focus to population growth. The composition of our population, how it grows, and what factors are impacting growth are all taken into account when we analyze economic conditions. A growing population means growth in demand for services like transit, recreation facilities, and other factors like housing. A growing population also means greater use of infrastructure. Now, growth in our working age population, for those who are participating in the labor market, adds to our available labor pool, and as I mentioned earlier, is a key factor supporting business activity. On this chart, I have the components of population growth for the Edmonton CMA. Population estimates are provided through Statistics Canada down to the municipal level. Estimates are always as of July 1st, so the bars on this chart show you how each component contributed to population growth between July 1st of one year to June 30th of the next. I chose to chart regional components of population growth solely based on the level of detail available to show you, so that you can see how each component has contributed to overall population growth. Now, I must warn you, there are many components to this chart, so please bear with me. The reddish bars represent net non-permanent migration, which means temporary foreign workers, which includes temporary foreign workers and international students. The green bars represent net intra-provincial migration, which include those who have moved to the Edmonton region from other parts of Alberta. The yellow bars represent net interprovincial migration, so those moving to Edmonton from other parts of Canada. The dark blue bars represent net international migration, so people moving to Edmonton from other parts of the world. The light blue bars represent natural increase, which would be births minus deaths. Then finally, the gray bars represent our population growth forecast from our spring 2021 update. Now you can see from this chart at an aggregate level that population growth has eased since July 1st, 2014. The biggest shifts in population growth can be seen for the net interprovincial and net international components. When economic conditions deteriorate, we tend to see weaker migration, particularly around net interprovincial migration, so for those moving to Edmonton from other parts of the country. And you can see how this component decreased between 2014 and 2015, went into negative territory, and then stayed there for a few consecutive years. Now, net international migration and natural increase have been the largest contributors to regional population growth in recent years. We expect that to continue for future years. Next slide, please. So all of this brings us to real gross domestic product, or GDP. We're big fans of acronyms here. And that, in the simplest of terms, is a measurement of the size of an economy. For real GDP, it's adjusted for inflation and reflects the value of all goods and services produced by an economy. On this chart, I have our real GDP growth rates from our spring forecast. The blue bars represent growth for Edmonton, and the green bars represent growth for the region. 2020 figures are estimates, and the figures for subsequent years, including 2021, are forecasts. The pandemic's impact resulted in an economic contraction of about 10% in 2020, which is greater than the combined contraction that our economy experienced when we had back-to-back years of contraction in 2015 and 2016. Only for this shock, it unfolded over a relatively short period of time. Looking ahead, we are projecting an economic recovery back to pre-pandemic output levels by the end of 2022, but there are some risks that our actual performance might be better than expected. After all, our regional labor market rebounded faster than expected, if you can recall from my previous slide. However, we still think there will be challenges to the pace of our recovery, thinking beyond what GDP figures tell us. We're still in an economic environment that is highly uncertain, and the pandemic is not yet behind us. Beyond 2022, we are projecting more moderate rates of economic growth. Our fall 2021 forecast will take recent developments into consideration, and more will be shared once it's been finalized and then released publicly. So that concludes the presentation on Edmonton's economic landscape. It is truly my pleasure to turn things over to Jeff Chase, the Branch Manager of Economic Investment Services, to speak to our economic development work, including the Economic Action Plan. Over to you, Jeff.
Thanks very much, Ms. Smith-30. I just want to confirm that you can hear me all right. Excellent. Well, the economic landscape laid out helps to provide context for our economic development work so far. I'm here with a number of my colleagues, including Matthew Ospinski, our Director from Regional Planning, and Christy Pelletier, Director of Vibrant and Safe City. It's very nice to virtually see you this afternoon, and I'm very excited to share this work with you. I'll speak in more detail about our economic development work. Economic development can be defined as the programs, policies, and activities that seek to improve the economic well-being and quality of life for our community. And specifically, I'll speak about the city's Economic Action Plan, our 10-year roadmap to building a vibrant, inclusive, and sustainable economy, which was endorsed by Council on April 19th of this year. The plan is the city's work plan to advance the local economy and implementation of City Plan. The action plan cascades from city plan by identifying specific actions aimed to help the city and its partners achieve the policies related to supporting our economy and ultimately to supporting the creation of 121,000 new jobs by 2030. The plan brings coordination between the city and its partners, prioritizes equity and partnership, and focuses on actions that will make it easier for both businesses to start and people to be employed. While moving forward with focus, we must be strategic, creative, and committed to leveraging emerging economic opportunities and being nimble and responsive to the business community. Next slide, please. Before I go into details around the Economic Action Plan, I want to provide some context of work that you'll be seeing from us in the next 90 days. We will shortly be sharing a package with details on the city's Economic Action Plan grant to council members, as well as information on grant allocation and an update on our work related to downtown vibrancy. And in Q1 of next year, you will also see a comprehensive council report with an update on all of the actions in the Economic Action Plan, as well as a report addressing red tape from a motion that was made earlier this year. Next slide, please. I'd like to briefly summarize the structure of the Economic Investment Services key work portfolios, which are organized to best align with the needs of our partners and the business community. First, local economy. Using a customer service focus, the work focuses on bringing new life to commercial corridors, main streets, and neighborhood retail hubs. This work also includes supporting the city's industrial areas and involves supporting knowledge enhancement, capacity development, business startups, planning and policy development, governance, and community economic development. We also undertake regional development work. Edmonton's regional strategy involves a variety of ongoing programs and unique projects with regional neighbors. Program work includes the creation of necessary governance mechanisms to ensure success for regional initiatives, as well as creation of the intermunicipal and/or regional policy agreements. One such initiative is collaborative economic development, a regional model for joint investment and shared benefits that we're working on with our regional partners. The third group is strategic and emerging investment. This supports City Plan's vision for a vibrant and inclusive city core that attracts new residents and investments and creates high-quality lifestyle in downtown Edmonton. Program work includes implementation of the downtown vibrancy strategy, oversight of Edmonton's 3 community revitalization levies, which are sometimes referred to as CRLs in downtown, the Quarters, and Belvedere, and coordination of the implementation of catalyst projects in these areas as well. The portfolio also administers the city's Brownfield Grant Program, the 2021 High Impact Construction Grant Program, and our Downtown Vibrancy Grant Program. The branch also offers a one-on-one business support program to help new and emerging business owners start and grow their businesses in Edmonton. We are continuously seeking to improve the services we offer by listening and learning to the businesses and entrepreneurs we serve, and are tailoring our services to the unique needs and contexts that businesses have. We also work very closely with our external partners, including key city-funded partners, Innovate Edmonton, Explore Edmonton, Health City, Edmonton Screen Industries Office, and a number of others. And I'll mention it again later, but partnership is truly critical to the work that we do, not only with our city-funded partners, but with the amazing group of 13 business improvement areas, our Chamber of Commerce, industry groups, and a range of other partners. The richness of this work is truly because of the partnerships that exist that enable us to collectively work in service to the business community and all Edmontonians in strengthening and growing our economy. Next slide, please. And now to transition more specifically to the Economic Action Plan, which I mentioned was endorsed by Council earlier this year. The plan is organized around 5 principles, which I'll discuss on the next slide. And under each of the principles is a series of 24 tangible actions. The breadth of actions within the plan range from the green economy and established businesses and entrepreneurs. An example action here is Action 3, supporting building capacity and access to resources for entrepreneurs from marginalized communities, such as Black and Indigenous entrepreneurs and newcomers. The second principle is around maximizing the potential of our land, assets, and physical attributes. An example action here is Action 10, developing tools and strategies to attract commercial, residential, and mixed-use development in nodes and corridors. The third principle is supporting diversification in a sustainable and equitable way. An example action here is Action 12, developing tools to facilitate growth in green economic. Developing an integrated investment intake, business retention and expansion and aftercare program that supports the work of Edmonton Global and others. And the last principle is Principle 5, embracing and growing our relationships. An example action here is 22, coordinating with our regional partners to ensure seamless integration and reduce barriers for entrepreneurs that work across multiple jurisdictions. Next slide, please. But building the strongest and most resilient economy possible requires very careful attention to who is included and who has been left behind. An equity lens, gender-based analysis, was used in the development of the principles and the actions of this plan, and continues to be used in its implementation to account for the disproportionate and systemic barriers and challenges that many Edmontonians continue to face. Though some actions address inclusivity and equity in specific ways, it's important to note that an equity lens has been and will be applied to all of the actions and implementation, and indeed to our broader portfolio of economic development. Using this lens is critical to the success of our collective goals and the future of our diverse economy. This lens also shows up in specific actions we can take, and it is critical that we continuously listen, learn, and respond to inclusivity in new ways. Our efforts are not static, and we cannot continuously seek, and we must continuously seek to improve and do better. We want to always work to find new partners, to hear new voices in and on their terms, to tailor our services in ways that work for them most effectively, and to challenge ourselves and each other to do better. Next slide, please. In collaboration with our partners, we've identified over 50 performance measures that will monitor the action plan's progress. This includes measures found in City Plan and Connect Edmonton. While the city plays a key part in creating the conditions for success, it will largely be the private sector and other partners who will be employing individuals, investing in new innovations, and expanding their businesses. And so with this in mind, our measures of success reflect both job growth and holistic indicators of the strength of our economy and metrics tied to economic development activities. Taken together, we'll be able to chart the progress of job growth and economic strength over time. For each action, performance measures have been identified related to strengthening the capacity of our ecosystem and, where possible, measurements of job growth. And there's just one example on the screen. Next slide, please. As I mentioned earlier, the value of partnership. The City of Edmonton cannot do this work alone. The challenges before us today require partnership now more than ever. The diagram on the screen is a snapshot of our economic ecosystem, and please note that the City of Edmonton is not at the center. The city is just one among an array of partners, including the private sector, post-secondaries, other orders of government, nonprofits, and the partners we fund. These partners were key to building the plan and will be key to its implementation. We are very fortunate to have many strong partners, both formal and long-standing partnerships with groups like Edmonton's 13 business improvement areas, the Chamber of Commerce, Edmonton Global, but also with new and emerging partners like Black Canadian Women in Action and the Access Indigenous Business Association. Working with all of our partners in collaboration is key, and we're thankful for all of them. None of us can do this work alone, and the strength and value of our partnerships is so critical to our joint success. Next slide, please. I also want to touch on the link between our economic development work and the city's energy transition work. The strategic implementation plans for Edmonton's Economic Action Plan and the Community Energy Transition Strategy align and support the city plan implementation. The Economic Action Plan is strongly aligned with community energy transition and focuses on job creation and growth and diversification of our economy in a sustainable and equitable way. The plan recognizes that a green economy built on entrepreneurship, research, and innovation is key, and that these items are thread throughout the plan. We've taken an integrated approach to implementation to identify the ways in which these two strategies can work together to achieve shared outcomes. Next slide, please. I would like to provide you with a brief update on work that has occurred since the Economic Action Plan was initiated. Implementation began immediately following City Council's unanimous approval of the Economic Action Plan in April. Key highlights and achievements to date include creating the Downtown Vibrancy strategy. I'll share more on that in a minute, and the business-friendly Edmonton strategy, which is working to calibrate our services to the needs and speed of the business community. We've also developed and launched an Economic Action Plan grant. We've signed a collaborative economic development memorandum of understanding with our regional partners. We're continuing to improve customer experience with city regulatory processes through the Process and License Improvement Project. We're supporting economic development opportunities with our Indigenous partners through the Urban Reserve Strategy. We're coordinating data collection, reporting on performance measures with our external partners. And we're finding better opportunities for local businesses to sell to the city through a local procurement policy and the Indigenous procurement framework. Next slide, please. I also want to highlight the Downtown Vibrancy strategy, given downtown Edmonton's importance as the heart of the Edmonton region and the unique challenges our downtown is currently facing. Stemming from the Economic Action Plan, the Vibrancy strategy is a call for action over the next 2 years to address the significant impacts of COVID and changing economic realities in our core. The strategy is an agile and nimble approach to supporting vibrancy based on collaboration and partnership between a number of organizations and people with a vested interest in the future of downtown Edmonton. This strategy consists of 20 actions that were developed in collaboration with a wide range of downtown partners. It was endorsed by City Council on June 22nd of this year, and $5 million in funding was provided for projects that support implementation of the actions, many of which are already underway by a range of downtown partners. The actions represent a broad range of opportunities with examples of priority actions, including enhancing safety, expanding public spaces, and supporting new businesses. I also want to note that this is in addition to about $270 million in current investment in our downtown core, the new downtown park, LRT, the Winspear expansion, just to name a few. We have more than 40 downtown partners that collaborate with the city regularly. They have helped build and now implement this strategy, and funding decisions related to the $5 million in vibrancy funding are made by our core partners. That includes the Downtown Business Association. Funding provided to date has included a range of things from art installations to data collection. Regular roundtable discussions with a growing list of downtown partners are ongoing as we explore every opportunity to encourage projects and promote collaboration. There is much more work to do. Next slide, please. All of the work that I've talked about is being done with urgency and coordination between internal and external partners. As I mentioned at the start of the presentation, comprehensive update on the Economic Action Plan will be delivered to Executive Committee in Q1, with regular updates scheduled to be delivered to Edmontonians and City Council moving forward. We anticipate future council decisions will be required around grants and changes to existing or new programs to best meet the goals of the plan and to respond to changes in the local economy. And as I previously mentioned, being agile and nimble is key to our work, and will periodically bring decisions to you to ensure our work is aligned with your expectations. And in closing, I want to reiterate the importance of partnership and equity to the Economic Action Plan and our economic development work. This is an important plan for our city, and will be a cornerstone of our approach to economic growth. It requires a commitment to equity, partnership, and staying nimble to dynamically adapt to changing economic conditions. Your comments on Monday related to what you had heard during the campaign were very helpful in thinking about this work. We look forward to any questions you may have and to your insights, direction, and help as we continue to unfold this work. Thank you very much.
So your presentation is done, right? Good. Okay, cool. All right. Thank you so much for a very in-depth presentation, and we'll go to questions. Let me see the list here. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And as you can see, something happened to my camera, so I'll just be turning it off. Although, I mean, it's a good perspective to have. Sometimes look at things a little different. Thank you for the presentation. It was really good. One of the things that we hear quite often is, hey, you know, why are we investing so much in downtown? And there's this perception generated by some folks who maybe don't see the full picture, or maybe had a particular narrative they wanted to put forward, that the rest of the city is sort of being left behind or forgotten in favor of downtown investment, and that their taxes are going to support the downtown. But maybe expand on that for me a little bit, because my understanding is that if we don't have a thriving downtown, taxes in the suburbs, for example, are going to shoot up. So just to maybe if you can respond to that.
Do you want to lead us off on that, Mr. Chase?
Sure. Thanks very much for that question, Councillor Paquette. Definitely correct that the tax sort of implications of a struggling downtown are significant, and the value that we receive in tax dollars from the downtown are indeed the highest in the city. And so it is critical to all of Edmonton and to the region that there is a focus on downtown. I would just add, though, that doesn't mean neglecting other areas. And we work very closely with 13 business improvement areas as an example to ensure that other areas in the city are also getting the support and attention that they need.
Oh, sorry. I think that you heard me chewing on a granola bar. If so, I apologize. Okay. So the next question then that I have is, you know, to expand on that, you know, part of our thriving economy sort of depends on a robust downtown. And a lot of that has to do with density. But, you know, this idea that maybe we're spending more on downtown than we are in suburbs isn't, it's not true at all, is it? You know, if we look at the infrastructure investment dollars that go around sort of that donut of downtown, it's substantially more, isn't it?
Councillor Paquette, we have been investing a lot in our downtown, and that's because if you grounded in that statement of if your downtown thrives, there goes the rest of your city. It's been well known and researched time over time. And within our own city context, 9% of our tax base comes from 1% of the land base. So 1% is what represents downtown, and that's a 9% tax base. And we don't want to be in the situation where we've got a declining tax revenue coming from our downtown. And that's why downtown vibrancy is so important, to be able to attract and retain capital to our downtown so that the rest of the city can have services to support the rest of the city thriving as a result of the tax base that comes from the downtown.
Yeah, thank you. And then there's also the benefit from economic investment. You know, when people come to a city to take a look around, you know, they're not driving out to Belvedere or you know, Station Point to sort of get their beat on what the city's like. They're going to the downtown.
Absolutely, and I just spoke to an investor over lunch today who was touring people downtown, and exactly that. People who are looking to invest in our city, they come downtown to experience restaurant scene in our downtown, the arts and culture scene in our downtown, and that's critically important for not just tourism, but also for investment.
Yeah, that's really good information. And and to be clear, some of what we're talking about investment downtown is things like LRT, which actually benefits all sorts of other areas in the city. So, even though a lot of the LRT development is downtown right at the moment, that's actually a full city investment, I would say. Now, the other question I have then is, if I wanted to protect the tax rate of the folks in my ward, then having a thriving downtown is one of the greatest buffers that there is in order to keep their tax rates a little lower. Otherwise, they would have to pay a whole lot more for the city to function. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Principe?
Hi there. Actually, my question was in relation to the comment or on the slide where it said 9% of the city's property tax comes from less than 1% of its area. So Ms. McCabe, you already addressed that and the significance of it. So that was my question, but it's already been answered. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Stevenson?
So very much for the presentation, and yeah, so much to dig into there. Just a few threads I wanted to pick up on. So first of all, I do just want to congratulate administration on all the great work that's been happening, particularly with downtown. I was speaking with some stakeholders this morning who spoke really positively about the work that you and your team are doing. So thank you for that. Specifically with the downtown vibrancy strategy, so I know there was $5 million allocated for that. Should we anticipate some additional service packages coming forward with the fall operating budget adjustment?
Mr. Chase?
Yeah, thanks very much for the question, Councillor Stevenson. Right now, we're working sort of with our partners to determine what that would look like and what the need will be. As you can imagine, the COVID sort of impacts are ongoing and still unfolding. And so we don't know sort of exactly what that would look like, but we are definitely hearing from our partners that that more investment is needed, and we anticipate there's a likelihood of that for sure.
Great, I appreciate that, and certainly something that I think that and from some other comments from colleagues, hopefully looking forward to receiving. You also touched on really briefly just a local procurement policy. So I just wanted to understand that in relation to the sustainable procurement policy. That was a bit of a gap that I think I felt was in the sustainable procurement policy. But could you talk a bit more about the local procurement policy, recognizing that there are some limitations in terms of trade agreements?
Pass that one off to Ms. Padbury to start and can supplement if needed.
Yeah, so we are doing some work on a local procurement policy. As you indicated, that we have to do that work carefully with the requirements that we have for trade agreements. I don't really have much more to offer at this point in time than that, but we can get you a bit of a status update on where that's at and provide that information at a later date.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And I just want to raise too, it is something that came up throughout the campaign period, was just a number of vendors experiencing challenges with the city's new vendor portal system. And I apologize, I can't remember the name of the system, but just wondering if there's some ongoing conversations there to streamline that and remove some barriers to smaller businesses that may be trying to become service providers for the city of Edmonton.
So that portal is known internally as Ariba. It's the Ariba portal. And so if you have particular contacts that are having issues, you can send them our way. We do offer training programs for our vendors who are participating and using that portal.
Okay, thank you. I'll be sure to follow up. And just the last question for Ms. Muthardi. I was just wondering, we'll be looking at some questions, particularly around the workforce for the city of Edmonton. And I was wondering if you have information to share about the multiplier value of wages in Edmonton. just so we can sort of understand some of those broader implications when we're looking at wage levels and employment levels in terms of that multiplier effect through the whole municipal economy.
Thank you so much for your question. That's a really interesting one, just because when we look at consumption, there is that broad assumption that it helps to support certain services producing sectors and the like. I don't have that information in front of me. That's something I can definitely look into and provide a response to you later on if that works.
That's perfect. Yeah, thank you so much. And those are all of my questions. Thank you again very much for the presentation.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Tang.
Hi everyone, thank you so much for all those lots of details and to soak in and for painting a very, I think, comprehensive picture for our current state. This question is just mostly because I don't know or really understand, but your projection goes, for the next 2 years, and obviously lots have shifted, major upheavals in, global state. Do we normally go, say, even longer term projections, like 5 to 10 years?
We actually have a longer term forecast. So part of the forecast update is looking at current conditions, making the adjustments from the past forecast and to the past forecast, and then looking at how circumstances have changed. Now, the further out you go, the more it becomes a projection than really a forecast. That range, that the room for error increases. So when we're talking about the use and for of our forecasts, it's more relevant in the short to medium term as opposed to the long term. But we do have that information available through every single forecast update, and it actually goes out to 30 years.
Wow. Okay. No, that's great. I imagine a few years ago when you did that exercise, no one predicted a pandemic, right? So, and that has dramatically changed. I guess question for Mr. Chase on the economic action plan. I'm particularly interested in your first principle, action 3. So, previously when I worked on some of the initiatives to support small businesses, I noticed this and got reinforced on the campaign trail, is that oftentimes informations flow, to get to businesses flow through BIAs, the business improvement areas. And of course, there's a history of why they were formed, but there's lots of places in the city that don't have that structure. And, even I've heard comments from my ward talking about, wow, what if there was like a Chamber of Millwoods or something like that? And of course, these are communities that don't have main streets and all of that. And disproportionately newcomer and et cetera, et cetera. I guess I'm just interested to know kind of a little bit how do you have a particular team maybe deployed geographically, or how do you action that?
Yeah, thanks a lot for that question, Councillor Tang. It's definitely an ongoing challenge and one that we're acutely aware of, making sure that we're working towards. The geographical sort of boundaries that we use are the business improvement areas for those specific areas. But as you mentioned, there's a whole bunch of other areas and communities that aren't represented or served by a business improvement area. We're actively working with as many other organizations as possible, not just the formal ones like Edmonton Chamber, but I referenced Black Canadian Women in Action, which is a really amazing example of a more informal organization that's working to support entrepreneurs across the city. And so we're working hard to try and build relationships and collaborate with those organizations as well. I just add that we recognize that not everyone has connection to some organization either, and that we do our best through social media and through other channels to make sure that we're supporting people in ways that work for them and on their terms. It's an effort in continuous improvement, and there's always more that we can do. But we are working and very well aware that we need to be reaching out and connecting in the community in as many different ways as we can.
Absolutely. And I think many of those businesses are also disconnected from the means that you just talked about, right? And if there's anything, I'm particularly interested in ward relationships. If there's anything, I can help with in terms of facilitating, I will be happy to connect with you offline. I'm I'm wondering about ideas like economic hot zones, where you designate a certain part of, a city or a region with maybe a different set of, parameters for whether it's taxation or whatever. Urban reserve is could be one example, but I was wondering if we have any other examples in the city. I don't know if the airport is one. I'm just curious about that exploration.
Yeah, thanks for the question. We don't have any specific geographies with unique sort of economic zones. It's something that some cities do explore. There's trade-offs with doing it. It's something that we haven't advanced, that we've looked at a very high level, but we haven't implemented to date.
Great, thank you so much. My time is up.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much for the presentation. Also, kudos to the great work that you're doing. I have heard some really good things from folks in the business community. So 2 questions. My first is around learnings from COVID. This came up during our listening session as well. And I'm just wondering, some of the actions in the economic action plan talk about the need to be agile, nimble, really flexible and responsive. And the example that I know a number of us have used is around patio permits, for example. During COVID, I always joke, it's like, oh, we had this superpower. We could really move quickly and open the door for that type of flexibility. And I'm wondering how we're really planning on maintaining that going forward, even just process improvements. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, thanks for that question. We did learn a lot through COVID, and it was really exciting to co-learn that with the business community at the same time. We were all, finding our way through this together. So we are really keen to continue to keep that momentum around the patios as an example, but that is just one example. And there's lots of things that we can do. So continuously listening and learning and striving to be as nimble and flexible as we can is what we'll do. Just one example on sort of a trust-based approach with the patios. You basically signed a declaration saying you had read the guidelines and you were committed to following them. There was not a long, complicated process associated with that, and it worked really, really well. There's a learning there that I think we can employ in other things as well, not just in the patio example. And so we're keen to continue to listen to what the business community needs and make sure that we're responding as quickly as we can.
And Councillor Salvador, some of the learning that we need to take from the COVID experience we've been applying across the department in terms of looking at permits. Where do we even need a permit? Where can we streamline the process so that we can put more of the risk, like who should share the risk or who should have the risk associated with that permit? And we are continuing to take that approach across the department. And what's really important with that is a culture change in the department to have a more customer service approach for development permits and building permits, but also that our staff know that we have their back for them to be able to work in that type of way as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm really happy to hear that because I do think it comes down to a little bit of a culture shift as well. So that's fantastic. Then my second question, I guess a bit of a bigger one, and it was actually just sparked by the sequence of presentations that we just had. Social landscape. Now we're talking about economic landscape, and I see the two as intimately connected. So I'm wondering, we're facing some pretty significant social challenges right now, and in my mind, the success of our economic action plan, the success of and vibrancy of our main streets, for example, very much depends on the social health and well-being of our city and of our communities. Putting that into question, I guess, is that, yes, it's being considered, but how are we making sure that those threads are really connected and that we're able to sort of put those pieces together, if that makes sense?
Yeah, thanks very much again for the question. Maybe I'll start, and I know that Christy Pelletier, Director of Vibrant Safe Cities, is on the line as well. But one of the things that I think is so critical here, from the business perspective, is that there's an awareness and an accountability and a shared interest as well from the business community in helping to co-create solutions to make sure that we're not working sort of in silos across different social areas. And one of the things that's been so heartening through COVID with a number of businesses, particularly in our main streets, is a real commitment to wanting to help to solve these problems together, not to push them out of specific areas or move problems to different conversations. And I think that's really, really critical. But I know Ms. Pelletier is on the line. I don't know if you have anything else to add.
Thanks, Mr. Chase, for the opportunity to add to your answer, and thank you, Councillor, for the question. One of the 4 pillars of the downtown vibrancy strategy is downtown as a safe and welcoming place, and that interconnection and, you know, symbiotic relationship between a vibrant and safe city is really one that we're trying to understand the nuances of. And of course, listening to our internal partners here at the city from an administration perspective around how we need to work together to provide a resource complement that is right-sized for what it is that we're facing downtown, and we're deploying the right resource in the right way, and doing so in a way that recognizes, you know, downtown has particular, you know, specific needs based on the fact that that's where many of our social agencies reside. And that's where a lot of those supports are. So we see the connection. It is part of one of the 4 pillars, and it's a priority for both internal and external partners to come together to work together on.
Thank you very much. I am out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very enjoying the 2 presentation, and I know economics is a complex principle and a concept, and then so I am so glad to see such professional presentation, and thank you very much. So I have a few points here. I would like to ask some question related to the first one is the economic landscape one, and so in your presentations, there are so many information and the data provided. And also I checked our city website, and then we do have a comprehensive economic reports and forecast. And then very detailed information. I think that's good for our public and citizens. If they look at all the reports and the information, they can have this enough resources to understand our city's current economic landscape. So one suggestion or from public eye, look at this report and all this information here. So is there any way and we can make this reporting and interface, public interface, more simple? And then because right now I look at it, yes, looks awesome and then professional and lots of information and from labor market and from housing price and from not of like the consumer sense like business permits. And is there any way and we can make this a little bit simple and high level and then give that the big picture, and for the public they can see our city's economic landscape right away. And so that's his one suggestion. And I know it takes lots of time and work and effort to do. I just want to put this thought there and before and we move to the next step. Thank you. So the next one I have is regarding Mr. Cha's presentation. We talk about the 5 principles. 5 key principles and also 50 performance measures and for economics. And also we talked about some like 7 key accomplishments. So my question related to this type of sense is about, and for all these key accomplishments is bring more revenue to our city or just to create more expenditures. And because that is a public concern about. So it's not about, oh, okay, we finish this report, we have this data system built. It's about this, is bring our revenue or just create more expenditures because that's our tax dollar payers concerned about.
Thank you so much for the question, Councillor Rice. One of the things that we're doing is by having so many measures associated with those actions is measuring what the value is, what the job creation is, what the hard value is to what we're doing. Obviously, not all economic development work can have a dollar and cents equated to it. There's a lot of community economic development work to ensure that folks have the supports they need that we can't always quantify, but we do definitely recognize that quantifying the progress we're making in terms of revenue to the city, dollars and cents, is really, really important. And one of the things that you'll see in the next couple of months is a memo on all the economic development work that includes our grant leverage ratios. And that gives you a hard dollar and cents indication of what the return is on taxpayer investment in terms of what it's sort of bringing back to the city from a financial perspective. We strive really hard to make sure that there is value for every dollar that gets spent.
Thank you for that. I just want to emphasize, and when we do economic recovery or economic development or any action plan, I think the key point, the fundamental point is let's focus on ask ourselves first, and is this bringing the revenue or this create more expenditures? So I just want to put that point there. And so the last question, thank you very much. The last question I have, so I have a little bit of time left, and is related to our downtown vibrant strategy. And I do have some information here. And then based since 2015, and more than $4.4 billion has been invested in downtown development. But downtown has faced a unique challenge and due to the pandemic. And so the question right now is, well, the strategy could require between $7 and $28 million, and then to full implement for this strategy. And right now, and the city, the council approved the initial investment of $5 million. And then for this type of number I have, and it's different from what we present and in your slide, and I may want to say the more details and breakdown, and because that is most public concern I heard, and for the huge spending and a huge investment in specific this strategy. And I know my time is out. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, and then maybe I leave this to the second run, and then we can continue for this discussion. Thank you very much.
No problem, but I think they can please answer that question from Councillor Rice. It's a very important question that she has raised.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just to quickly answer that, Councillor Rice, the intention when we took the report forward earlier this year was that there was a range in terms of what the city could commit to investing. At the time, $5 million was the number that was selected at that time. Sort of picking up on where Councillor Stevenson's line of questioning where it was, there may be future service packages for you to debate and consider pending where things go over the next little while. But $5 million is what's been invested, and the numbers you referenced were the range of what could potentially be required if council wanted to implement everything in the action plan to the full extent.
However, the concern and from public is not about this 5 million approved, is for us to full implement this strategy. And then it's about the between the $7 and $28 million. But the public concern is about since 2015 and $4.4 billion already invested. And so where we can see that return on this investment is a huge number. And so I think that is what I heard, and then that is I concern about our tax dollar, even from like the big picture for our city expenditure perspective. So, Mr. Mayor, maybe I should return back to you.
No, thank you. I think it's worth clarifying that majority of that 4 billion or so is private.
4.4, yeah.
Yes, mostly it's private sector investment.
Well, that's
Yeah, that's why. Stephanie, is that the case?
Yeah, a lot of it's private sector investment as well as investment from other levels of government in terms of the LRT. But Councillor Rice, what I'm hearing from you is if administration is to advance any other service packages in this area, you would really like to have a detailed understanding of what that return on investment is.
Yeah.
And we'll make sure to include that in any other asks that we have, as we did with previous asks as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Rice, for raising those points. Those are very valid points that we need to discuss and have more clarity on. So thank you for that. Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you. And forgive me if my sound cut out briefly. So forgive me if someone's already asked you these questions, Ms. McCabe. But could you and Mr. Chase talk a little bit about your economic development strategy and how it sort of dovetails with the work that we did last term on innovation?
Thanks very much, Councillor Hamilton. Maybe I can start and Ms. McCabe can supplement there. But as you know, Innovate Edmonton, the city's innovation authority, is really tasked with advancing innovation across the board. We are not interested in duplicating or creating additional pieces of work. And so we're really here to work in alignment with what Innovate Edmonton is doing around innovation, technology, et cetera. But I will flag that innovation means many different things, and the city does need to innovate. We need to embrace new technology, to take risks, to support our businesses who want to innovate and test with the city. And so there's work in the economic action plan around ensuring that we're creating the conditions for that to happen. So it sort of answers two ways. The first is the formal alignment with Innovate to make sure that we're collaborating and working in a mutually beneficial way. But the second is really, celebrating and enabling innovation in all its forms to grow the economy. Does that answer your question?
It does, and I'm sure we'll hear from Innovate Edmonton more formally, sort of later on in these first 6 months. But I also heard you mention local procurement. I love that. I think that there's some great opportunities there. Something that comes up time and again is the city as a lab. So putting out, I know EPS and the Police Foundation developed a partnership, I want to say with TELUS and maybe even Motorola was in there on the liquor store robbery issue. Have you looked at similar but not the same types of partnerships in terms of putting some of the big challenges out there to our local community and seeing what we can develop as solutions to some of these really significant challenges?
Councillor Hamilton, absolutely. And that's a key piece of Innovate Edmonton's work. And we're working right now with them on scoping that out, working to get funding from that from other levels of government. And we will be happy to provide an update to council by either Innovate Edmonton's process or through our own process here.
And
really
if I might,
excited about that.
if I might add, Councillor, we're also triangulating that work with our post-secondary institution partners to ensure that there's a place for them in that kind of laboratory thinking.
That's great to hear, because I think our post-secondaries, if we talk, Ms. Owen, about the things that make Edmonton unique, it's the robustness of our post-secondary sector and our ability to work so closely with them. But that's an opinion of mine. I'll maybe turn now to Ms. Moutardi. A lot has been made of Edmonton's population projections over the next 30 years, and some people even think it's absurd that we could see a city grow to 2 million people, especially from where we sit now and looking at some of the economic projections you've shared with us. But you're tracking population growth for what we're looking at in the city plan. Are we, and we're only like a year or two into it, but is the population projections are actually pretty conservative in the city plan. Is that sort of sussing out in what you're seeing in our growth in the next little while?
Absolutely. I think that in the next little while, there's just a lot of uncertainty. And I truly appreciate your question because population growth has been kind of a bit of a hot topic, especially when we're thinking about where we're expecting there to be growth. Public health restrictions, stay-at-home orders, border closures all impact international migration flows. But the good news is that we're starting to see that come back up. The difficult thing is trying to figure out over the next little while where things land, whether or not we're going to see a surge in numbers to offset the limited migration numbers that we saw that we anticipate between 2020 and 2021. But we see that more so as an issue in the short term. Looking ahead, we are projecting some pretty conservative population growth numbers, and perhaps not over the next 30 years we'll reach 2 million, but we are projecting the population to grow. So maybe not by 2050, maybe in the 2060s. But in terms of this near-term risk, it's more to do with the pandemic and where things will line up, especially around the different components of migration.
And I had one more question on the housing prices, but I might have to come back around. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Everyone who had a question had round one, so we would have to go to round two, but I do have some questions. So Councillor Wright, if you could take the chair, please.
Yes, Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, thank you. So one of the sectors that have suffered quite a bit during the pandemic is the arts and culture. And so how do we support them during the recovery? That's one. And tied to that is the potential of the nighttime economy, right? And during COVID, people did not take vacations. They did not go out. I think there's a build up savings and a potential capacity for people to spend more. So coupling that with the struggle of the arts and culture and night economy, what do we need to do to be ready that the disposable income that people will be spending once things open up is actually being spent in Edmonton's economy and supporting arts and culture and other aspects of with downtown and other parts?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question, Mayor. So we know that the hospitality industry, the nighttime economy, arts and culture industries have really had a hard time, just partly because of the restrictions and the challenges with groups and all of that sort of thing. We work really hard to try and ensure that we're listening and learning and hearing the needs of specific industries and communities, that we're making it easy for them to reopen, to do the events that they want to do. And I get quite excited thinking about some of these venues being able to have people back. And if they want to do pop-up events outside, or they want to take over parking lots and they really want to try to activate to get that dollar back, then we want to support that and make it happen as quickly as we can. There's some good examples from downtown on 104th Street, for example, of those restaurants wanting us to close down 104th Street. This summer we did it most days on the weekend. We let those patios just spill out into the road. That was tied with having performers and artists come to celebrate as well, and so fully recognize that it's a real challenge. We also work closely with Explore Edmonton as well to ensure that we're marketing and promoting these industries in Edmonton. There's a lot of amazing attraction here that not only is for us to enjoy, but also to try and capture the dollar of tourists from across Alberta and elsewhere as well. So it's definitely top of mind, and really appreciate the question.
I think this is a very unique opportunity. If all of you, I'm pretty sure you're willing to put your creative hats on and enabling attitude and make sure that people should be spending their money here in the city. That it's so much necessary for us, for our struggling businesses and arts and culture practitioners to have.
And if I may, Mr. Mayor, we're working closely with the Edmonton Arts Council through Rob Smythe's Citizen Services Department to ensure that the ambitions of their strategic plan can also be realized in these current economic times. So it's a tight relationship.
And possible potential of tapping into the multiculturalism and indigenous cultures, part of that's where we're seeing so much growth. That's okay. On the population, the retention and population growth, we have a lot of international students coming into Edmonton to study, and we always think about keeping young people here in Edmonton. So have we thought about any strategies for those international students to be encouraging them to stay back here after they finish their school?
It's a great so go ahead, Jeff. No, please do.
Oh, sorry, just to say we're very fortunate, Mayor, that we've got such strong relationships with the post-secondaries. They're all actively involved with us in advancing the economic action plan. There's an action in there around retaining talent. And so we're quite fortunate that the post-secondaries themselves are giving us insight into what students need and what sorts of things will help keep them here. Sorry to interrupt, Ms. McCabe.
You're good, Mr. Chase, no problem. I was just gonna say exactly that we recognize that. It's an area that we've had some initial conversations with the post-secondary institutes, but there's probably more we can do in that space, Mr. Mayor. And as we continue to evolve the economic action plan, we'll bring you more information on that.
Okay, good. Thank you for that. I'll move the second round.
I can
Second.
Can we go to a vote on that, please?
In favor as well. This is Jans.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Can we display the votes? Passed unanimously.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. I'll take the chair back.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Paquette, you're next.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just to pick up on a couple of those themes, we were talking about the rapid permitting for patios and things like that. And what is not seen is all the behind the scenes work on that, especially, legal stuff and working with bylaws. And so while I'm sure everyone wishes that we had a magic wand, it's actually just a process, isn't it? And sometimes, to make something happen rapidly takes an enormous amount of background effort. Is that right?
Yeah.
Councillor Paquette, I would agree. It is just a process, but behind that process is always humans, people who are doing the work and making it happen.
Yeah. Okay. Just so that folks understand, because I know in the public they're like, well, why don't you just do this? Why don't you just do that? And it would be like, oh, well, that'd be great, but there's a lot of layers that we have to go through to get there, and it takes time. So with that in mind, I'm just thinking about things that that I consider sort of like confused streets, and that would be places where, on one hand, we want retail, we want pedestrians, we want multi modes of travel, but it's also sort of a main thoroughfare for vehicles, and sometimes in order to accommodate everything, we get something that's just sort of like not exactly ideal in any area. And so I'm just wondering if there's a look being taken on that, because, I can think of probably like 3 right offhand where maybe speed should be lowered to encourage more pedestrian feelings of safety, or road should even be closed outright in order to dedicate a spot just for pedestrian activities, and expanding that potential commercial space and public space. So I'm wondering if you can speak to that.
Thanks for the question, Councillor. And just to pick up where you had left off, the other kudos really goes to the business owners, I think, who are doing so much to pivot and adapt and be responsive to the guidelines. 99.999% of the time, they really, really are doing their part. And then that picks up where you've just left off around some of these road closures and the sort of mishmash of pylons and everything that we see. And I think that's really a demonstration of trade-offs where if you want additional space for businesses and you want accessible sidewalks and you want a key thoroughfare, there needs to be things that aren't perfect. And so I think that's a real silver lining of COVID, if we can, that we're using streets as a way to test solutions that work. And I think it's forcing folks who use the street to have to interact and understand the needs of different people who use that same street and to see perspectives in new ways. So I think it's a really exciting opportunity for the city, for the business improvement areas, for Edmontonians to explore what these mean in new ways. And so your point's really well taken, and I think there's a lot we can learn from how things have unfolded.
Yeah. Okay. And any plans to bring anything to council, or would you rather be council driven at some of those?
I don't think it's required at this stage.
Yeah, it's simply because I can foresee in the next 4 to 8, maybe 12 years, hopefully not 12 years, but we can see some really bold moves in that direction, especially since it's in keeping with the city plan. So I'm just anticipating that something like that might be coming to council at some point. am I way off?
Mr. Seabrook, can you weigh in here if the Street Labs work that's going on?
Yes, definitely. So the Street Labs piece in particular will be part of our update in regards to the mobility safety strategy that we have. But certainly the work that we're doing with whether it be OSCAMs or hoardings is part of the work that we're connecting in with Stephanie's team in terms of how we can reduce red tape, but still achieve the objectives of minimizing disruption for those who are using the sidewalks and the neighborhoods.
Yeah. So council driven. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so I'm out of time, so I'm hoping someone asks about industrial development and about the permitting schedules. Okay, thanks.
Good. Thank you, Councillor Paquette. What we will do, we'll take our break here, and then we'll come back to Councillor Jans, because you haven't had our first round.
You know what? You can take me off the list. I can follow up my questions offline.
If you have some other things to do, Michael, you can go now. We can wait. Okay, we can delay the break by 5 minutes.
Nope, no, it's all good.
Sure.
No, I'll be here. I just I can ask at another time.
Okay, cool. Okay. There. We'll be back in 15 minutes. do I have to?
Hi there. That'd be great if you could.
Okay.
Thank
we'll do
you.
so. Yep. All right, I'm here. Councillor Jens.
Here.
Thank you, Councillor Dang. Not yet. Councillor Salvador.
Present.
Okay, Councillor Rice.
Here.
Councillor Rutherford.
Here.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, I see Councillor Penspey.
Here I am.
Councillor Paquette.
I'm here.
Okay, Councillor Wright.
Yes, I'm here.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Cardinal.
Good afternoon.
Good. So only councillor that I'm missing at this time is Councillor Dang, so she'll probably join us later. All right, so next up in the line is Councillor Hamilton.
Sorry, point of order, Mayor. Councillor Tang is here. She just was on mute.
Okay, Councillor Dang is here. Good, thank you so much. All right, Councillor Hamilton, you're next.
Thank you. Ms. Flaherty, I just wanted to come back to something in your presentation, and then I'd like administration's or Ms. McCabe's, I should say, commentary on that from a planning and development lens. One of the things you pointed out in your presentation was the rising cost of housing, and in that context, I'm assuming that you're meaning new, not just new build, but market housing. And I'm curious if you could provide us a little bit more color on that, as I think that there are market housing affordability issues across Canada, and I want, I guess maybe I want to get your feedback on what questions we as councillors should be keeping in mind in terms of how this might affect things in the next 4 years.
Thank you so much for your question. And I think that that's an incredibly important, this is an incredibly important topic, especially when we're looking at building out our housing supply, making sure that they're appropriate, that there's adequate and appropriate supply on the marketplace across all ownership tenures, or across all tenures and across all types. When I was mentioning, when I pointed out that the cost of housing is expected to rise, it's primarily for new single builds. And the interesting thing about single family homes is that it's not typically a type of home that all can afford. When we're looking at, for example, building permits and looking at construction activity, there are different ways of interpreting the signals. Increased building permit values for multifamily homes is definitely confirms and suggests like that housing demand is increasing. But for single detached homes, it's more so for move up buyers and the like, just because of the price point. For housing affordability across the country, Edmonton is still in a very advantageous place. So I pulled together some comparables in terms of just the rising cost of housing. This is particularly for existing homes, but in Edmonton, the new housing price index increased by slightly less than 6% in September, compared to over 20% in Ottawa, 17% in Toronto, and 17% in Vancouver. Edmonton's advantage is that we do have a lot of land, but at the same time, we also have ample opportunity to build out, again, suitable homes. So with that, when we're talking about an increased cost in the build of a new home, it's focusing more on single detached homes and kind of how that impacts building activity moving forward, particularly construction intentions. And with that, I can turn it over to Ms. McCabe if she'd like to add.
It's interesting,
So-
Councillor Hamilton. Sorry, go ahead.
I want to hear what you have to say, but I also, you have the unique lens on this, Ms. McCabe, as having not just the economic development portfolio under you, but also planning and development. And so I'd sort of like that dual perspective from you on that housing, the rising cost of housing, but also what we might consider in relation to the city plan on this.
It's very interesting. We've actually had one of our busiest summers since 2017 in terms of new single-family homes that have been built in Edmonton. So the market is quite hot despite the increase in housing prices. It does remain that one of our competitive advantages is Edmonton is affordable. And so we need to continue to attract and retain capital and jobs to the city, along with that affordability proposition and, quite frankly, the quality of life proposition that Edmonton offers that not other cities can offer. We need to continue to tell that story, and we need to continue to get people to invest here as a result of that. Councillor Hamilton, does that answer your question? I feel like I missed
It
one
does.
part.
It does think what I guess on the city plan side,
City plan.
one of the tensions in there is that we're talking about limiting growth in the greenfield development, and I agree with Ms. Mutardi that there is a value proposition in terms of the affordability in Edmonton compared to other large Canadian cities. But how do we manage that tension between the desire for greenfield development and the city plan, which looks at, I think, net 75% of new development happening as infill?
Absolutely. That is going to be one of the main tensions. And as we work through the implementation with Council of City Plan, that's going to be one of the main questions to tackle in terms of how far and how fast. So the city plan is a 50 to 60 year plan. I think we've got to keep that in mind. And it looks to create a market transformation from primarily greenfield growth to primarily infill growth over that time frame. So I think what's important to remember is that that's going to be gradual, but it's also going to need to be thoughtful in terms of what policies are brought into place by City Council in order to support that. So it's not going to be going to be easy, but it isn't going to be an abrupt change in growth. It is going to be a very thoughtful process that we bring to council to help with that transformation.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Paquette? No, Councillor, you already had a chance. Sorry. I'm going to skip you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor
I
Tang.
can't just, okay, fine.
You
I
had
won't
two
put it.
rounds. You had two rounds. Yeah. Councillor
I'll
Tang.
take a nap.
Try to sneak in there. No way. Yeah. Councillor Tang?
She was having some problems with her mic. I don't know if she's still.
I'll go to
testing it
Councillor
out.
Rice. Councillor Rice next, then we'll come back to Councillor Tang. Councillor Rice, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few follow-up questions here. The first one, and then so by looking at economics, sorry for my English, action plan. And so my question is, like, can you tell me more about our city's economic diversification strategy? And because looking at 2021 city's revenue chart, and then if you look at the entire revenue chart, and we have 57% of revenue from our tax dollars. And then we have a very small percentage and from operating grants or other income resources. But I didn't say, I may miss something, and I didn't say and then specific revenue and from like business development and then from other income resources. Can you just be more specific and tell me more about this economic diversification strategy?
So perhaps I could start out, and then perhaps Ms. Padbury, you could add. The economic action plan is a core component of that is diversification of our economy. And part of that diversification of our economy is for support of the green economy. But in terms of diversification of our revenue sources, Ms. Padbury, can you add some details to that?
Yeah, so in terms of, just as Ms. McCabe said, the economic action plan is focused around diversifying the economy. the growth in the economy then leads to additional growth, which then we pick up on the property tax side. But in order, when I was talking the other day about diversifying our revenue sources, that would be around things like the use of user fees, perhaps the implementation of new fees and tools in order to shift the balance away from taxation to different kinds of tools that exist. And then just because I think I heard you talk about business taxes, other than the business in the BIAs, we don't actually have business taxes. Those were phased out in the municipality a number of years ago.
I think I would like to clarify my question. So I'm not talking about the business BIA. I'm specifically looking for some like revenue and from economic development perspective from other income resources. So we can follow up this later because I have other two questions. But I would like to say this, and because this is also the public voice and requested, and for our city's specific strategy and diversify economic strategy and for economic development. And so my second question is about the business permit, license or permit process timeline. I think this is lots of voice, lots of concern I heard, and due to the process takes like the much longer time than other cities, and some business already or plan to leave our city. I think that is not good for our city's economic development. I would like to see some improvements or a new plan or a new thoughts on this, how we can improve this permits or license process efficiency.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Rice. We have been on a journey of process improvement for permits. We understand that it's really important to work at the speed of business for delivering permits, and we're not perfect yet. I will absolutely admit that. We are very much on a journey. To date, since between 2018 and 2021, we have saved customers and businesses 261,000 days and $4.6 million. From the process improvement work that we've done things like brought in an artificial intelligence model to help optimize our resources for safety codes inspections. We have automated some permits so that people know that they're automatically approved. We have a client liaison unit that works with large scale investments, and we've got permits in as low as 40 days for industrial development. We will bring a memo to council, but I'm going to let you get your last council to give you more on that. I'll let you get your last question in there.
I think my last question is very quick, and it's just to build on the Councillor Hamilton already talked about the affordable housing. And so my question is about if our city is more based on the presentation information is more affordable and on the house market. And then right now, if our direction or our priority and is still to improve this affordable housing, does that mean we have to spend more tax dollars? And for that, how we balance that? I know the question is very big and is not like simplified. And then Mr. Mayor, and then maybe I can just stay back and because my time is out and then get back to you and for other councillors' questions. But I'm interested to know more about this and we can touch base and offline.
Good. Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Tang?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, yes.
Okay, good. I had to log off and log back on. Okay, I think Councillor Paquette wanted a couple questions and Councillor Rice was able to get one in there about permit. And I was interested in that question about industrial as well. So I'm not sure what your question was, but I know, in my ward, there's quite a bit of place or assets, or I don't know what you call it. How does that factor into the economic action plan? And I guess not quite related, but sort of, moving out of the core and the main streets. And I'm thinking a lot of the Greenfield and suburban communities, the way these communities are, there's growing number of box stores and residents are feeling it. And the way the conversation I've had with folks in the industry is that, the economies don't really makes it really hard for small businesses to establish. And so what are the efforts just to, I guess, to support and encourage that? Or is the plan just to keep box stores coming? So I guess those two pieces about the new growth and industrial.
So I'll start with industrial, and I won't lose box stores. It's a big question. But first, industrial development is really important to our city, in that I believe it's 30% of our tax base overall. There's not a ton we can do to move the needle on that, but we do absolutely want to make sure that when somebody is investing in an industrial development in our city, that we work with them in order to get their permits, because that's one of the main things we can do, is we can give businesses certainty that we can get their permits. Just very quickly, I'll share a few examples. The Labatt's expansion, which was a $10 million expansion, we got their building permits in 37 days and their footing and foundation in 14 days. Another example was our Sundance Net Zero retrofit project, a construction value of $5 million. Sorry, we got their permits in 14 days, their development permit in 14 days. McKesson, which is a proposed industrial building, construction value of $16.4 million, development permit in 41 days, and building permit in 47 days. So as a department, we are very committed to working with businesses who are investing in our city, especially large-scale industrial investment, to make sure that we can get their permits in their timeframes, as well as meeting our regulatory requirements through that process. And it requires us to be at the table with those businesses working actively. Councillor Tang, your second question about the way our city grows and the number of box stores within our development, that's a much bigger question in terms of that. I don't think that we've really got a great handle on, if we were to tackle that as a city, in terms of if there was a desire of council to have less box store development, what you could do. If that was something that you would like us to explore, we obviously could explore it. We have a number of programs in place right now that do help to support local businesses that are existing, and some of our corner store programs as an example. But I would say that we have not, under previous council direction, actively tried to discourage that type of development in our city, because I do think also there's a desire for that type of development as well. So it's both a bit of, that is something that we would absolutely have to explore further if it was the will of council.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. Thank you so much. I hear you about the desire to have that, but certainly with the residents I've interacted with, lots of their neighborhood coffee. I mean, when I say neighborhood, still a drive away for many of them, but is the closest small business coffee shop is closed, and people wonder, can I go to other places other than Starbucks, for example? And I know it's very difficult and it's very complex, and we don't necessarily have all the tools, but it's something I am interested in. And I guess I just want to pick up on the point for Councillor Salvador earlier around just the interconnectedness of everything. Certainly some of the conversations I've had with industry folks around attracting businesses to establishing Edmonton, they're looking for so many things that either they're in the building phase, or they're just not quite there yet. Like, companies are looking for transit-oriented development and LRT and 15-minute livable neighborhoods that are close by. And I'm not sure what my question is, but that's something I'm very interested in, to say how. And I think the city plan is the tool for that, because we have the nodes and corridor system, and I certainly would love to see more, I guess, stimulation towards that vision.
Absolutely, Councillor Tang, and I think what we've heard from businesses is having an urban, vibrant city that's got a thriving art scene, thriving restaurant scene, is absolutely critical to getting investment in our city. So creating that type of city with 15-minute districts as outlined in the city plan is going to be really important for our long-term economic prosperity as a city. And so that'll be about how fast implementation. This council absolutely gets to have that role in terms of implementation of city plan. So it's a really exciting opportunity, and there'll be a number of policies and bylaws that are going to come forward to you. for approval to help create that city as envisioned in the city plan.
Awesome, thank you. I'm out of time. Mayor, you're on mute.
There you go. I muted myself. Councillor Jans, are you still there?
Sure. A lot to digest here, and I'm looking forward to the conversations we're going to have over the next term. It strikes me that so many things that affect the economic outlook of Edmonton really are outside of our control as a council. And for instance, I was just reading up on how many of my friends who are involved in the restaurant industry talked about during the pandemic. The narrative shifted to order out, support local businesses by ordering out. But because many people used apps like Skip the Dishes or DoorDash or others, some which can charge 30% or more in fees, that say you order out $100, $30 of that can go towards the app, which is basically a direct subsidy to Silicon Valley. It's not money it's not wealth that's staying in our local community. Like if you really picked up or dined in from a local restaurant. So I know other provinces have moved towards regulating those fees. I believe 10 or 15% in Saskatchewan and Ontario and others. So I believe Calgary City Council passed a motion advocating for a cap on delivery fees. And I certainly would like to see our council explore something similar, because the restaurant industry already has razor thin margins. And if we're sending mixed messages here, like we want to support local, but we need to be doing everything in our power to help keep money in our local community and in those kitchens. So I would be, I'd certainly look favorably upon action from this council towards either capping the delivery fees, or if the companies aren't willing to cooperate with us, maybe we need to look at some sort of a policy or a bylaw around delivery drivers, that they must be licensed or they must somehow be connected to the local business that they're serving. But because it's not sustainable to our community to see that kind of wealth transfer to shareholders in the United States. So other than that, there's 100 other things that I'd like to explore and get to in the reports going forward. And all of this nests very well together with our concerns around working with the BIAs and working with the region. And recently, council just had our introduction to Edmonton Global. So I'm quite excited about what could be in store in future. But yeah, thank you very much for the presentation.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor Jens. If I could just quickly respond, we have not done any detailed work on the sort of delivery regulation work. So if that's something that you'd like us to do, we can take that away and just start exploring a little bit of that. But I would just highlight one of the programs that we are involved in is Digital Main Street, which is there to help businesses build an online presence. And it sort of touches on what Councillor Tang had touched on as well with Big Box, really recognizing that for a lot of small businesses who don't have a strong online presence or multiple stores, it can be really hard for them to compete with Big Box. And so we're really aware of what we can do to try and help build capacity for small businesses so that they're able to go digital, to build an online presence, to explore delivery mechanisms and those sorts of things. But it's a threat. I mean, it's a threat to the local economy in a lot of different ways. And so there's a lot of things that we can do to try and support the small scale startup Edmonton-based businesses, while also recognizing the role that bigger businesses play in the city as well.
Yeah, I'm mindful. We're working quite hard. I don't know that we spent money on it, but courting Amazon, when in some cases e-commerce has been blamed for killing the corner grocery store, and so there's many contradictions in our own actions as a city. I know a lot's been we've talked about, and we have a garage suite enthusiast on city council, but we talk about ACUs. ADUs, but I'm interested in talking about ACUs, the ancillary commercial units, and how we can work through city plan to help bring more opportunity into the local neighborhood. I was struck that when the pandemic hit, I was working from home. I was in a white collar job. My neighbor, who is a woodworker, luckily could work out of his garage. But at some point, if he scales up, he's going to need support from the city in doing that, and he didn't want to have to go and relocate to the industrial area in Miss Tang's award. So we'll have to think about that in city plan too, and how we can help fast track local recovery for small entrepreneurs on their own property.
And Councillor Jans, we are thinking about that through the zoning bylaw renewal, in terms of what other uses within a neighborhood you can have. That is part of the work that the team's got underway.
Very excited to hear more.
Good. Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Joanne, right? Councillor Wright?
Hi, I think I got bumped ahead of Councillor Stevenson. She lost her superpower.
That's
So
okay.
thank
You can go ahead.
You can. All right, thank you. And it's more so a comment or just emphasize, I think what Councillor Jans and Councillor Tang have been saying about the local and keeping, if we're striving towards that 15-minute walkable community, that is definitely something out here in the suburbs. It's actually quicker for me to meet a friend for coffee at a unique shop out in Sherwood Park than it is to drive to White Avenue. So I don't want to be, losing that local business or, and I want to be able to keep that business in Edmonton. So that's just basically what I want to emphasize is if that is the future that we're looking at for the walkable communities, we do have to focus a bit more on the local small business and the local entrepreneurs.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor Wright. Definitely agree and definitely know that our work to support small businesses is not just in our established main streets, it's across the city. So thanks for that feedback.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, just a really quick question. Well, actually, it's a big question, but maybe not to be answered right now. It's just around the community revitalization levies. That's an area, Mr. Chase, that you mentioned falls within your purview, and I think is something that I still need to be wrapping my head around. Just wondering if that's a presentation that's scheduled to be coming to us in our orientation, or if that's if there's another way to get a briefing or sort of a crash course on that for council.
It's not something that's scheduled to be included as a orientation, but we could definitely get a briefing together, certainly.
Great, thanks very much. That's all I had.
Mr. Mayor, you're on mute again. I think you are.
There we go. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I've just been listening to the whole presentation and all the great questions from council and mayor, and I just wanted to express my appreciation for how impressed I am with the caliber of information that was presented today and the work that's being done in this area. I think, definitely on the doors, and one of my top platform areas was support local, because I kept hearing again and again people wanting, good jobs, some stable income, and wanted to be able to spend money in their communities. And so I think that we're on the right track, and it's about how we steward it from here on out. But I just wanted to express my appreciation before the end of the day. So thank you so much. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Earlier, there was a question around what we can do to try to support industrial development, and I did just want to double check. So in the last term of council, we unanimously approved a strategy to start bringing, or where we approved the planning, if you will, to develop a industrial renewal program, similar to like our neighborhood renewal, where we would actually bring in full services. While I understand that is being worked on, I believe primarily through the IIS department, where is your group and your department in terms of conversations with that group to make sure that what will be presented, because this council will have something presented during the next 4-year budget around if we actually want to invest to bring in those services.
We're absolutely tapped into those conversations, as well as very much tapped into the budget process to make sure that we're aligning the strategy of from the economic action plan to our budget prioritization processes.
Great, great. Yeah, I just think that's probably the most important thing that we would be able to do in terms of industrial development. And I recognize this only applies to our unserviced industrial areas, but that makes up a very large portion. And I know this ward makes up about 50% of it, but we have spots further northwest. We have spots in the southeast, and that has a great potential for us to generate new economic developments and new tax revenue, new job opportunities. So I'm looking forward to that discussion and making sure we have all that data so that the council can hopefully keep that going. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. So that is it for questions on this item. Thank you, everyone. I also want to convey my appreciation for all the hard work you are doing and all the hard work you will be doing over the next 4 years as well, right? So hear good things about some of the work that's being done. So let's build on it. So yeah, thank you. Let's go to our next item.
Mr. Mayor, we'll just load up the presentation here, and the clerk is going to do that on affordable housing and homelessness.
Okay.
No, we're all set then. So to continue basically some of the discussion from earlier this afternoon, one of the important ecosystems of relationships that we steward is the one addressing affordable housing and homelessness. With me today is Jackie Ford. Jackie's branch includes the affordable housing and homelessness section. The director of that section is Crystal Kajener, so on the call for our presentation and to answer questions. This afternoon, we want to provide council with a snapshot of homelessness in Edmonton and the need for affordable housing. We'll take you through what is being done to address these issues, including our efforts to respond to homelessness and address the shortage of housing options that work for everyone. And of course, questions at the end. On the next slide then, the work surrounding affordable housing and homelessness supports multiple areas of the city's core business, including Connect Edmonton and the city plan. Internally, work supports the corporate business plan and has impacts on corporate budgets. The work to develop and support affordable housing and homelessness is not done by one team only. Supporting departments help our citizen services team through support such as zoning, real estate needs, encampment cleanup, and challenging media and communications plans. Affordable housing and homelessness is a complex issue, as council well knows, that administration comes together to address. The next 90 days will see you as council members involved in this work through numerous reports that we're bringing to council, recommending action to support affordable housing in our city. 3 reports are in the queue, will come before the end of the year, seeking support for those experiencing homelessness. This important work does not end after 90 days, obviously. Additional reports will continue in the new year as we continue to advocate for and address support affordable housing and homelessness in our city. With that, we'll pass it over to Jackie and Crystal to get into the content of our presentation. Jackie.
Thank you, Rob. And hello again, Council. As promised earlier today, we're going to take a deeper dive into this issue. It's one of the larger issues that, as you recognize from the last slide, lots of reports, lots of work, lots of discussion in the community around this. So we're going to go in depth a little bit on the topic this time. So as you just heard, Edmonton is still one of the most affordable large urban centers to buy a home in Canada, especially compared to cities like Toronto or Vancouver. But the cost of buying a home is irrelevant to tens of thousands of low-income Edmonton households who are struggling to cover their rent, and the more than 9,000 people who are on the wait list for affordable housing. According to the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, a household is in core housing need if it falls below one or more of these 3 standards. Adequate housing, that would be living somewhere that is in need of major repairs. affordable housing, where shelter costs are more than 30% of below tax household income, or suitable housing, where there is not enough bedrooms for the composition of the household. For people in extreme core housing need, shelter costs are greater than 50% of their household income. Currently, there are 56,000 households in Edmonton in core housing need. According to the 2016 census, the latest one available, 22,350 households were in extreme core housing need in Edmonton. And we all know what we'll know what the latest figure is when the next census comes out. That's the 2021 census. When housing costs are too high, it becomes very difficult to afford other necessities like food, clothing, childcare, or to prepare for the unexpected like illness or job loss, something that we saw on a mass scale during COVID-19. In the first half of 2020, Edmonton experienced more than 121,000 job losses. Housing insecurity puts people at risk for homelessness. Housing need does not impact all Edmontonians equally. Indigenous people are overrepresented, both among those experiencing homelessness and those in housing need. About 20% of all Indigenous households in Edmonton are in core housing need, compared to 12% of non-Indigenous households. And approximately 60% of all people experiencing homelessness in Edmonton identify as Indigenous. Next slide, please. And homelessness is the most extreme form of poverty and housing need. You've heard these numbers before, so there's a bit of repetition, but according to the by names list that is kept by Homeward Trust, there are currently more than 2,800 Edmontonians with no permanent home. Half of those folks are provisionally housed. They're couch surfing with friends or family. And the remainder are in and out of emergency shelters operated by Hope Mission, Salvation Army, the Mustard Seed, E4C, or the Youth Empowerment Support Services. And about 700 people are unsheltered, which means that they most frequently sleep outdoors or in a place unfit for human habitation. The population of people experiencing homelessness is not static. It changes each month as some people enter homelessness and others exit homelessness. It's estimated that over the course of a year, approximately 11,000 Edmontonians will fall into homelessness. While the vast majority of these individuals and families are able to resolve their homelessness with the support of friends, family, or community resources, a portion of this population simply don't have or are not able to connect to the supports and resources necessary to do so on their own. Episodes of homelessness can easily turn into chronic homelessness, and the longer someone is unhoused, the harder it is to rehouse them. Individuals experiencing chronic homelessness typically have complex long-term health conditions such as mental illness, physical disabilities, and substance use disorders, or may be dealing with past trauma stemming from their own experiences of adversity or suffer from the negative effects of historic or intergenerational events. Prior to the pandemic, Edmonton, led by Homeward Trust and the homeless serving agencies it supports, had made significant progress towards ending homelessness in the last decade. Nearly 13,000 people have been housed since 2009, and prior to the pandemic, the number of people experiencing homelessness had fallen to 1,500, an overall reduction of 45%. Edmonton has been considered and still is a leader among Canadian municipalities in addressing homelessness through Housing First programs, which help people experiencing homelessness access housing with no preconditions, such as employment or sobriety, and provides them with whatever support they need to maintain their housing. This can include placement in supportive housing, which provides 24/7 wraparound supports for people with complex needs who have experienced chronic homelessness. However, the pandemic, as well as provincial cuts to rental income and rental and income supports and support to youth transitioning out of foster care, have increased inflows into homelessness and slowed the outflow. Since the onset of COVID-19, the pandemic, from March of 2020 until November of this year, 2,883 people were connected with permanent housing, Meanwhile, up to 300 people are becoming homeless every month. All of this has led us to the highest levels of homelessness since 2014, and we are approaching our previous peak levels that were seen between 2006 and 2008. Next slide. Social disorder, which is associated with unsheltered homelessness, like encampments, needle or litter debris, and disruptive behavior, is a symptom of a lack of adequate housing and support systems. The city exhausts a significant amount of resources to manage these symptoms. During the pandemic, the city and EPS launched additional measures to address concerns about safety on transit. In 2020, the encampment response team responded to more than 4,000 encampment complaints and cleaned up nearly 1,500 sites. Encampments are environmentally damaging to the river valley, and there is an increasing tension among residents who live in areas where encampments are prevalent. Coming out of the pandemic, social disorder threatens the city's economic recovery and the ability to attract investment, particularly downtown. The Downtown Business Association, the Chinatown Business Association, and small business associations in Old Strathcona, Alberta Avenue, and Fort Road areas have all reported symptoms of unsheltered homelessness having an immediate impact on their businesses. For those experiencing homelessness, the pandemic has taken a significant toll on their ability to meet their basic needs. Public spaces are closed, shelters have reduced capacity, and just like everyone else on this call, there's a real fear of catching the virus. But homeless folks have very limited opportunities to self-isolate in Edmonton's mostly congregate shelter system. At the same time, the opioid crisis and an unsafe drug supply is leading to record numbers of accidental drug poisonings. And polling prior to the election put addressing homelessness as a top priority for Edmontonians. So we've talked about the need of affordable housing in our city, and we'll now talk about the efforts underway to address it. No single government, organization, or entity can solve homelessness or housing affordability challenges alone. Leadership from all orders of government and all sectors are required to effectively end homelessness and ensure everyone has an affordable place to call home. This slide speaks to the primary roles our partners play in this space, and subsequent slides will address the city's role in more depth. So from the Government of Canada, they have capital funding for housing. They also just recently introduced a new Ministry of Housing. Government of Alberta has capital and operating funding for housing, emergency shelter funding, and homeless supports. Homeward Trust is our system planner, funder, and property manager. Social agencies provide street outreach, housing supports. Affordable housing providers are builders and operators. And we also have the Edmonton Nonprofit Housing Provider Working Group, which is committed to the goal of strengthening the overall sector for the benefit of all non-market housing providers. Members include Savita, GEF Seniors Housing, Right at Home Society, Vista, Homeward Trust, Habitat for Humanity, Brentwood, and the Métis Urban Housing, Urban Housing, and HomeEd. And HomeEd is a city partner. It was established in 1977 by the City of Edmonton to increase the supply of affordable rental housing in the city. HomeEd provides more than 900 affordable rental units to a mix of low to moderate income households, with rents starting at the low end of the market. It is governed by a volunteer board of directors, which is appointed by City Council annually. The city is the sole shareholder of HomeEd, as represented by the mayor and council as the city's governing body. And with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Kajener.
Thanks, Jackie, and good afternoon, Mayor and Council. It's a pleasure to be here for the first time in front of you. I'm Crystal Kajener. I'm the Director for Affordable Housing and Homelessness, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about the City of Edmonton's role. So the City of Edmonton has been involved in supporting the development of affordable housing since the 1950s. Over time, our role has varied and evolved. We have been at times a developer, a funder, an owner, a land provider, a regulator, an advocate, and a planner. In order for a housing ecosystem to be considered whole and healthy, it needs to provide a range of housing types for the full diversity of Edmontonians and their varied needs. The city's role extends to all parts of the wheel on the slide, though our involvement in some areas is newer than in others. Your briefing binders contained a glossary of housing terms that delineate between types of affordable housing. But for your information here, the housing spectrum ranges from interim housing geared to people exiting homelessness, supportive housing geared to people. These housing is geared to people who are experiencing homelessness or at risk of homelessness. Sorry, did I cut out there for a second? I may have cut out. Sorry, that's my intro, I guess. And then there's affordable rental housing, which is subsidized rental housing offered at below market rates and can include deep subsidy housing, like the social housing owned by the City of Edmonton and operated by Savita, which is on a rent geared to income model, or near market affordable housing, which has rent set at roughly 80 to 85% of market, like units managed by HomeEd. The spectrum also includes affordable homeownership programs like Habitat for Humanity. Although not part of the traditional affordable housing spectrum, the City of Edmonton also plays a role in helping make market homeownership attainable for families through its First Place program and through the efforts of our urban planning and economy teammates who work every day to streamline the regulatory approval processes and reduce the cost of residential development. My team naturally spends its time focusing primarily on the supportive housing and affordable rental housing parts of the spectrum, because this is where Edmonton sees the most significant supply gaps. Next slide, please. It is also possible to think of the housing spectrum from the perspective of someone experiencing homelessness or precarious housing. The pyramid represents how one's needs might be met over the immediate to long term by city efforts. Each level is accompanied by some tangible examples of projects the City of Edmonton has supported directly or indirectly. In the very immediate term, the City of Edmonton-led encampment response team works to connect individuals living in encampments to housing. The encampment response team is made up of Homer Trust, Bissell Center, Boyle Street, Edmonton Police Service, and a number of City of Edmonton departments who meet weekly to coordinate housing outreach and closure of cleanup efforts. In 2021, we significantly revamped our approach and have better integration with the Edmonton Police Service to reduce as much as possible impacts of encampments in our city. Our goal is to prevent the large-scale encampments and related challenges we saw in the summer of 2020, and critically to house more people out of encampments to ultimately break the cycle of camp closure and reestablishment somewhere else. Since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, the City of Edmonton has also supported the provision of emergency shelter to aid the nonprofit sector in its efforts to safely meet the needs of Edmontonians in the face of public health restrictions. One example of this was Tipanawa, the low barrier emergency shelter funded by the City of Edmonton at the Edmonton Convention Centre last winter. Before the pandemic, the city's involvement in emergency shelter was mostly limited to the provision of overflow capacity during extreme weather events in accordance with City Policy 620, supporting vulnerable people through extreme weather events. And that's because the Government of Alberta is the primary funder and operator of emergency shelter in Edmonton. However, since the shelter system and unsheltered homelessness are intrinsically linked, the city also provides input to the Government of Alberta on gaps that we perceive in the shelter system. One example of this is the minimum emergency shelter standards recently created by the city in an effort to encourage shelter operators to operate in a housing-focused, low-barrier way. These standards were developed after stakeholder engagement with providers, people with lived experience, communities, and business areas affected by social disorder, and the Government of Alberta. Oh, sorry, I'm not quite done that last slide. In the short term, a person experiencing homelessness could move from an encampment or shelter into interim housing. The city has, oh, sorry, can you back up the slide one, please, Madam Clerk? Or I'll just finish my point on that, which is the city's also invested in bridge housing, which can help people experiencing homelessness move from an encampment or a shelter into interim housing. And It's the pyramid slide. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. So one example of that is the bridge housing facility at Northlands, which saw the repurposing of a city-owned former jockey dorm into bridge housing, which is currently leased to and operated by Homeward Trust. Bridge housing is intended to bridge people to permanent housing, for which some folks might be through a Housing First program funded by Homeward Trust that provides a rent subsidy to allow someone to rent a private rental apartment, or it could be through supportive housing. This previous city council prioritized the creation of more supportive housing to address the significant infrastructure gap identified by Homeward Trust's most recent plan to end homelessness. And 210 units of supportive housing are currently under construction on 5 different city-owned sites, which I'll talk a little bit more about in a minute. Finally, over the long term, someone who formerly experienced homelessness who maintains a low to moderate level of income can be served by the broad portfolio of affordable rental housing units developed with the City of Edmonton's support. Next slide. So now that we've talked about the kinds of things and affordable housing that the city supports, we're going to talk a little bit more about how we do it. So City Council sets the direction for the City of Edmonton's affordable housing investments through the approval of City Policy C601, which is our affordable housing investment guidelines. City Council also sets the degree of ambition or overall unit targets for the City of Edmonton's affordable housing initiative through the approval of an affordable housing investment plan, which is prepared every 4 years in alignment with our budgeting cycle. The most recent affordable housing investment plan set a target of an additional 2,500 units of housing by the end of 2022. We are well on our way to meeting this 2,500 unit target, with close to 1,600 units already approved, including 400 units of supportive housing and more project approvals forthcoming in the very near future. The units are being achieved primarily through the provision of affordable housing grants, surplus school site redevelopment, and supportive housing development. Next slide. So the Affordable Housing Investment Program is the city's major affordable housing grant program, which aims to provide the creation of new shovel-ready projects, or to support the creation of new shovel-ready projects that are capable of attracting additional investment from other orders of government. There are 3 program streams, one for new construction, one for renewal or renovation, and one launched recently for land. The grants cover up to 25% of capital costs. By providing these grants, which often represent the first money in to a project, we make it easier for developers to attract investment from other orders of government or to secure financing. The grants are available for a range of housing types, whether it's supportive housing, near market rental, or deep subsidy. And the last round of successful projects had some really innovative models, including affordable housing for women and children, one run by the YWCA, housing specifically designed for larger newcomer families, and supportive housing for Indigenous parents and children to reconnect and reunify. Next slide. City Council has designated 7 surplus school sites for affordable seniors housing and 8 for mixed income housing under the Building Housing Choices program. The first senior site was developed in the Sackhound neighborhood by the Greater Edmonton Foundation. The first 2 mixed income sites selected for development are Kahiwen and Ogilvie Ridge. Savita was selected as the developer of the site in Kahiwen, and all planning approvals for that site are complete. In Ogilvie Ridge, the land has been listed for sale, and the city will select the developer or operator in 2022. After a developer and operator is selected, it will lead an engagement process with the community. A rezoning approval will be required once the developer has completed its final design. The program operates under City Policy 583, which is currently under review to determine how best to align the use of the land with the city's existing housing needs and funding from other orders of government to ensure the policy operates as effectively as possible. Administration is currently in the process of also evaluating the pilot process used for engagement on the Kahiwen and Ogilvie Ridge sites, and has taken preliminary steps to update a number of other city policies related to housing, including, as I mentioned, 583. We expect to report back to City Council on the outcome of this work in 2022. Next slide. So last but not least, in 2020 and 2021, the city worked with Homeward Trust to build 5 new supportive housing developments in Inglewood, King Edward Park, Wellington, Terrace Heights, and Westmount. Planning was already underway on these developments when the federal government launched its Rapid Housing Initiative to quickly create affordable housing across Canada. The city received 35.1 million from the fund, which allowed us to use modular construction and to take the unusual step of directly developing these units on our own to be able to ensure their expedited delivery. These 5 sites will add 210 units of supportive housing for people who have experienced homelessness. Currently, the 5 projects sit at roughly 45% completion and are on track to be completed by Q2 of 2022. Planning is underway on the next sites in Garneau and Queen Alex, and the city is currently accepting project proposals from nonprofit housing providers for both of these sites. We often receive questions from councillors about the process for communicating and engaging with residents on new supportive housing developments. Site selection for both affordable and supportive housing is based on a set of criteria that includes proximity to transit and amenities, how well it would fit in with the surrounding built form, and how easy it would be to develop the land. All the sites we select are suitable for residential development. In an effort to be consistent with a human rights-based approach to siting affordable housing, the location of supportive housing is not part of the public engagement process. However, we are committed to transparency, open lines of communication, and gathering input on how best to integrate the housing into the new neighborhood in which it will reside. After a site is selected and prior to any development milestones, such as a land sale, selection of a housing partner, or rezoning, administration shares information about its plans with community stakeholders and nearby residents. We are committed to sharing information and answering questions to help community members understand the changes in their neighborhood. Public engagement with the community is a standard condition of our sales agreements and must be completed by the housing provider before the land is transferred. Engagement is undertaken at the advised level, and it puts its focus on a good neighborhood plan, a tool to help build a positive relationship with the community. Other engagement topics such as design are at the discretion of the housing provider. If residents have questions or concerns about a new development in their area, councillors are welcome to contact our section and provide information or request that we follow up directly by emailing supportivehousing@edmonton.ca. Next slide. So I know this is a lot of information at once, and I also know you will have a lot of questions on this topic. But before I end, I want to touch on some of the other larger pieces of work my team is focusing on over the coming months. So as I've referenced, and as you may have seen in the media recently, we officially announced three more city-owned sites that are being made available for affordable and supportive housing. Those sites are in Queen Alex, Garneau, and Ogilvie Ridge. We are also, the providers will be selected for those 3 sites in 2022. We are also developing an updated affordable housing strategy to reflect the current housing need in Edmonton, as well as an Indigenous housing strategy that will address how to encourage more Indigenous-led affordable housing development in Edmonton. The initial timeline sees this work completed in 2022. Also in 2022, we'll be launching a public information campaign to educate Edmontonians about the need for more housing options in the city, correct misperceptions, and ideally generate support for new affordable housing proposals. And finally, we are working closely with Savita to develop an asset management strategy for the city-owned social housing portfolio to address the upcoming expiry of social housing operating agreements. Thank you for your attention and interest in this topic. This concludes our presentation, and we'd be happy to take your questions now.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I'll go to questions now. And Councillor Paquette, you're first.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a few quick questions. You've got the updated affordable house. First of all, thank you for the presentation. That was really excellent. You've got an updated affordable housing strategy coming in 2022. Do we know if that's which quarter to expect that in?
That's a good question. So we've chunked the work for the strategy out into a few deliverables. And what we're expecting is in Q1 to have the first deliverable done, which is the affordable housing needs assessment, or by the end of Q1. And that is where we'll really dig into the census data and any other local data sources we can access to segment that need in an as detailed way as possible. So we know that in terms of households and core housing need, they're not all demographics are represented equally. So we'd like to be able to shine some light on how different demographics are over or underrepresented with respect to housing need. And so that should be done in Q1, and then the strategy would follow that work later that year.
Okay, that makes sense. Now, there are tax dollar implications. You know, we've got some federal money. We've put in money for housing. Are the federal dollars being matched provincially?
On the capital side, Councillor?
And operating, yeah.
So I would say that in recent years, we've seen a lower level of investment from the government of Alberta with respect to the development of the new construction of and capital funding for new construction of affordable housing projects. They have maintained a fairly consistent level of renewal dollars to the housing management bodies, but certainly in recent years, the amount of funding for new construction has been lower, relatively lower. But that being said, there was a new affordable housing strategy announced just on Monday, which we're still, doing our analysis on and hoping to better understand the implications of. But it does promise to increase the number of households served by the province's affordable housing programs. So we're cautiously optimistic.
Okay, and I noticed that Jackie, you had been talking about how this takes all levels of government to solve this issue. But one thing I was thinking about is that one of the concerns I have is that a lot of, like, this is a provincial responsibility. Sure, it takes all governments, but it is legally a provincial responsibility that we seem to be taking on more and more. And there are tax dollar implications to that, simply because we use property tax instead of an income tax, and we can't go into deficit for a lot of things. Beyond just the responsibility downloaded and the dollar downloaded, the tax implication download is very real for the public too, isn't it? Like, because there's a bigger impact if we put this on the property tax on a local level than if it was embedded in a provincial budget with deficits and income tax. Isn't that right?
That's a fair statement. As the new council will learn over the next few months, the city of Edmonton does have a significant amount of work to do, and we expend a lot of resources, time, money on the impacts of homelessness. While the responsibility is the province's, we work in encampments, which is a big expense. We spend a lot of time systems coordinating. And to be honest, before the pandemic, it was very rare that we spoke to Alberta Health Services or Community and Social Services about shelter and the health needs of those folks who are houseless. So we're starting to see some integration within that. But yes, there is real dollar implications for the city to deal with the impacts of houselessness and the lack of affordable housing.
Yeah, and locally, every dollar that we direct to one issue or another, I would say because of the our budget, our income, so to speak, is a lot more. It can be felt a lot tighter on residents than provincial dollar. I think that's just apparent simply because we can't go into deficit. Okay, so my next question in my dying seconds here is a lot of areas have declared housing as a human right, but I seem to recall there was something problematic about the city doing that, and if you could unpack that for me.
Crystal's on mute. She may have a better memory than I, but I do recall that discussion, Councillor, and I think we have to talk to law about that. There are some implications around what impact does that have on all types of operations and bylaws within the city. But to be honest, my memory is blanking on that one, so I will get back to you.
Me too. That's why I asked.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. It was brought to my attention that there are many homeless folks who do not access the shelters because of the 3 Ps, because they can't be with their partners, they can't be with their pets, and they can't be with their property. Now, I realize that this is a provincial jurisdiction, but is there anything that we can do on the city level to, address these considerations?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Principe. That's, yeah, someone has advised you correctly. The Ps are the barriers that we often cite to housing or to shelter, accessing shelter. And so that is why the city did go down the path of creating, exactly why we went down the path of creating our own draft, or it's not draft, they're approved now, but minimum emergency shelter standards that we have that we're working on a communications campaign around to publicly promote. And they do encourage shelters to put in place provisions that will accommodate those barriers. So things like including more storage, making sure that sleeping spaces are private and promote dignity, that there's couples spaces, and a number of other related pieces like that to help people overcome barriers. Unfortunately, because we don't directly fund shelters, only when we're funding shelters ourselves can we really insist that those standards be upheld. But we are looking at all different ways of promoting and encouraging them. And I can say that I feel like this conversation we have seen some changes through even just having the public conversation. So we'll continue to do that.
And I would just add, Councillor Principe, that I'm directly working with the province administration on our desire that they adopt those minimum shelter standards. We're having some very positive conversations since council approved them. So that was a very important step. And we'll continue to work with the province because I think we're moving in the right direction so that because if they adopt them, then we're in a much better position from a financing, because that's where most of the money comes from. So
That sounds very promising. Thank you.
Sorry,
Am
Mr.
I
Mayor.
am on mute? Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I had a question just about the encampment strategy. I understand there were some changes in the last year, and I've heard from complaints from neighbors about tent slashing and other behaviors that are unneighborly on the part of authority. And I was wondering if I could hear some comment about that. Secondly, one of the reasons I've heard that many folks choose to go to encampments is because frankly, some of the supports don't align with the equity, diversity, and inclusion training that we received yesterday. That whether it be they're not responsive to cultural needs, or I've heard about homophobia and transphobia. I've heard of some others just generally creating an unwelcoming atmosphere that leads people to seek accommodation on the bare ground. And so hoping to hear a little bit about that. Do we have the confidence in every one of our partners and our providers that they are in fact culturally responsive and are not re-traumatizing people who have been through the trauma of residential schools or other pieces? This, for example, I've heard half of one of my colleagues brought up youth homelessness, but I've also heard that half of youth experiencing homelessness are of sexual orientation or gender identity minority. So I'm just wondering that we have some major intersectional problems here that I don't want to be inadvertently exacerbating as the city.
I'll jump in first and then pass it over to colleagues on the call. Certainly the first line of contact in many cases is with our peace officers, our park rangers and others who are uniform staff in Citizen Services Department. And certainly over the last 2 years, say, they certainly have been embarked on a journey to take a much more empathetic approach in dealing with people who are sleeping outside. And some of those, was great concern that, certainly the tent slashing we've heard over the last couple of years. And we've talked to our staff about that. And so that is certainly not something that is in their purview or we've done a deep dive. And I know that idea is out there, but certainly not from our shop as far as we can determine. But certainly that approach and taking that empathetic approach is certainly very much front of mind in terms of the training that's that is underway with that group. Still a journey to go on, certainly not perfect, and there's always more work to do. And this year, we certainly took a different approach in terms of dealing with encampments. Basically, two tangents that we're on. When encampments are reviewed against a number of criteria, we will bring in and work with some outreach workers. And if they're not impacting neighbors or impacting businesses, we'll take time and work with those people that are sleeping rough to try to get them into the supports they need. However, on the other hand, then if there are encampments that are causing disorder and impacting businesses, we'll be far more proactive and reduce the time frame where those people basically in tents or sleeping outside have to relocate in very, very short order. And certainly that can cause some friction when we're taking a much stronger role with those individuals. On the flip side of that then is that the homeowners or the property owners are much more supportive of that much stronger approach. So we've certainly improved in my mind our approach, but still a long way to go.
If I could jump in on the other part of your question, Councillor, around those operators and the difficulties and barriers that some of those shelters have because of they may not be as culturally appropriate, they may not be as open to trans and queer folks. We hear that all the time. We've tried to address those issues within our shelter guidelines. And last winter, when we ran Tipaniwa, our shelter was the low barrier shelter that exists in those standards. So there was spaces for all those folks. It was culturally appropriate. It was that non-binary people were welcome. What it speaks to, those shelter providers are funded by the government of Alberta. They have their own contracts. But what that speaks to globally or municipally is the fact that we need an Indigenous-led shelter in this city. We really do. And we've seen, we've heard that from community members. We've heard that from people who use shelters. But at this point in time, there is no Indigenous shelter provider on the list of government approved shelter providers.
Thank you for that. I'm out of time, but I think I wouldn't want to speak for my colleagues, but I think many of us would look very favorably upon that budget request.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, so many threads there and up to my heart. But just to pick up on having a greater Indigenous presence and more Indigenous autonomy, more Indigenous-led organizations playing a role in addressing homelessness. I was really pleased to see you mention the Indigenous Affordable Housing Strategy mentioned. Would that entertain potentially looking at an Indigenous-led housing authority, you know, sort of similar to Homeward Trust, that would sort of have that autonomy in delivering programs and services that meet the needs of Indigenous peoples in Edmonton?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Stevenson. So we are doing that strategy to try to be consistent with the Indigenous framework with nothing about us without us. We are we have an advisory steering committee that's leading that strategy that's made up of representatives of Indigenous housing organizations in Edmonton, as well as representatives of First Nations and Treaty 6 and other representative organizations. And so I wouldn't want to presuppose the solutions that that group of representatives might suggest, but certainly we are, you know, our ears are open and we're open to the suggestions and the input. And really the goal is to understand, we don't want to come up with a strategy that isn't going to work. So like our goal is to really understand like what are the gaps, what are the needs, and how can the city use its its role in the housing system to really support and send a message to Indigenous providers that take the risk, like get involved in housing, do all the things that our other nonprofit housing providers do, because there will be, consistent and regular access to support, whether that be financial or through land or through, the support capacity building initiatives like the one that you described in terms of supporting an external organization. So I think everything's on the table. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what the advisory committee comes up with.
Yeah, that's really exciting to hear and a great process. Sounds like it's been set up for that. And maybe just on that note, I really want to applaud administration and the previous mayor and council as well for the work on the permanent supportive housing sites. Just wondering about the selection of operators for those and how Indigenous organizations are being considered in that process.
Sure. So I can go ahead with that one as well. I think I have probably the most detailed info. So for the 5 sites, one at the outset of the process, one site was proactively identified as being Indigenous, as being designated specifically for Indigenous, an Indigenous organization. And the reason it was proactively identified is because Homer Trust wanted to work with the operator well in advance of when an operator would traditionally be engaged to inform the design of the facility so that it could be designed in a way that met any specific program requirements. With respect to the other 4 sites, there is an RFP that's going to be going out later this year in the next month or so for operators who are interested in the other 4. And certainly Indigenous operators are encouraged, and welcome to apply for those 4 sites. And so hopefully we'll have at least one and, hopefully more.
Thanks for that clarification. And, just interested if how that might inform some of the criteria, the evaluation criteria of the RFP, just a consideration moving forward. But recognizing I'm going short on time, I may have been mistaken, but did I see that the affordable housing property tax exemption report is coming back in Q4 of 2022?
No,
I think it was on the very
you
first
did see
slide.
that. Oh, sorry. I'll defer to Ms. Padbury on that.
So that report is coming back, I believe, in Q1 of 2022.
Q1. Okay, wonderful. Thanks for that clarification. And then just delving into the question earlier about the by names list and just sort of how we're accounting. So I just checked on the Homer Trust dashboard, and so it's showing about 2,800 people on the by names list right now. And also noting that in 2020, 1,700 folks were housed. And I think what I'm struggling with is it's not clear to me that those 1,700 people who were housed last year, if they are or are not back in homelessness and on the by names list. And the reason I stress that and why I think it's so important is it really speaks to the type of interventions that we need. So if there are truly, 300 to 400 people people who have never experienced homelessness before becoming homeless versus people who are experiencing homelessness episodically and over again, it speaks to very different interventions that we need to have to be successful in our housing system. So just wondering if there's some clarification around those statistics.
Sure. So I think the 1,700 you're referencing is on the by names list currently in the provisionally accommodated. Is that what you're talking about, Councillor? Sorry.
No, just it just sort of says 2,800 on the by names list. In 2020, we housed 1,700.
Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha. I understand. So that is a great question. As you know, approximately 140 people are housed every month, but then there's also people entering homelessness. And right now, that's why our numbers are going up, is because approximately 300 are entering homelessness. And you're right, there's different types of interventions that are designed for people, based on on their needs and whether they've interacted with the system before. There are things like rapid, shelter diversion, rapid rehousing, right, that are geared to people that may have just lost their housing or have been, evicted. But ultimately, we know that there is a gap around being able to identify someone who may have been housed through housing first and then winds up at a shelter. And because those two systems don't necessarily talk to each other, right? And so there can be a delay from the time when that person goes into the shelter and then gets back on the by names list. And then at that point, they would be connected to their past sort of history, client history or whatever, but it wouldn't be caught necessarily in time. And that is really why I think sort of another level of system integration that needs to be achieved to really be successful in our effort to end homelessness needs to be around integrating the intake data and information that the agencies have and maintain with our overall system planning efforts on the shelter side.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. We have 6 more interventions and we have about 25 minutes. So I would request that if you could be precise. I know this is a very important discussion, but I want to get through those 6 interventions before 5:30 if that is possible. So Councillor Wright.
Hi, thank you very much for picking up the slack that our provincial government has laid upon you. I'm just wondering, we've talked about, so in the Indigenous and the trans queer community, I'm just wondering about those facing domestic violence. How, and from the presentation this morning, you talked about those that are couch surfing or staying with friends is still included in the homeless count or the houseless count. And I'm just wondering what sort of supports might be in place for women and for men that are facing domestic violence and transitioning out of the shelters.
I can take that, Councillor Wright. It's a different system. You know, for better or worse, it's a very different system. So the domestic violence abuse shelters, the women's shelters, traditionally called in the province, have a different stream of money, a different way of women, children, and men to enter those systems. So the city's role in that really isn't. We don't have a role in that particular system. We do work in the domestic violence area, particularly around high-risk domestic violence cases that are in front of the court. But the women's shelter system is an entirely separate body of work and stream of funding.
So then if they become homeless once they leave the women's shelter, then do they come under your purview?
Well, the women's shelters do a really good job of following up with those people. But we cannot deny that there would be some women who have left domestic violence shelters. There's some transitional housing for some women and families in the city, but I don't think we could say that none of those women ever end up in this shelter system that we're talking about today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So in the spirit of Mayor Sohi's instructions to be brief and be gone, I'm going to try to be fairly direct here. Appreciating all the conversation we're having here, and maybe just starting off, we've got essentially a broad cross-city goal of increasing our housing diversity and ensuring that we have a certain percentage of affordable housing, through every district and in every neighborhood. Correct, Ms. Kajener?
That's correct, Councillor Carmel. That the previous city council approved a goal of achieving 16% affordable housing in all neighborhoods of the city, because that represents the amount of affordable housing demand, essentially, or the number of households in core housing need.
So you and I, both privately and publicly, have had a bit of this conversation before, and I'm going to be fairly direct about this. And I want to first say that I'm really supportive of that goal and of that notion. In a suburban context, that tends to be more about the affordable housing than the supportive housing. At least that's the way it is right now. And that leads us to a conversation about surplus school sites. Now, we've got a lot of these suburban school sites that have acted and looked like and been used as park settings for 20, 25, 30 years. And there is therefore a lot of resistance when there's a conversation about turning that site into a housing site, whether it's a mixed market site, whether it's any sort of development on what looks like a park. Is that fair? Am I characterizing that correctly?
I think you could definitely say that the process of change in those instances is fairly significant and does engender a lot of conversation. Absolutely.
So I've had some conversations with the area council in Ward Baheswin, and there is, as I have suggested, there is broad support for having these kinds of developments in our broader community. There is further tangible willingness and eagerness to have some of these facilities, some of these housing developments be developed and have the community wrap their arms around them, welcome them, and ensure that they're successful. But that would first start with a conversation around what are the actual development opportunities in the neighborhood, in the community, in the ward. And it seems that administration, and sorry too if I'm being insulting or being overly critical or sound that way, that administration is reticent to have that conversation about we will only look at surplus school sites and no other site, and we will not consider any other sort of construct than what we have done. Now, maybe that's unfairly put, but is there an appetite to look at the available properties in a community or in a ward or in a series of neighborhoods and talk about what might be the site that ought to be developed that will garner all of that support in the community. So in other words, can we talk about maybe not this school site, but maybe this site over here, whatever it may be?
Councillor, Ms. Padbury is probably the best person to answer that question. And I just noticed that she had another meeting to go to. I know Harm is here, but I don't know if would be anyone else on this call that could answer that question.
I will, Jackie. Councillor, I think we probably need to relook at that. I don't know what the previous appetite has been or what the decisions have been, but I think from my perspective, we should certainly have an appetite to look at any option that provides the right outcome. And I don't think it matters what we start with. It matters what we need and what we end with in the right communities. So, you know, we'll work with our real estate folks and figure out a way and report back to you on that.
Well, I'd like to, you know, I'd like to open up this conversation and you know, hope that we can get some willingness to re-examine some of those sites. I've talked about a particular concept for you know, in a particular location in the ward I represent that would be a multi-use residential site. And by that, I mean mixed market, so market housing and affordable housing in a mixed market setting, so, or in a mixed use setting. So there'd be some amount of commercial development as part of that housing development, very close to transit, very close to recreation. You know, and perhaps looking at the transit sites that might be further eliminated if we had housing sites right next to them or even above them in terms of, you know, a conversation around air rights and the development opportunities there. So I know that's a number of ideas. I'm really trying to stick to my 5 minutes here. But I really think we need to examine this conversation and try to find solution sets that the community will embrace and welcome instead of fight tooth and nail to preserve their soccer pitch or their baseball diamond.
And that model has worked in other cities in Alberta. So we'll get back to you.
And the other quick piece on that, Councillor, is just the inputting into the work review of the current policies, because some of this work is council directed through policy. So we'll have to scope that into that work.
Well, and I realize these are sensitive conversations because they sound like NIMBY, but if we can patiently work our way through the conversation, we'll realize that they're not. It's just a matter of the local context and trying to build on the support that is there to really have you know, a successful outcome. So I'm sorry, I'm over time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Tang.
Thank you so much, and also for all the excellent questions. I think they are kind of sparking things as people ask them. And I feel like if I have to name one thing that's like super complex, this is it, because it touches on so many sectors. And I don't know, once we get into a routine with our meetings, if we'll have non-regular meetings as a channel to have more of these conversations for City Council. Certainly one thing I would love to hear more about, and it doesn't have to be at this time, is the Affordable Housing Solutions Lab. Mechanisms like that and partnerships to try and test ideas. And I guess I just wanted to know, you know, at one point I was involved, but I don't know what the appetite is still for testing things, partly because I see so much of it is mobilizing funding and, you know, developing the land, et cetera, et cetera.
Thanks, Councillor Tang. I think I can probably take a crack at that. So our section did provide financial support to the U of A to create the Affordable Housing Solutions Lab, and it's since grown. Like when we had envisioned it, it came from the End Poverty Edmonton strategy, and we had really wanted to focus on promoting research that could support local solutions to affordable housing development. And it was written in the terms of reference that encouraging them to look at different ways and partnerships to actually make things happen. So it wasn't just necessarily research for research's sake, but also research that would lead to, you know, improving our practice. And so what they've done is gone and partnered with the MacEwan McEwen, I think that they're also, I can't remember the name of the McEwen body, but McEwen also has a group that's working on this. And so together they're exploring different options and opportunities and ways to sort of pilot different solutions to affordable housing. So I don't have like the specifics of their work plan in front of me, but I could certainly get you more information about what they're up to, if that would be
And
helpful.
that's okay. I think my point is simply, I hope we keep up the appetite for trying new ways. And I want to shift, I think, to Councillor Carmel's point, to a more suburban context. In our ward, there's lots of, Civita housing, and they're in terrible shape. And I'm kind of wondering about just maintaining, the quality of housing as well, not just merely having them. And some of these folks live there for 10 years and onwards. And I'm wondering about the role of retrofitting and how can we maybe hit multiple outcome and targets when it comes to housing, but also climate action.
Thanks, Councillor Tang. So we are working right now on an asset management strategy for the city-owned affordable housing assets, which would include the city-owned social housing portfolio. So we're currently in the process of doing fulsome building condition assessments on all of the city-owned social housing sites, and with a goal to coming up with a short-term, medium-term, and long-term strategy for each of those sites that could look at all of those options, including potentially retrofit. We have supported in the past, we have extended some of our lease agreements with co-ops who've pursued retrofitting for net zero. That one was mentioned earlier by Ms. McCabe, the Sundance project. And so certainly that is an option that we'll look at, but council will be learning more about that and engaging with this through the capital budget process, which is kicking off next year.
Got it. Wonderful. And I guess my last piece is around capacity building. I mean, I'm hearing a lot about communicating the importance of housing and kind of letting the public know more about exactly what do we mean by supportive and affordable, et cetera. I'm wondering about a sort of city's role in actually building capacity within the neighborhoods to create a kind of environment that encourages people to stay housed. And so there's that piece, and then when I think about the affordable housing that I was specifically in the ward, and I've asked this question to Civita leadership as well, but just the intersection with other organizations and agencies in terms of supporting people transition out of living in affordable homes, through pathway of employment or uptraining, upskilling. Anyways, so I guess just a bit of a reflection on that.
So when it comes to helping people transition strictly out of social housing, I think there are some challenges on the regulatory front around how income is calculated and rents charged. And in the past, we've seen that some of the regulatory regimes can penalize people for earning additional income or for having a teenage child that gets a summer job, that sort of thing. And so I know that some changes and improvements have been made to the social housing regulation over the last few years to try and address some of that, but there's certainly more room for improvement. When it comes to like employment, skills training, and others in the corporation might have more to say about this, but I would say that one of the initiatives that the city has supported for this purpose is the Community Development Corporation, which was one of the key recommendations out of the End Poverty work. And in the Community Development Corporation, one of its reporting requirements and performance measures is really focused on the number of jobs training it provides, and also new employment opportunities it creates for people experiencing poverty. So I think that would be one place to start looking and to see if you're interested in seeing how the city could expand its work around that.
Thank you, Councillor
Thank
Tan.
you.
Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much and for the presentation and taking so many questions. I know this is one of the most hot topic, and we are passionate about it. And so, from affordable housing perspective, based on information I heard there, and I believe there are two items included. The first one is just a general public interest about the core housing needs. And for this one, and then I heard like 16% of affordable house will be built in each neighborhood. And then based on the public voice, the common voice I heard, and then there are lots of complaints from neighborhoods. And when this type of plan and then how affordable housing started build in the neighborhood. And then I think public is not against the principle of like every life deserve to have housing. It's about how we do that, how we implement this housing program. And I think that there's so many disputes and between the city administration and then communities. And then even from my own writing, I heard so many. And so I think from that perspective, I'm not asking you answer this question right away. And I just want to bring that awareness and say when we implement this type of affordable housing programs, and that just keep mindful to listen to the community's voice. So that is the one item I would like to bring attention to everybody here. And also another one, another item is address homelessness and its impact on our city. And I think I heard so many voices and at the door, and people talk about our city, how we can put our efforts to address this impacts on our city. And then so Councillor Cartmel and touched one piece for the surplus school site. I would like to touch another piece, and it's specific from resource side for the funding side. For the funding side, what I can say right now, and then based the presentation you provided here, and each year we have $10 million from long municipal funding. And then if I look at the 2021 expenditure charts and from our budget, and then there are around $178 million. That is 5.9% of 2021 expenditures and for the planning and housing. So that's divided by 7 years, and because you list this from 2019 to 2026, that means like $18 million and plus $10 million. That means every year we have resources from funding perspective. We have $28 million, and to build that 25 unions by 2022, and for affordable housing. I know the number is a little bit everywhere here. I just wondering, and this $28 million, and then is not enough to build all this houses. Not, if not, and I think we touched this point. We cannot build this affordable housing program and then without other orders of government support, financial support. So then my question is like many citizens ask, should we extend the Housing First program or not? And because Housing First program is implemented many years already, and then the question about that, when we talk about housing program, is that possible for us to look at the big picture and before and people get into Housing First program, and they should participate in other treatment first? And because this is actually to reflect our affordable housing outcomes and how this program is successful to support homeless. And so it's not only about, okay, we provide housing to you, and then it's not only about we provide housing, and it's about how we get people and through this program and go back to the normal life track and employment and everything like that.
So there's a lot to unpack there, Councillor Rice.
Okay, my time is close to out. I know it's a big questions, and I don't expect to answer right away. I just want to express
Those are very good points that you raise, and hopefully, we'll have more conversations on this. And Crystal, I'm pretty sure you'll get back to Councillor Rice on some of those as well, right? So.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Rice. Really appreciate that. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm going to be really quick here. So 3 questions. First one is around the Rapid Housing Initiative. And, it is a fairly, I think, innovative funding model that's a bit more of a direct line from the federal government down to municipalities. Doesn't have to go through the province in the same manner. Looking out onto the horizon, is there anything similar coming down the line? Or is this kind of a, one-time package, or is it going to be continued? Can you just provide some insight there?
Sure, Councillor Salvador. So the first initial tranche of rapid housing is what we're using to build the first 5 sites, and that was for 35 million. But a second round of rapid housing initiative funding has also been announced, and that's going to be providing, I think it's $15 million to us to build a second round of projects. And so you will actually have a report before you later this month describing how we hope to expend those funds. And from what we've heard from the federal government, I mean, and maybe others could speak to this as well, but they are, encouraged by the very large number of high quality applications they've received through this program, and they plan to continue it into the future. Is the last that we had heard.
Great, thank you. Also have a question around, I guess, any sort of collaboration that has been happening with grassroots kind of community serving organizations. I'm thinking of a Bear Clan or Water Warriors, more on the encampment side of things. I know that some of those organizations are Indigenous led. They're already kind of connecting with folks who are sleeping rough, potentially living in encampments. Curious to hear your thoughts on that. Or maybe that work's already being done. I don't know.
I can take that one, Councillor Salvador. We do meet. We were meeting quite regularly with that group of people, group of organizations. We refer to them as the mutual aid groups, and we have gone through them, their work to see where they need support from the city. Very soon, so we've helped them out on various tactical things, and they've been involved in understanding the strategy that the city's trying to enact around encampments and homelessness. Very soon, and I'm sorry, I don't know the date, those groups will be meeting with Homeward Trust to see if there's a connection between the work that the Homeward Trust folks do and those aid organizations. But we do have close contact with them.
Okay, great. And yeah, happy to hear that is going to be arranged with Homeward Trust as well. And then final question. It's just around, and I'm not overly familiar with this, but the Good Neighbor Agreement. I've had a few constituents bring this up, particularly in relation to the spectrum. And I'm just curious if you could talk a little bit about what exactly a Good Neighbor Agreement is, and how that functions.
Thanks, Councillor Salvador. I can speak to that. So obviously the context for the Good Neighbor Agreement is important, and it varies a little bit, whether it's a permanent affordable housing development or whether it's an emergency shelter, as in the case of the spectrum. But the goal of the Good Neighbor Agreement is to establish a relationship between the operator of the facility and the neighbors early on, and to provide a point of contact information that can be so that the neighbors know who to call if they see a problem or if there's an issue associated with the running of the facility. And it is also meant to for the facility to also speak to efforts that it's taking to manage its impact on the surrounding communities as well. So that's generally speaking. Obviously, every agreement or plan, we call them Good Neighborhood plans, is a little bit different. With respect to the spectrum specifically, we also as a city are taking our own steps to try and mitigate impacts associated with the facility and the use of the facility for emergency shelter. So we've done things over this activation, including looking at, having washroom attendants in Borden Park, doing additional litter collection, or having a city operational staff go through the park on a more frequent basis to make sure that there aren't any spillover effects in the neighboring parks or community. But obviously, unsheltered homelessness has negative impacts on people, on communities, and when we're seeing that citywide. And so it certainly continues to be an area for, of evolution of our approaches and seeing how we can do other things to try and mitigate it. But that's, I guess, how I would describe our efforts to date, at least.
Okay, thank you so much for those answers. I have follow-ups, but I'm out of time, and I used the full 5. Apologies.
No worries. Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you so much. First, I'd like to address Councillor Rice and just say, with regards to Housing First, this is something I'm very passionate about and was working in the field of doing within my social planning work before. So I would love to have a conversation with you about the Housing First and the importance of it. One thing I will say here, and for the benefit of the public, is studies show time and time again that housing people is way more economically beneficial than not. So as an example, somebody that's unsheltered is going to cost the system. And when I say the system, I'm talking the health system, the, police system, the systems as a whole, shelter systems, $100,000 on average per year, whereas housing costs $30,000 per year. So there's a $70,000 piece. So if we look at the number of people that we have unsheltered currently right now in Edmonton, that's $2.8 million this year that we're spending, that the system is absorbing in costs for these folks. So that's something I really want to highlight. One of the things that I wanted to talk about today is a unique perspective that I think I bring in having worked in addressing homelessness as a regional partner with Spruce Grove. And I want to be honest and say I don't think we're working well regionally on this issue. And I think we need to be doing better. And I'm happy to talk about that in other scenarios. But I think one of the questions I have for you today is, what are your perspectives on how currently Edmonton is absorbing some of those regional gaps?
I might just start before Councillor just by saying the homelessness issue that we're dealing with Edmonton is right now is a Northern Alberta homeless issue. Yeah. It's all of Northern Alberta and in some cases Central Alberta. So that's our perspective, and I think you're absolutely right. We need to do a ton more work regionally. But with that, I'll see if the others want to comment.
Yeah, I would just amplify the city manager's comments, Councillor Rutherford. Certainly the connections we have in dealing with the surrounding municipalities, we can improve that in a whole bunch of kind of ways. So certainly we can circle back with you if you have some insights as to how that can happen. That would be great. Certainly, concern that we have obviously is the migration of not just Northern Alberta for sure, but certainly from the region. Many services are provided here, and then people migrate from some of the surrounding communities into our city. So how do we kind of connect those dots and work with their administrations more effectively? Absolutely.
Yeah, well, and I would suggest that how it's working right now isn't, and I would say Edmonton has a reputation in Alberta at not being as collaborative regionally as Calgary. So I want to say that reputation is out there regionally. And I would say that it's true from my experience. I tried phoning Homeward Trust on multiple occasions and got literally no response, not even a conversation. And so I think, when we're looking at, yeah, absolutely. And I will add to this that a lot of municipalities don't receive federal funding that are in the donut around Edmonton because they're so close in proximity to Edmonton that is the justification from the federal government for why they don't receive federal funding. So because they're like, well, you're so close to Edmonton, whereas Fort McMurray still receives provincial and federal funding as an example because they're far enough distance away from a major urban center. So I just want to highlight that I think if we're really going to be addressing this issue, and we've talked about it before, and the importance of regional work on so many other important facets that we're dealing with as a city, I want to just echo or emphasize my feelings and sentiments on this, because we're not dealing it with right now. We're still absorbing all of those other things, because I can tell you right now, the social infrastructure does not exist in Leduc, in Beaumont, in Spruce Grove, in St. Albert. And so we're already taking on a lot of that cost. And
Absolutely.
So why are we not working better regionally? And when I say regionally, I do mean, the north as well, but specifically that donut is what I'm focusing on.
You're absolutely right, Councillor Rutherford. This is where we want to focus on our advocacy as well with the province, because this is not just Edmonton's problem. This is the region's problem. This is Northern Alberta, Central Alberta's problem. And we need to expand our advocacy, not only to the province, but also to the federal government. So thank you for that. I really appreciate that. Quickly, and I would like to follow up on with you, Andre, and your team on the RFP on those 5 sites. Like, why are we not exploring Indigenous partnership more deeply? Just why only one site when 60% of the folks who experience houselessness come from Indigenous communities, right? So That and also the indigenous led shelter. And if there's a opportunity for us to work with federal government on some operational dollars as well, because urban indigenous population and the connections back to home communities for for the indigenous communities, right? So we'll explore those offline. No, thank you everyone. Really appreciate this. Follow up. We'll meet tomorrow, 9 o'clock. Hopefully, we'll get an email from Aileen letting us know whether we can meet in person or not. Otherwise, we will be still virtually meeting tomorrow, 9 o'clock. Cool. Okay. Meeting is adjourned for tomorrow, till tomorrow.
So 9 a.m. We'll know. Well, by what time will we know if we're going to chamber?
I think we'll know by 6 or 6:30 today, based on Aileen's information, whether we are meeting at City Hall or whether we're meeting virtually.
And Mr. Mayor, are we meeting in camera tomorrow
That will be our goal, that we should meet in camera tomorrow.
in the morning?
For part of it, yeah.
Okay, see you then. Have a
Thanks,
good
man.
night, everyone.
Good night, all.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to mention, I love your lighting. It looks like you're on a Queen album cover. Perfect.
Thanks. Okay, all right.
Have a good
Bye.
night.